What's going on, guys? I'm not really late. I'm starting it a little behind because the Indiana game on, and I was watching it, and it's going a little longer than it's supposed to. Now the Chicks just hit a three. Now it's only 2 points off. Okay. I wasn't even gonna go there, but this is the one thing I don't like is when people try to tell me what to do. People that act out of control and try to tell me what to do. And for me to get a text message from, look, guys, I'm going to start off by saying this, okay? We're going to talk a little bit about me and about, things that I had to change in my life to be better, to make things, ultimately better in my life. I'm going to explain to you guys some of the things that I had to do. And then we're going to go into a woman, and we're going to base this off of a woman named Kelsey, okay? Woman named Kelsey. The problem you face is when people make mistake after mistake after mistake all their life, okay? Or not, I want to say all their life, but, their adult life. They want people to pick up and accept what they did wrong and work off of what they did wrong. And you shouldn't have to. But let's see who are in the building. We got Crystal in the building. We got Ski in the building. Brock in the building. Iowa 7 in the building. Rhino in the building. Okay. So, guys, yesterday you had some despicable behavior that happened, okay? Shout out to Driving the Wolf in the building. I'm gonna let people come up on the panel. Shout out to Maddie in the building. So I'm gonna open the panel up in about a half an hour. But I'm gonna go and give you guys my opinion on, women who make this mistake. And then and I'm sorry, this game is on. I don't have money on it, but it's just fascinating of a situation with Indiana versus the Sky, and this is like a big game. This is why WNBA is great because people actually care. Caitlin Clark better get this last shot, or I'm going to be mad. But actually, I don't want her to get. Oh, she missed both shots. Oh shoot, Caitlin Clark got the last shot. The chick just went and did a reverse layup. Was wide open when she went reverse, and she airballed it. And I think they just called a foul. Oh no, they called out of bounds another team. Caitlin Clark better get this last shot. This is about to be an MJ moment, guys. This is about to I'm gonna let y'all see. I'm gonna let y'all watch it with me. This might be an MJ moment. Caitlin Clark's first game winning shot. I'm gonna show y'all. You gotta watch it with me. Why didn't Caitlin Clark get that last shot? Wow. Wow. Are they calling a foul? They better not mess up this game by cheating for Caitlin Clark because that was a horrible shot. Caitlin Clark, I don't care if she would have shot it on her back feet. I don't care if she would have shot it like falling backwards. She should have got that last shot. All right, we got Maverick, we got Todd Johnson, we got Rocco in the building. We're about to go into it, guys. We're gonna go into it. I'm trying to allow the individual in question to come on if she wants to come up. I'm gonna send her directly the link. If she chooses not to come up, then I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about here, but I'm gonna talk about it without her. but we can't be having stu- diabolical behavior on my channel. You know, people need. We gotta have order. We gotta have order. We gotta have order among. We gotta have order among people. You know. Shout out to Taz in the building. Okay, they got 5 seconds, so she got to make one and miss the second one. Okay, she missed the first one. They got 5 seconds. This person's gonna make me go and cook them if they don't stop texting my phone. You know, this. Let me tell you guys something, okay? The reason why, and I'm gonna go now into it because I just sent the person a link to allow them. But now, since they want to threaten me, and that's threats, okay? I'm gonna go in because I don't care. I don't care if this person ever comes to my channel again, okay? Shout out to Cheeky Chops. We're gonna go there because I don't like to be told what to do. And the reason why we're gonna go there is this, okay? Let me explain to you guys something. This individual was using the F bomb to describe people. This person is literally an ignorant minded person that engaging in behavior that they know would be considered racist. And this person knew and knows that that can get my channel taken down. But did they have enough respect for me to act like a woman? You know, act like a woman? No, they didn't do that. They didn't have enough respect to do that. Okay, that game is over. So now we're sitting waiting for rides here. I'm actually working, guys, waiting for rides. I'm actually about to go to a different city because I got to stay away from like Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills is trash. Okay, so let me get to it, okay? So this individual has no respect for me and my channel. So that's the reason why we're gonna go there on this live, okay? Because they want to tell me what to do. And we're gonna call this person Kelsey, okay? Now, you know, the person went and threatened driving a wealth, threatened to dox him, threatened to like I guess put him on blast, which she started to put him on blast last night. And then thank God he booted her. For this person to think that they're holding and out, like they're not going to be put on blast, and I gave them the opportunity to come speak up. Now this person is going to be called Kelsey. Now, Maddie, you were on here when you saw that nastiness that happened that had you in disbelief, all because this person. And you know, I don't want to say this 'cause I know it might make one person look bad who I don't want to look bad, but I gotta make this point to ultimately make the point. It seems like the only issues I have with people that literally make my life hell is it was faceless people. Okay? And you know, faceless people, the reason why it makes my life hell is because they have nothing to lose. Like, you know, here's the thing. Most of the faceless people, they have fake names. Now I'm not talking about this individual. I'm talking about Kelsey here. Kelsey, like like they use a fake name so they can hide around racism and they can be ignorant, they can say nasty things. They don't use real pictures. You know, they're literally a catfish because once again, the person, this all started yesterday. The person was mad because I talked about with Kelsey. I talked about how Kelsey accidentally turned her camera on. And, you know, the reason why we're going to keep it Kelsey because I'm getting threats, which I was never going to go this far, but I'm going to go this far. I was going to give advice, but now I'm going to go far because um, you know, the Kelsey said that if I mentioned the name, that they're going to report me to YouTube and report my channel, blah, blah, blah. But they don't know what the terms of service, what's in the terms of service. They don't know what, um, you know, can be said and not said because I'm allowed to talk about a real situation that happened on my channel that I'm offended about. Okay. So this individual threatened to get this person to want to kill himself by trying to expose this man. Okay. And ultimately, I'm being respectful by not mentioning the person by name. So we're going to just call this person Kelsey. Okay. And, you know, I put two and two together. I'm thinking, like, what person is going to have racist views like this? They're going to have, you know, like say nasty things to people, especially men. Because if you, and I'm going to go more deep into it in a second, but when you tell a man to shut the F up, those are fighting words. But guess what? when you don't know, when you don't know, um, I'm not talking about Christina, guys. By the way, Christina, I haven't talked to Christina. That I'm not talking about Christina. I'm talking about Kelsey. Okay, so when I got an individual that says I'm gonna shut the f up, like they're not a woman that could be like smacked by this man and destroyed. And it is what it is. But now you have women that are so bold because of the fact they have men who protect them, as in police officers, etc., that they feel so bold that they can talk to men any kind of way. They don't know how to be women. Okay? No, it ain't Christina. Trust me. Okay, Todd. Trust me. Like Christina wasn't on, has not been on live for a week. So this is recording the Kelsey that was on the live yesterday. Okay. So here's the situation. Okay. Um, the Kelsey, these are things I'm allowed to say. I can't get my channel struck down or nothing, which this person is threatening to strike my channel down, which is why I took it to this level. Because here's the thing, this person decides to tell somebody to self delete. So my other phone, my other phone is my other phone is overheating, so I gotta like ride a little bit somewhere out this sun so I can like turn stuff on. All right, let me try to connect this to the yeah, y'all should testing, testing. All right, there we go. So here's the situation, guys. We're gonna go into a bunch of different things. Okay. Um, Ski, look, as long as you're gonna be serious, in about 15 minutes, I will allow you to come on, speak up for that individual. But if you're trolling and you're doing any of that, I'm no apology. Look, Ski, I'm always in a bad mood right now. I'm always in a bad mood. Okay, so if you come on here with that trolling today, then I'm gonna boot you. Shout out to Business Connections in the building. But Skip, you're gonna come on, you wanna have a reasonable conversation about what happened, we can't. So actually, guys, I'm doing this, I'm behaving in nastiness right now. I'm being so vague, I'm being so like not I'm beating around the bush, I'm not really being like straight to the point. So let me be straight to the point and tell you guys why we're doing this live, okay? So yesterday, I'm doing a live by myself about a topic. And then OG came on. So when OG came on, I'm like, okay, um, we're gonna talk with OG for a minute. And that's what we did. I talked to OG for a little bit, okay? For like 45 minutes to 50 minutes. But then it came to where Kelsey wanted to come on. So when Kelsey came on, I'm like, okay, I guess like I need to have this conversation with Kelsey now. So LG, you had your time. Let me and her talk. And I knew like three people was not gonna work. So I told him respectfully, like let me and Kelsey hash it out. You had your time. Okay. So then after that, me and her talking, you know, I'm telling her about how to be a woman, how women act, trying to tell her that women going to bars is bad at an old age. I'm trying to get her to understand that she's ruining her opportunities of a happy relationship, marriage, and etc., kids, and we're going back and forth. It's all respect. But then Kelsey decides to disrespect me. Okay, I'm giving Kelsey a platform that at the time we had about 45 people watching. Okay, at the time, so she decides to disrespect me because I told her to like stop cutting each other off. If I want to talk for freaking 30 minutes, I'm going to talk for 30 minutes straight. And if she wants to talk for 30 minutes, I'm not going to cut her off.
she can completely get her point out. That's what I told her. Instead of her saying, okay, you're right, I'm not going to cut you off, I'm not going to disrespect you, she decides to say, okay, that's fine. So the next point I made was for 10 minutes, or I talked for like 3 minutes. And she says, oh, God, you talked for so long. Like, now I forgot what I wanted to say to you. Sounded like a trash female. Okay. So I'm like taking this all in while everybody in the chat, like, oh my God, she disrespected that boy. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to cook her, but I'm going to let her think that what she did was right. Okay. So I let that go. I let her do, I let her be ignorant. I let her be her. I let her do her. Okay. So what happened after that was, and okay. So after that, um, I'm like, I'm like chilling, letting her disrespect me. So then I start talking. I'm like, this is the problem. You're rude. You go and you think you have the right on somebody else's channel to like tell them to hurry up their point and this and that and just disrespect. And then on top of that, you then told me to shut up on my channel. And on top of that, as a man, I don't hit women. Everybody knows I don't hit women. But women who literally tell men to shut up are usually weak women who can't even fight men. And they say that because they know in the eyes of the law, no matter what, they're going to be justified. Like the man can get in trouble. So they think they can run around here and act crazy and like it's going to be accepted. Okay. So now I check her in a educated, entertaining way to break her down, telling her pretty much she's lost because she thinks first off she can come on somebody's channel and disrespect somebody. For we got Red Pill Sigma in the building, we got Bagman in the building, we got B Vaz in the building, we got Noah in the building, we got Paris in the building. Shout out to you. So and we got Razor in the building. So I'm checking her, telling her how it is, and then I go in and telling her how a woman should be. So then after, I go in, she changes subjects to something else to try to make me look crazy about, the whole virginity or the freaking celebrate thing, whatever, however you say it, celibate thing. And I'm like, dude, most women that use that or say that, and Maddie, I'm pretty sure can agree, because women want sex more than men. They use that on weak men to get like things from the weak men, the simps, and then they're getting their back blown out by the freaking dude that everybody wants. That hood dude. That the man of the city. That's how it works. That's society in America. Okay. So I said that when women use that after a whole human being comes out of them, then I think that's weak, and I think that's something that you know it's only particular women who use that as a cop out. To just be like freaking like a woman nobody wants for the most part. Nobody wants a woman who's celibate, okay? Like that's just stupid. Unless you are celibate, like you're a virgin, you never had, sex, and or you found God and you didn't have a baby yet. Because I'm sorry, as Kevin Samuel said it best, if you are, you had two babies come out of you, at this point, you need to be begging for a man to put a ring on your finger. At that point, I'm sorry, that's just life. I know this urban legend of, you know, your value goes up as you become more of a wife or more of a your value goes up when you have babies. It does not go up. It only goes up for the man that you had the babies with, the man that should be putting a ring on your finger. That's the only person that your value goes up on. But if you don't stay with that man, if you don't do what you got to do to keep that man with you, guess what happens? Your value goes from, if you were a 10, meaning like you were like the coldest, all the dudes wanted you, you were what America called a 10, then you would literally now be like a 5 or 4. Nobody wants to take care of a woman with 2 kids that are not his, because he can't discipline them like he needs to. He can't, you know. um, talk about their future like he needs to. And then he has to deal with men that, are going to try to fight him if he was to inflict punishment or, consequences for bad behavior, which is why nobody wants to be a stepdad. But some of us choose to be, and we say, okay, no big deal, because some women are not like the normal women. You have some women that are good, or some women that are good, and they allow the man because the two kids, like the dads aren't really there, not trying to hold it down. So they'll allow the stepdad to have respect and authority over those kids because I'm sorry, I'm not taking no kids, putting no kids in my house without. And by the way, guys, we're not talking about Crystal. We're not talking about the woman on the thumbnail. We're talking about um, the norm. Two kids is the number. Two kids. If one kid, you could take that. Mistakes happen. But when you got two kids, that's when you got to start begging a dude to mess with you. Okay, even if you're the baddest chick, unless you have financial resources, etc. Okay, so what happens is this, guys. We then go into like women wanting to have fun at a older age, going to bars every weekend, being that woman. We all know that woman. That's the woman literally at the club, drunk as hell, like easy. Anybody can have her. Okay, that's what like the woman of discussion is gonna end up being because of the fact she doesn't understand what men want. So now let me tell you guys straight up what men want. And I hope with Maddie, she's in the building. Um, so Maddie, you gotta remember this channel, it's about entertainment and it's about consequences. So I'm gonna go into my life in a little bit so that way I can make that person feel better. I'm gonna let people, I'm gonna give a little bit of my downfalls and my ups and downs, whatever. But when it comes down to it, Maddie, you're gonna understand. Entertainment on this channel is the realness, holding people accountable, not letting people act like, you know, they're something they're not, and keeping it real. Maddie, you're young. You're not experiencing this yet because you probably know what it is because you're a straight shooter. Okay, but a lot of women in our American culture now, modern women for the most part, they don't get it. They don't understand um, what men want in a woman. Okay, they think they know, but they don't know. Okay, so let's break down, what men want. Okay, and I'm talking about when I say what men want, I'm talking about the average man. Okay, I'm talking about the average man, the majority of men in this country. Okay, so the majority of men in this country want peace. They want a woman that's going to give them no problem, a woman that they're going to be happier with than away from. So that means if you go home, you're going to be happy that she's there waiting for you over when you leave, you're happier leaving your house because you cannot stand her. And that's what a lot of women turn into, okay? Secondly, most men, average men, they want a woman who is fit, who's in shape, who's trying to give you her best self. Meaning that when you have two kids, three kids, your body's gonna change. A lot of women know who like value what men want and they're not married to that man that they got two kids with, three kids with. They're not thinking they're gonna marry that man, which is crazy that some women think that way. They're not they're gonna keep their body in shape because they know that's the only way to get a man that's gonna want to marry them, especially having kids. But then you have, you know, women that are trying to push this new narrative in 2024 that you can be obese, you can look like disgusting, and a guy is still gonna want to be with you when 10 years ago you were your best self, you were on point, you were giving the guys you were talking to, you're not with anymore, you were giving them the best of you. But now you're giving that guy that you're currently dating the worst of you, okay? Um, yeah, like Todd, like with women, there's no excuse at this point in this country. There's drugs, there's medication that you can take to if you want to do the cheap way, you can do it that way, or you can just go to the gym and do some squats, go jog, stop eating freaking sweets and freaking junk, and eat freaking solid, become a vegetarian, for all I care. But there's ways to freaking um, you know overcome that. Next thing, okay? Attitude. You guys have to stop having, as women, nasty attitudes. No man wants to be with a woman who sounds like, I'm going to hate to use this word, I got to use it, a nigga. And what I mean by that is you guys got to stop being like nasty. Like, no man, that's embarrassing. No man wants to hear a woman cuss every second. Okay? Now, if you were doing that because you had dudes that were, for the most part, okay with that trash behavior, then I get it. It's going to take time for you to overcome that. But cussing every single second, and then to the point of cussing out people in public with cuss words is freaking unladylike. And it's nasty. Now, here's the thing. I get it. Some women are going to cuss, but you can cuss in a cute way. But if you're just cussing just to like for no reason, just to just do it, I'm sorry. It's not something that most men want. Most men don't want a woman that's cussing and just out of control. Okay. So on top of that, we want a woman that's going to actually be productive, that's going to bring in something to the table. So here's the thing. If you don't want to work as a woman, you have women that don't want to work, which there ain't nothing wrong with that. If you get a man and hold down a man that can afford to take care of both of you guys. But you have to be the best at home. You need to be a good cook. You need to be good in bed. You need to be good with keeping the peace. You need to be the peace of your man. But when you don't do that, when you're literally a nag to where you're going home to like freaking nagging, it's just all bad. It's just all bad. And there's another one too. A couple other extra points. Tattoos, women. Guys don't want a woman with a bunch of tattoos. It is absolutely disgusting. I can see a few, but like here's the thing. If you got tribal, like how women have like the sleeve with like the tribal signs on it, that's fine. Or if you have tattoos that you can cover up, that's fine. But not a bunch of tattoos. It just looks nasty unless they match, unless they make sense. But please don't get that slut tat in the back of your back. Like that's a bad look. Okay. For some reason, women who end up going through that slut stage, they get that back tat. Okay. And it looks freaking trash when you are like 35 trying to get married. Okay. And then on top of that, I'm gonna read out IO7's message here. NGL. I don't know what that means. Some tattoos of women be fire, in my opinion. They gotta make sense. That's the point. They gotta make sense. A lot of women get Mickey Mouse tattoos, like I got. I got like Dennis Menace on my back. I got like a couple on my arms. I'm gonna get them covered up. I'm gonna make them look better. But the point of the matter is, okay, um, the rib, yeah, the rib, Maddie, is fine. Like you can cover that up, and it's gonna look good. I'm assuming because you're gonna get something that means something. But when women be getting like their ex's name, like a dude that becomes their ex name on their body, or they put their kids all over their body, or like those are freaking disgusting. Like don't do it. It don't look good unless you literally get a sleeve. If you get a sleeve, then that's fine. If you get a sleeve like to your elbow, that's fine. But it got to be from a professional. Pay him like a professional that charges thousands of dollars. Don't go to the local hood dude that's freaking putting freaking Apple and freaking like whatever cartoon character is cool right now. Don't do what I did because I'm a guy. I can live with this because women don't really care about our looks. But when it comes to men, we care about the tattoos. We don't want no stupid tattoos all over your body. It just looks nasty, especially when you get like freaking those cheetah print all over your leg, and then your leg because you have kids, it becomes stretched. Your leg, you get stretch marks over your leg, and it makes it look nasty. Or you got chicks that put like a tattoo on their butt, and then their butt gets flat and deflated when they have kids, and then like freaking like nobody wants to look at that every day. Like, make it make sense. If you're working out and you're gonna stay in shape, then yes, get the tattoo on your arm in different places. But when it comes down to it, like getting tattoos as a woman is a no-go. Trust me, women. Okay? Now, next thing, stop acting like you guys can beat up men. Okay? There's only a few women that can beat up most men, like Ronda Rousey. She can kick most men's butt. But when it comes to most women, you can't fight men. You are gonna get beat down. Okay? You gotta stop trying to fight men. Okay? Threatening men. So I gave you what women you should do. Now, let me go into age limits for behavior for women. That is a huge consensus of things that women should do. Remember, I'm going to put the link on after I finish. And then Maddie, Ski, y'all, the first ones welcomed on. And then at that point, I'm going to allow people on. But look, guys, I'm letting y'all know in the future, if my panel becomes a panel of 6 or 7 people, then I'm leaving the live. I'm not participating in that. I don't have the energy. I don't have the time. I'll listen, but I don't want to participate in that because this is my channel. People come to listen to me talk. I don't want to hear most of you guys talk because no offense, but a lot of people are boring. They're not entertaining. They're not fun. They're too serious. Like you're literally coming on here and I understanding this is an entertainment platform. This isn't somewhere you come to freaking be serious guy and try to be like you're lit. Like that ain't fun. Nobody wants to listen to that, which is why the numbers go from freaking right now I'm at 40s, but I'm building because now I'm doing horizontal lives. But when I do vertical lives, I'll probably be at 50, 60. But either way, I'm growing up. But if we got the numbers at 20, 25, 27, you should know that you need to change the subject or stop like letting people that are boring and snooze fest talk because like people are waiting for that person to get off, but it never happens. Okay, that person continues talking. Numbers. I'm at 35 right now. I go between 35 to 50. You got to remember, I'm shadow banned still. And no matter what any of y'all want to say, shadow banning is real. Okay, because there's no way you have streamers who do the same thing I do who absolutely suck and their numbers grow, grow, grow as you continue being consistent. Okay, what happens with me is most people don't get the alerts, and then people that go and watch one of my channels, they come back. They don't come back unless they happen to see me on live because they're thinking about me. Okay, we already know we've been here already. Last time I was shadow banned, I got away from that because I stopped talking about Trump and politics and stuff, and then I start talking about it again, and we're back here. When I start talking about black people again, and it hasn't come yet, but it's gonna come. Y'all gonna see that day to where you're gonna pop up on here, and I'm gonna be at freaking 100 people watching, easy, and it's gonna continue growing because the shadow ban is gonna be over. Now here's the situation. Back to the point ahead. It's absolutely true because I have 5 channels and I'm subscribed to this channel and all the channels with notifications on, and I get no notifications ever that I'm on live. Okay. And some of my biggest viewers, they don't get notifications either. They don't know I'm on unless they just happen to come on here. But with that said, let's get back to it. Okay. Women, y'all got to understand when y'all turn 18, that's your whole stage. So when you go 18 to 21, that's your whole stage. That's when you're supposed to be a hoe. You're supposed to be out here doing whatever you want to do. Okay. But then when you turn 22, usually you figured out what you want to do. You're either going to, get a career with your education or skill, or you're going to go into business, or you're going to look for a man that you can work part time and be a wife. And that's what happens. Okay. So you have between 21 to 23, 24ish to like really like go into one or the other. You're either working and seeing if you like it, or you're looking for this man to marry you by 25. Now, when you're at 25, okay, 26, now you're at the age that, um, you're at the age now that I appreciate that, Paris. I'm good. You're at the age now to where at 26, you're trying to really, figure out what you want to do because you've dated men, you tried the relationship thing, you working, you don't know if you want to work all like that and have like freaking, you know, like have to like work hard. You looking at kids, you want to have kids, but you don't want to get too old to where it's gonna be hard to have a kid. You know, that's what you do at 26. So now you're thinking about future pretty much, like real future, rest of your life at 26. Okay. So then now you have 26 to about 30 years old as a woman. That's when you are literally looking for commitment. If you were able to make it past 26 without a kid, then you freaking you got a whole open book of men you can talk to. If you Um, if you literally, if you're literally, you made it through without having a kid, you watch out for getting the booty do, which is big stomach, no booty growing because you stopped working out and stuff. And there's circumstances that would cause you, like if you have a medical issue, or if you were potentially married, or and you got the girlfriend bod, then I get it. But if you've been single this whole time, there's no excuses for that. You got to understand. You have to remember at 26 to 30, that's when you need to work out the most. Because you got to remember, at that age, you got competition. Because every year there's going to be a fresh set, millions, millions, millions of women who are graduating college, or graduating high school and graduating college, turning 18, turning 21. So you got to remember, um, you got competition now. So you got the hot things that's going to be in shape. They're going to have their body right. They're going to be, whatever, what dudes want. So if you kept your body up, you don't got kids, now you're good. You're the prime woman that men want, because men want a woman that they don't got to worry about cheating. They ain't got to worry about, the struggle of her, being loyal, because most women gone through their whole phase to where they're ready for commitment. They're ready to hold it down with a man and have babies and do everything they need to do. Shout out to Don in the building. Okay. So now we go to 30-year-olds. Okay. 30 to 35. That's where Kelsey fits. Okay. Kelsey fits that age demographic, to where now you have the women who are bitter and angry because they either focused on their career. We got a delivery of $13 for 7 miles. We're gonna knock that out. But they focused on their career or education, and they didn't utilize that education to get a job that can actually pay all the bills. Okay. So what happened is they now feel a need to make a man. They want to make a man another delivery 425. Okay. So they want to make a man pay for their choice of them choosing men. They pretty much, the things that they've been doing that's caused them to not have any that wanted to deal with them on a marrying them, because of maybe the behavior that they engage in, their mentality, the way they act. There's a lot of reasons why. But now they're gonna like try to make us pay the price as men. And that causes a lot of men to not want to deal with those kind of women, because of the fact it's gonna be hell to pay. Hell to pay. Like those women are not gonna realize that those women are not gonna realize that, they're the problem. It ain't the men. It ain't men, because those women are always using the excuse of there's no good men. All the men are trash and blah blah blah. When there's millions of men out here that are not being chosen, because there's 50% of black men who earn over 50,000 a year, who have no kids, are not being chosen by these women, because these women want Pookies, Tyrones, or they want freaking Bruces, or they want freaking Jeremys and freaking Johns. Okay, that's who they want. They don't want freaking Michael and freaking, Wesley or Trevon. They don't want that guy. They want the freaking, loser, who literally, and actually he's not a loser, because he's doing it to respect them. He's getting women while offering them nothing. So I respect that. I would be a hater not to. Yep. How you doing? I'll pick up for Stephanie. Perfect. Thanks. Yep. Okay. Maddie, what I'm doing, remember, Maddie, this is like, okay, let me explain to you, Maddie. I'm just giving you because I know you're new still. What I do is speak from the man's perspective. I speak on my opinion. Now, my opinion may not be right, but what happens is usually, like, if we do a live together, this would be a topic, and we'll bounce ideas and opinions off, to where you may be like Dennis or DJ, whatever, all you saying is wrong because of this reason, that reason, this reason. But the reason why I'm doing this live by myself right now, because I want to fully get my point across without being interrupted. But I'm gonna open it up and let you and Ski come on first. A serious Ski and you if you want. If y'all don't come on, and I'm gonna allow other people to come on. But back to the point. Um, when you hit 30, 35, you get to the danger zone to where now you're competing with younger women who are going to be in the gym, who's going to be working out, who are not burnt out and exhausted and sad. Okay, and that's the reality. So now what happens is you start trying to make younger women and influence them to think that men ain't nothing, men are losers, men are bad because you don't want to conform and be the piece of a man. No matter how old, this is what I understand. This is one thing I'll tell y'all. Okay, when it comes down to it, the women who treat men like crap normally are like miserable women. They don't know how. They don't know how to keep a man. So they try to put the way they act on women, and it causes these women to think this is how you should treat a man, and then it just makes for a terrible society, okay? Which is what we saw yesterday. So now when you hit 40 years old as a woman, actually danger zone is literally 30 years old, but 40, it's pretty much at that point you should be trying like okay, let me say this probably going to the 40. I know people are gonna be offended. People are gonna be like, oh my God, you're being nasty, you're being blah blah blah. Here's the thing. You have danger zone at 30. But when you hit 40, the problem you face is people don't keep it real with you no more. Nobody wants to hurt your feelings. So instead of them keeping it real with you and telling you that you're in danger zone, you better be freaking giving that away at this point to try to get married. No, they're going to say, you're going to find Mr. Right. It ain't your fault. You haven't found the right men. Men are trash, blah, 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 to make you feel better while these same women are happily at home with their man. But they're going to tell you at 40 years old that it's okay for you to be single, miserable, and half of the time with no kids. And if you have kids and you're freaking over 30 years old, at that point, you really should be giving it up. You should do a buy one, get one free sale, literally, to get a man to put a ring on it. You gotta remember, you have consequences. Now, actually, before I go into it, okay, before I go into it deeper about consequences, because I know we're gonna have a lot of people talking about my consequences. Me at 38, as a man, I chose to live and do and make moves financially that may have not been the best thing for me. But guess what? I'm gonna take and own up to the consequences of my action. I'm not gonna let nobody baby me no, to have nobody say, dude, you're still young. You can still make something happen. I know I can make something happen, but I don't want to hear you trying to make me feel better about the choices I made. No, I need to get it together. Like it's danger zone. You're for a man. Danger zone for a man is 40 years old. Because remember, women don't care about the looks. They only care about the money. So danger zone for a man is 40 years old. So if you're not in a stable job or career, you don't have, stable income coming in, consistent, then it's danger zone for you. Now you gotta like do what you didn't want to do. And it might be go get a job. If you're not working, you're trying to be a business owner. It might be if you're a business owner and you're not making money with this business, it might be get rid of the business and go do whatever that business job pertains to, go do that job. It might be if you're not winning as a worker at a job, then maybe you need to go to business yourself. Like for example, if you're a mechanic and you're not winning, you're not making money, you're not where you want to be, you're not happy because you're not able to have what you want. Like if you want a Tesla truck or you want a Cybertruck, you should be able to get that Cybertruck. So if you're not able to get that and you want that, then maybe it's time to get rid of, the the 9 to 5 at that mechanic shop and go open your own mechanic shop and take a chance. You might have to work 20 hours a day, 5 days a week to achieve your dream. But guess what? If you want that Cybertruck, you got to do what you got to do. Okay. Now let me get back to women. Okay. When you're 40 years old, you're in danger zone. So I'm sorry, but I'm telling you what men think, what average men think. Most men who have something to offer, you can build with, they're not choosing a woman past the age of 40 who has kids unless that woman is going to be like a servant or whatever, going to be like literally the piece of that man. I'm talking about there's no back talking. I'm talking about you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're doing everything. If he allows you to be a stay-at-home wife, he's not going to repeat from you. But if you're working and paying half the bills, then you can get a girl and you don't have to even like kiss his butt. But you're going to be paying a huge amount of bills because of the fact you have you have children that are going to be using resources, you know electric, food and all that. And a lot of kids don't um you know a lot of kids are expensive, and if you're not going to get that respect, then why would you want to participate in that? And that's what men think. Okay, that's literally what men think. So what I tell this individual, and I'm going to wrap up my little soliloquy here with the individual. Okay, and by the way, guys, I want y'all to remember this. Okay, I continue telling y'all, but sometimes I forget about this. This is still my channel. So if I want to sit here and talk on live every single day for 2 hours a day by myself, my numbers are going to increase. I've done that already. We already know that's a thing. But what I'm trying to do is bring on smart, entertaining, fun people who are nice to look at for men. And I'm trying to bring some good men who are nice to look at for women. Hey, how you doing? For Janae. Trying to bring attractive, or not say attractive, but financially financially together. Thank you. You too. Thanks. Financially together men who literally women would enjoy to see them, because I can't be having the same thing every day because it's counterproductive. This is a business. My money's growing, the views are growing, everything's growing. I'm almost at 14,000 subscribers. Okay. So with that said, let's get back to the Kelsey situation. Okay. So the Kelsey situation is this: when you had Maddie come up, and immediately Maddie put that camera on because of the fact she's a confident, strong woman. She's not afraid of people seeing her face, And the thing is, you have Maddie and you have Furby. They should be protected by all costs. And of course, you already know Cali Girl, protected at all costs. Because of the fact, appreciate the top dasher wishes. Thank you. I'm making some good money with that. But you have Furby, Cali Girl, and Maddie. I'm taking women who show their face over women who don't cam up any day, anytime. That's just what it is. So if you don't show your face and you're like a catfish for the most part, because at this point, like I know that Kelsey is not a real person, and I'm sorry. She can go away. Stop using that word support, because you bought me some Starbucks one time, Kelsey. I can give you that $6 back. Okay? Like somebody that supports me would not throw something that they did for me in my face. I've never came on here and said that I'm somebody's supporter and throw what I did for them in their face, unless we were debating. And like it's a difference from a coffee one time and me giving you opportunity to run a channel with 14,000 subs, that at any moment, if you share your page or you share your channel, you're going to get 100 subs a day by sharing. By sharing yourself on this channel, you're going to get 100 subs. You're going to get to 300 subs quick. Okay? Which can take you to the next level. So, back to the point, the individual, because they claim they support me, and this is always the thing, people with no face, they use the word I support you, so that means I get to disrespect you, I get to tell you to shut up, I get to talk over you, I get to say things on your channel that can get your channel a strike, I get to behave unruly and disturbing and nasty, and I'm becoming of a man or a woman. Because here's the thing, I don't respect any man that I've gotten in arguments with men that came on my channel justifying why they hit women. I don't want women beaters who thinks that that was okay to discipline a woman because she's a adult and she maybe hit you first. No, I don't think nobody should be touched. But I'm sorry, if a woman hits you, you guys just walk that off and just laugh and say, you know what, you got it, because we know that for the most part, we hit a woman one time the right way, they're done. So, like, I don't want those kind of people on my channel when it comes to men. I don't want men that would talk in a way using the B word to describe women, who disrespect women in a way other than the truth and their opinion. And we can have our opinions. Same way women in their spaces have their opinion on men being broke and not being something they want to date if he's broke. They have their opinion, and I'm not going to be mad at them having their opinion because guess what? A lot of women base their relationship situation with men off of resources. Now, here's the situation once again. When you come up and you try to get somebody and you tell somebody to self harm themselves and you put a private conversation up or you talk about a private conversation and try to dox that person, at that point, you're not welcome on my channel. You're not a supporter because that can get me shut down. So you're not really a supporter. And once again, the only person that had the link was Kelsey. I gave Kelsey the link. So she chose not to come up and speak on her, but she wanted to call me 5, 6 times last night. And I told her my business hours is from 12 to 9. Period. That's it. After 12, like that's booty call hours. And you are only my girlfriend is gonna call me after 12. At that point, yes, it's okay. But nobody else is calling me after midnight unless it's absolutely a emergency. Okay? And I know with Taz, he called me other night at 2 a.m. because this individual decided to fall asleep snoring, which made me realize that, like, at this point, it ain't no way that Kelsey is not an overweight woman because I was listening to a little bit of this snore fest, and it ain't no way this person is not overweight. It ain't no way. So it made me realize how nasty it is for me to always being a guy to be backing catfish people. There's no way this person is not a catfish because of the fact that they're so bold to like talk about people because they know they're not going to get canceled, but maybe I might get canceled because I'm showing my face. But they're never going to show their face because they know that they're not who they are. And then this person gets mad. I'm going to put it out there because I don't care. And by the way, I know this person's real name, but I'm not going to dox them because I don't do that. But I will say that that video I have of that person accidentally turning the camera on do not look like what I thought the person was. And I'm sorry. And after you were saying to me last night through text messages, and you know what's crazy? And I'm not even gonna say this is a black woman thing. This is a nasty woman thing. Because but in my life, my experience, the only women who because most of the time when I talk to Hispanic women, white women, back in the day, if we have a falling out, they're gonna just go away, put me on block list. Like for example, when me and Christina had a fallout a week and a half ago, she didn't text me a million times going off. No, it was it. That was done. That was over. Okay? She blocked me, deleted my number. That's what most women do. But it seems like my experience when I've been in a conversation or business or in a relationship with black women, for some reason they say disgusting, terrible things, not just about me, but to be putting it out there. You want somebody to in their life. That's unbecoming of a human being. And I was gonna let it go until she literally woke up and didn't say sorry, didn't say nothing about how she was talking about me. She didn't say nothing other than, you better not say anything about me or else I'm gonna get your channel shut down, I'm gonna get you struck and all this and that. Even while she was saying stuff that could have got my channel shut down and canceled. Being ignorant, okay? So my thing is, if she would have just said sorry, I'm gonna go, then I would have left it alone. It would have been it. What are you doing? This dude freaking idiot. Just because you got an AMC freaking like busted, he had like a freaking 2008 AMC acting like an a-hole, like he freaking mad, about to get in the wreck. Like I'm over here on a bike and the dude trying to turn. Like those are the people that literally are like losers. Like they don't care if their car get hit. They think they're entitled or can be entitled. But here's the situation. When she threatened me, threatened me and said pretty much I gotta behave in this way or else, that's when I said, screw it. We're done. But once again, I didn't want to deal with this. I told her to hit me up after 12 o'clock business hours, and she chose not to. She chose to, guys, listen, I'm going to say this in the most calm way in the chat. Guys, for the life of me, please stop doxing. I do not feel like getting text messages. Please, please stop doxing. Okay? Guys in the chat, can y'all please remove any doxing messages? Please stop texting me, whoever this is. Just stop. I'm not in the mood right now. Please. Y'all make me so angry and it's unbecoming of my channel. Just stop. Like, just stop. I don't want this person texting me about doxing. Please, people in the chat, IO7, if you're there, please remove any comments of people doxing names. Please. If you're doxing, 3 strikes, you're out. I don't care who you are. If you can't respect me enough for me to not have to get these stupid ass text messages, then I just don't want you to be around me. Especially somebody that I'm looking out for, like showing love to and appreciate. Please stop doxing. How hard is it? Want to not be freaking losers. Y'all are absolute losers. How would you feel, losers, if somebody put your full name out there that could be looked up on Google and some crazy lunatic who maybe the lunatic might be a guy that tried to be a pervert to a woman, he might just pop up and try to kidnap her because he's at deranged. How would you? So why do it? Doxing is never cool, and only losers do it. There's no excuse for that behavior. It angers me. Like, it ain't that serious. Why don't you go live your miserable lives to where you will want somebody to get hurt? Because there's no other reason why you would put somebody's full name out unless you wanted that person to get hurt. So that makes you a freaking despicable, disgusting human being. And I'm not defending anybody. Crystal, I'm not defending you. Okay? Or anybody. Okay? Just stop being terrible people. The life of me. Y'all wonder why nobody, like, you realize, guys, I can remove all y'all from my chat and just start over, and it ain't gonna be that big of a deal. I can start over with freaking, I got like 4 women that want to come up on the lives, and then I got freaking some new dudes that come up and like rock. I am not dealing with babysitting y'all. So stop doxing. This has nothing to do with nothing other than stop doxing. Do you think Maddie or anybody will want to be a part? They might not agree with what I'm saying, but that has nothing to do with it in regards, they'll just go away. But they'll definitely go away if freaking if you guys are doxing them. Like, nobody wants their business out there. Okay? Not everybody can handle what I can handle. I don't care if y'all dox me. Now back to the point. So I can wrap this up. The problem you face is when you are disrespectful, you don't apologize for being disrespectful, and you think that it's okay to like talk crazy to somebody, and you text this person 50 messages literally in a span of an hour, to where at one point I joke, I'm like, this got to be a joke. Like, I'm literally sitting here going back and forth with a catfish person because at this point I know the person's real name. I know the pictures are not the real pictures that was given that I actually got on my channel, I know all of this stuff is not real. And this person thinks, and they're calling themselves saying that they support me while they say hate speech on my channel. But with that said, I'm going to leave it there. I went in on, I gave her enough life advice in regards to being a woman. Now I'm going to spend 5 minutes going in on me as a man. Listen, as a man, there's no excuse for not earning, for not taking care of business, okay? And the past 2 years of my life has not been my best moments. Prior to that, I've always had money more than I needed in my pockets. I've always been good, okay? But I gone through the point of realizing the fault in my ways, which is why I'm working harder than ever. You guys see me out here on this bike. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The 12-hour days is not gonna happen. It's gonna be more of 8 to 10 hours because my back on this bike, and plus it's unsafe. And I make enough doing 8 hours to 10 on this bike that 12 is just pushing it. But either way, I'm killing it right now. YouTube channel growing, everything's great. But the point of the matter is this: overall, my life, I'm doing the things to make my life better because there's no excuse that I can make to behave in a way that is unbecoming all because of my failure. So, for example, financial life. I'm now working 8 to 10 hours every day minimum, some days 12. I'm not buying and wasting money on nothing. Yesterday, I took the time to go to the grocery store, saved up, went to the grocery store, and I bought food that I can actually cook and eat and prepare. I'm going to pack a lunch now. No excuse. I'm going to pack rice and beans. Every day is going to be rice and beans unless I buy something extra. Okay? And some type of protein. Okay? That's what we got going on right now. I'm taking accountability for my life. So instead of wasting money on fast food, 'cause that $20 a day adds up, I'm going to start making my coffee, iced coffee, before I leave the house, put it in a canister with my water. Okay? I got a filtration system that allows me to have fresh water. And then my food, I'm gonna be packing lunches starting tomorrow. I'm starting tomorrow because I'm starting on a clean slate. Tomorrow's my first week of Top Dasher. So next week I should make at least $1,500. And I'm gonna make sure that my expenses are low. I'm keeping track of my expenses. Yesterday I spent $130 on food. And I got enough to last me for the whole week. Okay? I got ground beef to make hamburger helper. I got freaking, a bunch of beans. I got rice. I got everything I need to hold it down. I got some veggies for each day. And we're going to start eating healthy now, okay? We're going to save money. My cost of food is going to go from close to $1,000 a month if I eat proper all day to 400 to 500 a month. And it ain't going to be that much, really. Next thing, I'm saving. I'm not buying nothing until the 15th. And when I leave to go pick up my son, I'm not spending money on nothing. Okay? So I'm going to now save and make and get used to saving money. Okay? Next thing I'm going to do is have discipline with work. Right now, my schedule is from 1 o'clock to 10. Okay? And sometimes I go longer. Like yesterday, I worked until I think 11 o'clock. Okay? But that's my schedule. But some days I'm going to work earlier, and then get off earlier. Okay? That's how my day is going to go. YouTube, I'm streaming every single day. It's going to get better because I'm going to start posting my streams before I do them. And guess what's going to happen? I'm going to get consistent more. I'm going to get more engagement and more people rocking with the channel faster than I get right now. But it's about consistency. Right now, you have consistency. I've been on live every single day. Every day I've done a live for the past week and a half. But now I'm about to be more consistent in doing thumbnails. I'm going to do thumbnails for all my lives, for all my videos. I'm going to stop being lazy and do a thumbnail. I'm going to start scripting videos out. I'm going to incorporate all of these things into my life with YouTube. Next thing, I'm going to stop engaging with people who are not productive, who are just negative and not smart people. Because that energy is rubbing off on me and it's causing me to not to pick up on what they're feeling. Pick up on their negativity and nastiness, okay? So all these things are things that I got that I'm gonna do and I'm gonna correct in my life. Because guess what? I want to be better at 40 than I was at 38. Okay? And that's what I want Kelsey to understand. If she's watching this right now, more likely she is watching this. Okay? That's what we're doing. We're improving on what we're already doing. Okay? Things we're already accomplishing, things we're already doing, we're just improving on those things. Okay? And I'm going to bring y'all along with me. And right now, we accomplished the top dasher status. That was the goal we had. The goal was to become top dasher. We made that happen even with the adversity we had to face with us getting 3 deliveries in 10 hours for like 4 straight days. Average of 3 deliveries or 1 delivery every 3 hours for the most part. We overcame that. It took us 3 weeks to become top dasher. We were top dasher. Now I can deliver at any time. I can wake up at 6 a.m. if I want to and deliver. Excuses to not be able to make money and work. Okay? So now it's about saving of that money and not through the money that we're making. So that's what we got going on, guys. So what else we got? Um, if I don't achieve what I'm said just now, I gotta achieve. Then when I turn 45 as a man, if I'm not with anybody at this point, because who would want to be with a guy that has not became better by 45, became a true ultimate man? Nobody would want to be with that guy. But I shouldn't be with anybody. I shouldn't have anybody. No woman should want to be with that guy. 45 years old. And guys, the reason why I say 45 is because at 40, that's when a lot of men, statistically speaking, y'all can look it up. At 40 years old, a lot of men find their way and find their way into a new career path, a business, or whatever such. 40 is the golden age for men. I'm talking about men that did not do it the right way with college and school and all of that stuff, okay? A trade. So, what I recommend Kelsey does, look herself in the mirror and understand what Kelsey is what men don't want. She's the most undesired woman. She's the woman that men run from. Okay? No man want a loud mouth, foul mouth, ignorant woman that seems like she needs a hug and seems like she's incapable of love. No man wants that. Men want soft, sweet, sensitive women. And ain't nothing wrong with you being rough as a woman, but you still should have a soft side. So when I get to the next stoplight, I'll put the link up for. I think I saw in the chat. Maddie said something about hungover, so she may not come up. But if she wants to come up, he can come up first. But I'm only having them two up first. If they don't come up, then I'll let people come one on one. But I'm not doing once it gets to a point like yesterday of 3 or more people. I'm leaving that panel. I'll let it continue because I know y'all want to chat and stuff. I'll be in the background, but I'm not going to be on. I'm not focusing on a conversation that I'm not centered around because of the fact I don't care about most people's opinions because of the fact most people don't keep it real. Most people say things just to look like they're better than you or to look like they're like life is great when they're literally half the time miserable. I don't want to hear from you people unless you're being vulnerable or you're being honest. Like there's no millionaires on my channel watching. It ain't happening. If there's a millionaire on my channel with how as entertaining as I be to some people, that millionaire would have reached out like, bro, let me use some game on how to get where I'm at. But no, you got a bunch of people that are just like me. Not all, of course. Like Razor, he claims he's a software engineer making 100,000 plus. It doesn't make you a bad person, okay? And I couldn't see it. I only saw it for a split second. I was at the light, but whoever said you wouldn't know who a millionaire is, that's somebody that never had money before in their life. Because that trope that people say, like, oh, millionaires don't even act like millionaires. Millionaires, they act broke or they were whatever. Dude, you understand that's so small few of people that got wealth? You do realize that not all millionaires are tight with their money. They're tight in a way of not giving you their money, but they're still going to splurge and buy things. They're buying assets, though. For example, they're going to buy things that don't depreciate, like watches. They're going to buy homes in markets that are like down, that's going to, explode. They buy cars that are going to maintain their value. There's things that millionaires do that, unless you've been there before, meaning like been around people with some type of influence, you would understand it's not who's that. And once again, no millionaire is participating in my live on my channel in a consistent way with the people that be on my chat. It's too many miserable people. I'm not going to say the name of a millionaire, but there's actually a millionaire in the chat, a very generous millionaire, okay? And you can tell that they're a millionaire because it's different levels of wealth. Like when you see people giving you hundreds of dollars in super chats, and it ain't like they're giving it to you just to waste their money. No, they're giving it to you because they want you to continue keeping up with the good work because you're giving them entertainment. Because they take a percentage of what they make every year and they put that towards entertainment. So if they want to spend to motivate somebody to continue doing what they enjoy listening to, then they're going to support financially. Okay, that's how it works. But I've had a couple millionaires on my channel that like what I was doing at one point. But they're not rocking with a channel if it's consistently just negative. Because a lot of people who are productive, successful, doing their thing, they don't want to be around miserable people because most miserable people are not happy with the life they chose. They chose a life that does not equal what they wanted out of life. And instead of them doing what they got to do to get what they want in life, they'll go and rain on somebody else's parade because it makes them feel better about themselves. Because if they can make somebody second guess and doubt themselves, then their job is done. Their work is done. Nothing to see here. Because the one thing that people hate is seeing somebody doing better than them and doing things that they wish that they can do. And then some millionaires, they're unhappy with their life because they see a poor person or a person that don't got money really happy, smiling at all times. You know, the woman who chooses a dude that don't got money over the dude that got money, it makes them spiteful and miserable because they don't be understanding that money does not buy happiness at all times. Now, what I mean by that is I've had money at one point. And I bought myself some happiness by buying some things, but those things get old and tired, and you're never gonna have enough money. Most of us are never gonna have enough money to continue buying things that's gonna keep our attention and keep us happy. We're not gonna be able to do that. But people try to, but unless you're Jeff Bezos, which as you can see with even him, he can't he can't buy happiness because when he buys one thing, it's not good enough. He has to do something bigger, and it gets to a point of being like, it gets old. It gets old. It's like, why do it? Why do it? You know. So look, I put the link up. Ski, if you want to come up, Patty said she can't come up right now. If you want to come up, Ski, you got the floor before I let other people come up. But we're not doing a whole bunch of people yelling at each other, screaming at each other. So Ski, you got the floor. And if Ski doesn't come up in 2, 3 minutes, then I'll open it to anybody else. But we're not doing screaming at each other. We can talk about the points I made, where I'm wrong, where I'm right. We can talk about all that. We can talk about Kelsey, okay? But we're not doing no yelling at each other. All right, let's see who's coming up. All right, we got Ski. What's going on? What's going on, man? You got the floor. You can talk as long as you need to. Let me know when you're done, or I'll talk after you're done.
Just let me get set up.
You there?
What's up, Ben?
What's going on? I can hear you. I can hear you now. Did you hear me? I said you can talk as long as you need. I'm not gonna cut you off. Get your point off as long as you need. With anything I said, please refer to anybody from yesterday as Kelsey. If you want to go there, it's Kelsey, and you can talk about anything you want, where I was wrong, if I was right, etc. All right, you there?
Yeah, man. You gotta be careful when you pick people. So,
When
what
what?
would you like to talk about?
If you want to talk about the Kelsey situation, you said that I was wrong. If you want to talk about where I was wrong, if you want to talk about anything I said about women, anything I spoke on today about personal responsibility, accountability, any of that stuff.
Well, I gotta defend, Kelly, and you
No, no,
said
no,
that.
no, no, no. I'm not. I wasn't talking about Kelly. I'm talking about Kelsey. I'm not
Oh, okay,
talking
my,
about
my,
Kelly's
my, my bad,
situation. So
my
Kelsey,
bad. I'm black and slow. Um, yeah, man. So you said that Kelsey told someone to delete themselves when that's not what she said. What she said was so and so was being disrespectful after she went out her way to contact that individual, and because the individual said that they was going to delete themselves. So I think like maybe you probably heard it wrong, but I timestamped that video with when the altercation started.
I got it. I got it too. I got the whole video. But here's the situation. I want you to remember. The reason why I took it the way I took it was because it was unnecessary. Like you got to remember when that happened, all that was said, all that was said was, Kelsey, you're talking, you're like hogging the mic up. I even said in the chat, you got to remember, this is still an entertainment platform that I'm trying to build. Okay. And if you got a woman that comes up, cams up, shows her face, okay, she's not being allowed to talk unless you speak up for her, unless you say literally, okay, we got to let, like let Maddie get her opinion out. You shouldn't have to do that every time. You have to do that every single time.
Oh yeah, I totally get that, but I feel like you was backdooring her, saying that she's saying all this racist stuff. As you said, go ahead and talk about Mexicans. Go ahead and talk about Mexicans. Like you said that several times to her in the past. And
Okay. So go
mhm.
ahead.
Oh yeah, in the
No, go
past
ahead.
you always told her to talk about Mexicans, talk about blacks. So like you backdoored her, bro.
So, okay. So let me tell you what happened with that.
Tell me.
So I told her she's a comedian. So when she talks about, black folks or Mexicans or whoever, she's a comedian. That's what we do. But it gets to a point that when I get off of live and I hear the stuff she was saying about stuff she was saying that can literally get me canceled using the F bomb, all of that, knowing that I don't allow that stuff. And that was behind my back. And I just found out about that this morning. That's when it goes too far because it's to a point that I didn't know she's like when she's on live, I didn't know she'd be like going crazy. Like I don't watch the lives because they be too long. But I didn't know she'd be going there on all the lives without me on there, making me look crazy. There's a difference from being funny and talking about race and being ignorant, calling people F bomb. And that's the line that she's like like walking on. She doesn't care.
Well, she's just trying to make you happy because she hears you laughing and enjoying the time. So she's just like, you know what? What it is, you got to establish those boundaries, something that you're not good at. So since we're talking about accountability, you got to get those boundaries in there. And it just, when Kelsey was talking about that, I was one of the few people that said, yo, don't talk like that because, I wouldn't like people talk about my community. So why would I reference another community? Like, and that was some of the things that I was talking about. But everybody ignored me because I'm black and I know everything.
And it ain't that. It's the fact that, like, I'm not gonna lie. I play a part in her crashing out with the race talk because I call it comedy. She calls it I call it comedy. I don't really care about it, and I can see where I'm wrong on that. So you know what? I'm wrong on that. I gotta apologize. She's still ignorant, just like I'm ignorant. Because like at the same time, not because she's a comedian. That's what comedians do. They clown about like um generation or they clown on what's the word I'm looking for?
You mean make
They clown on
jokes?
stereotypes. Yeah.
Well,
Cindy, Cindy has to show her face. Hold on, Cindy, I'm at the park real quick. You have to show your face to come on, and you only got 5 seconds. You're not gonna show your face on the live, but you got to show it before you come on the live. I can't take a chance you flashing some boobs or something. So hold on. Let me Okay, Cindy, if you want to show your face real quick, I'll let you on, and then you can cam up real quick and then turn your camera off. But I can't have you on as that because you don't look real on your profile picture. So more likely you're a troll that's gonna like troll. So 5, 4, 3. Okay, they left. Yep, troll. So here's the situation. Actually, you know what? You got me on that. I'm letting her crash out like a crash test dummy because of the fact she's entertaining. I mean, she's just funny. Like when she does her race talk, that's her stick. But my thing is, I call it being a comedian, but she doesn't say she's like a comedian. She says that's really her. That's the reason why I said that's racist. Like all she has to do is buy into it. She can literally blow up on Twitter or whatever. You realize, like when she talks that way, that's how you get viral moments. But the thing is, like, she doesn't make it about comedy. She makes it that she really believes that, like that thought of like people being black dudes being angry and violent and this and that, instead of buying into it that it's just a joke. But you don't think she was out of control yesterday?
you mean with the whole driving the wealth altercation?
Yeah, like you don't think she needed discipline based on how she behaved? 'Cause I think it
Well,
was like
that I
when
would
it
say
came
that
down to it. Go ahead.
I would say driving the wealth was gaslighting her because it's just like it's kind of like he said. Well, Kelly wants to dominate the floor, but it's like as a 32-year-old celibate man, you expect him to be a bit more mature and lead by example. And what he did was kind of childish, and he made her go off, and then he blamed her for it. When it's like, yeah, everybody has personal responsibility, but driving the wealth, you over here trying to find you a wife. That could be your wife right there. You could piss her off.
No, I think it was right that he did that because you gotta remember it started to get cringe because you bring Maddie up and you know I'm all about um, people that show their face, and Maddie is like a real person and she says something. There's consequences behind all of her words, but unlike I'm gonna put a faceless woman over a faceless woman at all times. That's just what it is. So Maddie didn't get a word in because Kelly was hogging the mic. I mean, like you gotta remember no, what she was talking about, nobody cared. Nobody wanted to hear, and she just kept talking. She just wouldn't stop yapping. And it took you to tell her to like relax, let somebody else talk for a second. And then she kept doing it. It was her and OG just hogging the mic. And like Maddie was just not talking because she didn't get a chance to. And then like Kelly cut her off a bunch of times. And it was to the point of disrespect. It's to the point of like you kind of feel some jealousy there. And my thing is crap. I don't know what you do. Uh, it's kind of hold on, my apartment is on the second floor, left side. Crap, gotta go to the other, walk all the way to the other side. But yeah, I think it was jealousy. Like women feel that way sometimes. Like if they feel like a woman's taking their spot, and she got away with just like a few other women got away with not showing their face for so long that now they overstayed their welcome because now you got women that are showing their face that people are more, trying to be like trying to encourage to be a part of the channel, and they're also, throwing dollars at them, in regards to support. And now, I do better when I got face women on my channel. So why wouldn't I keep that going? If I see that I make more money, my views are higher with women that show their face, why wouldn't I keep that going? So that's the reason why I think, what Driving the Wolf, all he did was say, Kelly, and I think he could have said it in a nicer way, but he straight up just told her like, you're hogging the mic, you're doing all the talking. And she, instead of saying, you know what, you're right, I am, she decided to like just flip out and talk to him like not like a man. And then she said, shut the F up. Like, good and dang on well, Ski, no woman is gonna say that to you to your face. Doesn't happen.
I mean, they say it all the time. I
Not
go
like
through that.
that.
I get so shut the f up. I'm in a what you call it, an abusive relationship where I shut the f up and this and that. So it's like all I gotta say is drawing the wealth act more man like and be like, oh, even though that somebody flip out on them, Kevin Samuels would have been pretty important driving the wealth and his.
Okay, we got Maddie up. OG, I'm sorry, OG. I know you want to come on, but I can't. Shout out to Maddie. I can't OG right now. You got to give it some time because it ain't no way we're gonna have four mics right now. We're gonna just do the three of us. But OG, in like an hour or whatever, or half an hour, you can come on, make your opinion. So I get that. So Maddie, we'll get straight into the question. See if I'm over analyzing this. When you were trying to talk, I felt like you kept getting cut off. Do you feel like crap? How did it get the heck out? I do. Do you feel like you were excessively being cut off and like not being allowed to talk, or do you think it was just just happened?
When the last live or
Yeah, the
last
last
night?
live when you came on. Yeah.
Um, I mean, I thought it was fun. I think that everybody just kind of got caught up in their own thing. I mean, I'm patient enough to wait my turn. I mean, whatever I have to say, I'll get out eventually. So I don't think it was too bad.
Okay. Um, so when I do these YouTube channel or panels, I don't. The reason why I don't like a lot of people because you have people that nobody really wants to hear from. Oh, hold on one second, guys. Excuse. How do you get out of here? Okay. Do I just open it up? Okay. Thanks. But yeah, yeah. When I do these, I don't get to. I don't really begin to talk all that like that because people be hogging and be saying like stuff that people don't really care about. That's the reason why like yesterday I'm like, you gotta share the mic, and you have people that dominate the mic. And I'm pretty sure you noticed that when your first live when you came on and I brought in like 5 people, 6 people, y'all didn't get to talk really after that.
I mean, I don't know. Did you see the live last night? I don't know. I think it
Yeah, I
was.
saw
I
like an
think it
hour
could
of it and I
be.
fell asleep.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't know if it was like backstage or it actually went live, but it was a freaking. It was a vibe. It was a good time. We all talked and got along pretty well. I think I forgot who got kicked. Someone did. I don't necessarily remember. Everything was kind of a blur. But
You
yeah.
talking about Kelsey? You talking about the Kelsey that got kicked?
No, I got kicked because H Way. I asked H Way if he would add Kelly. I'm not Kelly Maddie to his relationship, as in like a double date. And people wanted to twist the narrative in their ways. Driving wealth with his trolling and stuff like that. So It was pretty on par with his behavior. So yeah, that's all.
Oh no, I mean y'all was that's what I'm saying. Like Maddie, that was a vibe last night because everybody respected each other, everybody got to talk, and that's all I was trying to do when I booted her. But she took it to the next level because she doesn't understand. Maddie, I'm pretty sure if you didn't like the way it was going, you would just exit the live and just not come back. But like with her, she doesn't understand to do that. She starts like cussing people out, and then she's like texting me like she literally texted me like or called me like 5 times and sent me like probably 50 messages last night. And I'm just like, dude, like I don't want to babysit people. And it's like this is her behavior. She thinks that like if I don't give her away, then she can hit me up and I'm gonna bow down to her because she said I'm never coming to your channel again if you don't boot this person off or if you don't add me back right now. And I'm like, who are you? Like you don't have a face. I know your real name. I'm not gonna dox her ever. I don't dox nobody, but I know your real name. And I'm like, you're not who you are. Like your pictures are fake. And I went there because I'm like, dude, you're not a real person. You trolled me and you want me to like you say you respect me and support me, but you've been a whole fake person this whole time. So I don't know, Maddie. It's always fake. It's always people with fake pictures that literally are like they give me the most stress.
I get it.
But let's talk about some of the things I said about women. Um, I don't know if Ski, you want to go first in regards to anything you feel I was wrong with about in regards to like what men want out of women or with women, what we're looking for with women. You
Oh
have
yeah,
anything to add to that?
everything you said. It's just like it's kind of like I'm focusing too much on the person that's saying it because before you tell someone else what they want, you have to be like a wanted item. It's kind of like if you think about like the Model T Ford, it's like the Model T Ford can't really tell customers
Yep.
what they want when it's like this is the only car you're gonna get what I give you. But now you're saying like tattoos and stuff like that, whereas like you better off saying you don't want that because there's a lot of reason why these girls get these tattoos in the first place, and it's not for your ass.
Okay. So the tattoos is you're gonna die on that hill that you think that men
I don't like.
want a woman with Mickey Mouse tattoos. You know, like tattoos all over her body that don't make sense. Like she got like the ex boyfriend on like her arm, and she got like like a picture of her like freaking baby on like her freaking like hand. Like they got the
I mean,
cheetah print on her leg.
you got your name on yourself or your dad's
Yeah,
name.
but remember, women don't care about her looks. Most women don't care about her looks when
Yeah,
it comes
but
down
you got
to it.
your name on your arm, so it's just like why can't she have her name on her arm or her mother's name on the arm or her cousin or her
I
baby
think
daddy?
you can get whatever you want. I mean, everybody will feel like some type of way or differently about it. Um, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's your body. I mean, if you want to mark it up, mess it up, do whatever you want with it, I mean, that's what you have to live with. I think tattoos are nice. Honestly, I mean, I don't mind a guy with a couple tattoos or a sleeve or anything like that. I think the biggest thing that I dislike is people say that you can get like addicted to tattoos. Like my sisters had got one and now they want more and more and more. And I think that at that point people are just making appointments and just getting random shit on their body. Like there's no meaning to it. There's no like it's just random shit and like again, all the power to you. But like why would your skin is a fucking coloring book? Like why would you put random shit on your body?
So,
Yeah,
Dad, your name.
say that again. My audio went out. I heard most of it though. I got
I,
another delivery. Let me put my helmet back on real quick.
oh, I said why you got your name on your arm.
So what I did was this is when I was see once again this is when I was making mistakes.
So how you able to judge these people mistakes if you make mistakes all the time?
Mhm. What the hell?
He has no response.
Who?
What is it?
You can't hear me?
No, we couldn't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Like, I mean,
We still can't hear you.
hold on.
I can hear him.
I
Come on.
can't.
Okay. Let me fix my Okay, I gotta reset.
Hey.
Okay. So you have different beauty standards, okay? So when it comes to men, most women don't care. It's about the resources aspect of it for most women. So they don't really care about your looks. You could be a fat dude like Rick Ross and get chicks, or you could be a normal dude that looks like freaking like Pookie, and you still get chicks as long as you got the financial resources that can hold down that woman. Now with women, we don't want nothing really other than beauty, trust, love, peace. So when you're killing your beauty, because most of the tattoos that people be getting at young ages are stupid. Like I got my tattoos when I was young and they're stupid. And once again, if I can walk it back, I would have never got these tattoos. But with women, like it's known, and most women know this. Like that tattoo they get on their back, the slut tat. Most women know. Actually, Maddie, do you know that? Like, if you get the tattoo on your lower back, then that's like the slut tat.
Yeah, it's a tramp stamp.
You guys there?
Yeah. No, you're good. I think that that was like a huge thing.
Uh oh, I think my audio might be out. Hold on.
I can still hear.
You keep going, Maddie. We don't need Dennis.
Yeah, I don't know why my audio keep cutting out. Did you hear that question,
Yeah.
Maddie?
Um,
Okay.
but what I was saying though is I think that was like a big thing back in the day. Like if you look at your moms and their friends, chances are they probably have a lower back tat. Like my mom has a butterfly. There's a lot of women that because low rise jeans were like the big thing and everybody wanted to show their lower back and stuff. And so I think a lot of people in like their 40s have one like that.
Dennis, does
No,
your
that's
mom
see,
make tattoos?
my my mom don't got that, but no, that's what I'm saying, Maddie. That's fine. I'm not talking about the 40. I think like 40 and up for the most part is all good. That was cool back in the day. But now when you watch, if you watch any porn movies or porn videos, like it seems like all the chicks that are like in their 20s and like early 30s, they all got that tattoo. But then if you like are dating regular chicks, they don't have that tattoo because that's just known as the tramp stamp. So like, why get it if you know that's the tramp stamp?
I'm
Well,
thinking
because
you're speaking from a view of a 16-year-old, though.
yeah,
No, it's a group,
I
a
mean
view as a adult.
everybody wants something like I mean when you're young, a lot of the stories that people say was like, "Oh, I got my first tattoo when I was 16. I got this when I was drunk. This is my first time doing drugs." Like everybody has a story. There's usually a story behind every tattoo unless some people literally just want to get random goofy shit on them. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Nope.
that's how many times like I've asked my mom stuff like that. I'm like, "Why the hell do you have that?" And she's like, "Oh, well, this one's for your dad. This one wasn't completed. This was supposed to be for you guys." And then it's like so many unfinished things or so many random things. And it was because, that was cool back then or that's what everybody was doing. And then I mean, my family always told me they were like, be sure what you want. Like they wanted me to get one when I was older, if I still wanted one, because they were like, you're gonna regret it in so many years. Like once your skin starts to sag and you get older, you're gonna be like, why the fuck do I have this on my body?
Well,
Yeah.
Dennis, it
And I,
seems like you use porn for a lot of basis for your arguments. So it's like, how can you compare porn to like somebody's real actual life?
okay, so Ski, what you're not understanding, what Maddie just said, for example, that why would you get something that you're ultimately going to regret? It's due to the fact that, okay, when you look at the culture, when you look at people that are out and about, most of the chicks with like a bunch of ugly tattoos, and they're ugly in regards to like they don't mean anything, they don't make sense. They're just things that people would get in our culture. Usually those chicks are hood, and they're usually with hood dudes, and they're just that's an example of somebody that makes poor choices. I make poor choices. That's the reason why you see the tattoos on me. So I'm gonna tell my daughter, as I told her, don't get tattoos right now, even though she wanted to, because it's literally a poor decision right now because you don't know what you want. You don't know what you want to do, but you're gonna get this because it's like a moment you're just getting just to appease your youth, your mindset for now. But you don't know what because the thing here's the thing: you can get a job, you can get a tattoo everywhere you can cover up, but most women can't cover up the tattoo if you're working a job because you want to wear a dress, and it's actually like taking you away from a lot of career choices that women want, like being a reporter, being even a nurse. Like you got to be able to cover all that up. Now, of course, you do have nurses that will still have the tattoos all over their body, but a lot of places have an image, and it keeps you away from having opportunities unless you wear long sleeve shirts your whole life. Like just like doctors, you have doctors, male doctors that have the sleeves because at one point they were like bikers and they were just about tattoo life, or they might just like the tattoos, but they cover them up, and you can never tell that dude got his whole body tatted up because he has to wear sleeves all day. So if you're okay with that, then do it. But a lot of people just aren't.
Well, Dennis, I see where you're coming from. I might get in trouble here, because you know, Maddie, just let me know if this makes you feel uncomfortable. Because I know the way Dennis is thinking. Dennis saying hood, but there's a lot of white people with shin tattoos, tattoos on the back of their calves. So what do you
Mhm.
say to them about their calf tattoos? Because I don't understand it, but I don't have any opinions about them. I'm like, you know what? They're American. They can live their life, and who am I to say that that's raunchy and stuff like that? So, Dennis, how do you feel about calf tattoos? Like, that's part of the other community. Do you say that they made mistakes?
Um, okay.
Go.
Um, okay. Go ahead. You want to ask her first? Go
Wait,
ahead,
wait. I
Maddie,
want
if
I
you
want
want
to
to go
interrupt. And
first.
Maddie, if you feel uncomfortable, let me know, because that's not my goal. And I respect
Yeah,
everybody
no,
here.
no, that's fine. You're completely fine. So, Dennis, are you gonna talk about that?
Yeah, yeah, I'll respond to that. Here's the thing. If I have a, appreciate that, thanks. If I have a lawyer, okay, if I gotta pick a lawyer, okay, and I got a lawyer that got a bunch of tattoos all over him, and then you have a lawyer with no tattoos, I'm gonna go with that lawyer no tattoos. If I see a doctor who's gonna do surgery, life changing, life altering surgery, I'm gonna pick the guy without tattoos because tattoos to me, unless they're done properly, unless they like look good, it screams like poor choices, and that's just what it is. I'm sorry, that's just what most people are gonna how most people are gonna think. And my thing is this. Like, if you are okay being a fast food worker or like a, like a 9 to 5, or I'm talking about like minimum wage person your whole life, then get the tattoos and make all those poor choices. But if you actually want to be in a corporate world, or if you want to have a professional career where people are going to judge you based on your look, you know, then you're not going to get the tattoos because most people of that nature don't do that. Like I know when I go to places, I can't wear a short sleeve shirt unless it's longer. I wear a long when I used to do, have the meetings, production meetings, etc. I would wear freaking long sleeve shirts at all times. All I wore was my express shirts because of the fact I got these stupid tattoos on my body that I haven't taken off. So I'm just saying that's the reason why most people like hood, they don't care. They'll get face tattoos. You know good and dang on well that's lining you up to freaking be a worker your whole life. Never, because nobody's gonna take you
Hmm,
serious with a face tattoo. But you
I
see
feel
the
that.
people in the hood and white folks, and I'm sorry, I didn't just the white folks. White folks, you don't see nobody other than trailer trash, like
What
biker type
are you
white folks.
talking
When they
about?
get, what I'm saying is biker white folks that are like trailer trash for the most part, like low class white people. When they get
What?
tattoos like that, okay,
You
if they're in a professional career, they're covered up. You can never see them. They're not
what?
working like at a job that's like a professional job that you're, getting paid based off your image or off of your whatever with a tattoo that's like openly out to be seen. It's always covered up. Unless you correct me on that. I mean, I don't see that. Maybe
I,
I'm
I
wrong,
will I
Maddie.
will
You're
correct you on that, because I'm pretty sure Maddie knows a lot of people that are family men with tattoos. Because there's a lot of mechanics, a lot of construction workers, a lot of truckers, and for you to come out here and judge them to say that they're minimum wage workers, Maddie, can you please go in on how many people you know with tattoos that make more than minimum wage? Matter of fact, raise a family. Go.
I'm talking about ones that don't you can't cover up,
Dennis,
Maddie.
it's
Okay,
it's
because
Maddie's turn. I don't want to do this, but
no,
it's Maddie's turn. We're gonna let her talk.
no, no,
Ma'am,
no,
you
no,
got
no,
the
you
floor.
good. But Maddie, we got to add context to it. We're talking about tattoos that can't be covered up. Okay, now go for it.
I mean, I get that. I think that, you know, if you work, I do think they need to be covered up. I don't think you should have any neck tats and stuff, like face tats and stuff. But then again, everything can be covered up nowadays. Makeups came a long way. Um, but there, I mean, I know plenty of people that make a ton of money and are covered in them.
Thank you, Maddie. And please go and tell us what jobs they work because Dennis obviously doesn't know. His mind is closed. You know, he's like a closed door. He's like a basement. One way out, but if that door is closed, he's down there for life. Go.
Mhm. Okay, my aunt, she actually works in a rehab facility. She is like, I don't know if she's president or vice president of the company. And I mean, she has a ton. My dad's best friend was a lawyer. He had like believe right here, really big down his side. He had his wife's face on his neck. And I mean, they're pretty well off. But I think the amount of tattoos you have or the placement or anything like that. Sorry.
No, no,
Um,
don't apologize. You're wonderful.
no, my dog is going crazy.
Does your dog have any tattoos?
What?
Does your dog have any tattoos?
Oh yeah, he's covered.
Thank
He's,
you.
he's got plenty.
Now, Maddie, you know, I love to get other people's opinions. Based on what Dennis said, how did you feel when Dennis was just going in saying that, you know, white people with tattoos are trailer trash, they can't amount to anything more than McDonald's?
I don't agree with it, but I mean, again, that's his opinion.
Now, since you don't agree with it, and I want to know, what do you think Dennis must do for him to change, to learn, to get to know other communities better?
Okay, hold on. Let me respond. Let me respond. Ski, you're doing good. Please don't start the trolling. Okay, Maddie, this is the point. You have those individuals that are, the president and your aunt. So your aunt, with her having that role, and she got tattoos all over herself, as you said. You telling me what she does, the executive meetings, et cetera, et cetera. She's openly out with her tattoos showing, and they don't care. And I know a lot of nurses with tattoos, so I'm not saying they don't
Oh,
have
She
them.
she's not a
But
nurse,
you telling me,
president, Dennis.
she
Like, don't
dresses
put her down.
appropriately as well. She knows how to cover things and wear just I don't know, like a professional woman, I guess you could say, like the turtlenecks, the long sleeves, the dress pants, everything like that. Um,
but that's the point I'm making. See, what I'm saying is this is what. See, I knew Ski was gonna take that what
No,
you
but the thing
said
is, if you
and
see
run with
her
it. No,
at
no, no, Ski, just
Kroger,
hold on.
you have
Ski,
all these
just real
negative views
quick.
about her
No,
aunt, and
no,
I'm not
Ski,
going to keep mad.
Ski, just real quick. Come on, man, please, because now you're about to start the trolling. Please,
No, but the
man,
whole thing is,
dude,
you
can you
you
just
you look
please
at her at
stay on
Kroger,
task?
you're going to say those mean things about her, and that's not
Ski, come
right.
on, Ski,
he
can we
didn't say
keep it on the
anything about
topic and not move
money
over it?
personally. He didn't say
Okay.
anything, none of that.
Like Ski about to start, like you just can't help yourself. Ski, you can just please be normal for just like
No,
for
I'm
freaking an
being normal.
hour.
Like, you
Bro,
see a
well, let
black
me
person
talk.
with
Look, stop
tattoos,
cutting,
you
bro, stop cutting me off. Just let me respond. I let you respond, and then she responded, so let me respond. Like, come on, man. Like, just show respect, like I showed you. Now back to the point.
I
Okay,
apologize.
once again, she just said her aunt covers up, knows how to cover up. Once again, it's a difference from people with tattoos and they don't cover up and they do what they do, and people without. Her lawyer uncle or the person you said is a lawyer, or your dad's best friend, he is a lawyer. So of course, like I mean, people are gonna judge him if he got a tattoo on his freaking face. But if he's a good lawyer, I'm pretty sure he got the money to where it doesn't matter because he's that good. He has a reputation. But if you're a new lawyer, like if you just got your degree and you just got past the bar, you're not gonna freaking risk walking. Like you're not gonna interview with tattoos on your face. You're not gonna interview with freaking tattoos on your arm. You're gonna cover all that up. Just like your aunt, she literally covers. Maddie just said it. She covers up everything. She doesn't walk into a business meeting or any meeting, conference meeting, or whatever, with tattoos showing. She has to cover it up. So that's the reason why I'm saying most people who are in a
Mhm.
professional environment are not going to get tattoos because it's unprofessional. They're never going to get into a higher role. Now, Ski, you can say anything you want. Just please, I'm gonna let you go. I'm not gonna cut you off. Just let's have some decorum here and just show me
Oh
respect.
yeah.
I'll show you respect. Now, go ahead, Ski. Anything you want to say, go for it.
And first and foremost, I'd like to apologize to you. It's just that when I was hearing you say those things about the Caucasian race, it just really hurt my feelings. Because, like, if you see your aunt at, let's say, Kroger or, like, you know, Green Giant or Giant, you know, whatever, And like you're saying all those things, you don't know her. Why don't you take the time to get to know her? Because she can actually put you on. Because the one thing I learned growing up was the person that's covered in tattoos, they don't have to work a job. A lot of those people that covered in tattoos are business owners. And I'm pretty sure Maddie's going to be like, well, you know what? Think about it now. A lot of people that have tattoos, they might own a tow truck company, they might own a lumberjack yard. But here you are being closed minded, and it really hurts my feelings because I want you to get opportunity.
Oh God. Come on, man. Please,
No,
man. What are you
I'm being
doing, man?
honest. I'm
Dude,
being honest.
dude, you're
You see
freaking
it?
one of the most racist people on this channel to white people. What are you talking about, dude?
No,
Why do you
because
have to do this, man? Why
Dennis,
can't you just be serious for one
I'm being
second, man? Dude, I
serious,
don't want to do this with you right now.
but
Stop.
I'm
You
being
know good
serious.
and dang on well,
You
dude, you
see
know
a
good and
black
dang on
person
well
with a
that
tattoo.
there's not dude, when was the last time you ran into a lumberjack a guy or that owns a
Well,
lumberjack? When was the,
first and foremost,
how many professional tow company owners you seen? Come on, bro.
my
You know
car
good and
gets
dang on
towed all
well.
the time.
They're not
Well, it got towed like three
bro.
times. I
Like
had it, and they own the
why
tow.
can't you just bro, why can't you just
I'm
be
being
serious for a second,
real.
man?
Dennis,
This
one
is
of the
why
people that I
you
work
derailed the
for.
conversation,
No, I'm being real. One of the
dude.
people that I work for a collective agency.
You asked me about the white people. You literally sat there and said, "What
Yes,
about
because you kept
the
on
white
saying
people with
ghetto,
tattoos?" Now
but
you're
you
making
see
it
a
seem
black
like
person with
no,
tattoos,
you're
you
making
think
it seem like I am disrespecting white people. I'm talking about in my experience, my opinion of being in Ohio, in DC, in Nevada, being in California. When I see white people with tattoos, usually they're not professionals.
I
Usually
don't
they are
see
doing it unless they have them to where they can cover them up. But they can't cover them up, dude. They
this.
don't
A
like
Next
if you ask
topic.
any.
lot
Let's
of
go.
people in Lamborghinis, a lot of these white people that have Lamborghinis and
Oh, here
Ferraris,
we go.
they
Here
have
we go, bro.
tattoos. But the
Bro,
whole
come
thing
on,
is, what
man.
I didn't like was
You're
you
not
kept
being serious
saying
right now,
ghetto.
bro. Do you not being, you know, dude, you're not
Okay,
being
okay,
serious right now. If
Maddie,
you're not gonna have a serious
can you please let
conversation,
us
then
know
I'm gonna bring
the
somebody
people?
else up,
Okay, Maddie, can you
dude.
please let us know the
Maddie.
people in your community?
You see what we talked about, Maddie, before.
Oh
This
my.
is what I'm talking about.
Okay,
You
but
are a
I'm trying to have
troll,
Maddie share
dude.
her
Why can't
experience.
you be real, dude?
I,
How many people own
Dennis,
Lamborghinis,
you're not white. You can't tell her about her
dude?
community. I'm trying
Dude?
to
How
get to
many
know her
people in
community.
Ohio own, dude? How many people in Ohio own Lamborghinis? How many people in Kentucky? How many
You
people in
don't
freaking Iowa? How
know.
many people in majority, dude? You're playing
Everybody
a
in Ohio
game
is
right
not
now.
broke. Cincinnati
Oh my
is
god.
the hub of business. A lot of people have their headquarters in Cincinnati, Ohio. If you know anything, everybody in Ohio is not like you. People in Ohio get bread. There's millionaires in every state. But let Maddie talk because Maddie knows her community.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ski. Ski's gonna be mad. He's gonna be emailing me, but Ski, I had enough of that. Like, you see, Maddie, this is what I mean by like my channel. I continue allowing the same people to come up and troll, and it gets annoying. So, OG, if you want to come up, you can come up next. But I'm not doing that. And it ain't a fact of me being wrong and him right. It's the fact that like we're literally talking about like you asked me about the white folks, and I gave him my opinion, and to make it seem like I'm being racist, or whatever, because I said what I said. This is what I mean by trolling, dude. Like, and then you want to bring up Lamborghinis. Like, dude, we're not talking about people who are freaking. I'm talking about the average American. Nobody's gonna have tattoos if they're trying to be a professional, because more than likely, it's gonna make you look like you make poor decisions unless it makes sense. Okay? So, Ski,
I
you can
get
come back another time. But I'm not doing that right now. But go ahead, Maddie. I apologize. And you could anything I said wrong, you could check me on it right now. Own me. But he doesn't get to just stop making it a joke. Why can't you just be serious for once? I don't get why he does this. But go ahead, and then after you, Maddie, OG, you can speak on that topic of the tattoos.
Do we want to stick to the tattoo topic or should we just move on?
Um, okay, I think we should just keep it moving. I mean, I let OG respond to it if he wants. Go ahead, OG, and then after that, we're gonna move it past that, and I want to ask Maddie, um, the question about pretty much what I said about women. If there's anything she disagreed, but go ahead, OG. Do you want to respond to the tattoo situation?
I kind of do want to respond to the tattoo situation. I just think you're not arguing in good faith. You're not being charitable in your argument. I think a lot of good points were made about being tattooed and still being successful. A lot of the people I know with tattoos actually go above and beyond professionalism because of the tattoos. So I just think you're not giving credence to the other side of the argument. I understand your point, but a great conversation is where you allow the good points of an argument to be said and to acknowledge them and to not just belittle them and dismiss them.
Bro, real quick, please, for the sake of my channel. can you please just speak like a normal person? No, no offense. I'm sorry. I'm just like, look, when okay, man, I don't know how to say this. Can you please just make that make sense so I can understand it? I don't know what you just said. You like went into like how I'm doing the channel and the responses, and then you didn't even talk about the topic. Just talk about the topic. Like, why do you think that it's okay for people to get tattoos and not be, for the most part, judged?
Okay, and this is why. And see, I was talking to the topic. It's studies on this. OG is born. All I do is listen to lectures and look at studies. It's studies on this. The study right now is showing that people with tattoos are more likely to get jobs because they seem like they'll be more conducive to applying themselves to the work culture that they're trying to get you to buy in on. I'm telling you, DJ, a lot of your ideas and thoughts are antiquated. I was just speaking to the tattoo conversations, and I didn't want to reiterate points that were already made. And real
Did
quick,
did
this
I
is how
just
I
cut out, or
talk.
was that you, OG?
Say what?
Did you
And real
cut out,
quick,
OG, or is that me?
it might be you. Did I cut out? Can you hear me? This is crazy. This is how I talk. This is not me coming up on a live and just trying to flex my intellect. I really talk like this. I have expanded vocabulary and I'm proud to have it. So I'm always using words that better define how I feel.
I noticed that too. I think I think that's beautiful the way that you talk. You do seem to have a wider vocabulary, and I think that a lot of people can learn from you.
Real quick, this is a good pivot, hard pivot for the conversation. What people got to understand is synonyms are the worst thing that kids are taught. We have different words for the same things because the words you use conveys the emotion, not just the tone and the loudness of your voice. That's why it became imperative to me for knowing more words because I have a lisp and I really try to avoid words with s's in them. I'll just be real. So I expanded my vocabulary solely because of that. But I am a studious man. And I study these things. When I started getting I ain't get my tattoos at 32. My ex took me to get my first tattoo known as the autism tattoo. It's just the puzzle pieces and my son name's right underneath it, and it's right there on my forearm. And whenever I go interview, it's always acknowledged. It's always an icebreaker, and it always helps me get jobs. So despite my age and my experience, tattoos have been beneficial to me. You're using anecdotal evidence, and I agree, DJ. I've seen unprofessional people with tattoos. Tattoos underneath your eyes, nobody trusts you. On your hand, diabolical. But you can't do these broad generalizations just because you disagree with a thing.
Okay, so where your tattoos at?
All my tattoos are on my left arm. So I got one on my forearm. Above that tattoo is my Capricorn. And above that tattoo is my tattoo I showed y'all with the pyramid. And then on my right arm, I got a Los Delta Muerta tattoo, which is just a sugar skull. It is really small. I wanted it bigger, but my friend was learning the tattoo, and I said, give it a shot. So, yes, most of my tattoos are coverable, but I'm not ashamed that I've lived a full life, DJ.
Okay, so let me bring it back. Let me bring it back. Okay, OG, and then we're gonna move to another topic. All I was trying to explain to you and say is that when it comes to a career, I'm not telling my kid, okay, a young woman, for DD, I'm not telling my daughter, or I'm not telling somebody that wants a professional career that it's a good idea to get a tattoo, because we know 9 times out of 10 you're going to get judged and it's going to make your life harder. So why put somebody in a position to have a harder life for unnecessary reason? Because most of the people with tattoos and most of the people that got tattoos, they don't look good unless you go to a professional place. And for Didi, wow, this one. Okay. Yep, thanks. So pretty much like most people when they go to a tattoo place, they'll try to go to a place when we're young. We go to a place that's cheap, or we go to the backyard, the dude that does them in the back of the house. And they don't look good. They look like crap. So my only thing is like, why not wait until you are, a little older, you making more money, and you can get a better tattoo that looks good, because having a bunch of different tattoos all over your arm looks like trash. Now, of course, I get it. You're gonna say because you have that, um, it don't look like trash and it's whatever, but it looks like trash. I mean, now you can tell me differently. I got tattoos on my arm and they look like trash. Now, OG, do you want to show your tattoos? Do you mind? Y'all all saw my
Yeah, I
tattoos.
show.
They look trash.
I show.
Mine look trash. Let me show y'all. You see, this is trash. I got these when I was like freaking 19, 20 years old. The
Mine
cross, and
don't
I got
look
my
like trash.
dad's name
Mine look
underneath them.
amazing. My tattoos look amazing. I don't know what you're
And
talking
I want to leave yours out on judge. And then I got skull, and I got skull and bone, which is stupid, because I was young and dumb. Now let me see yours, OG. So I don't know about that one, but the one up top looks dope. What about the one up top? No, the one up
Look, hey,
top by
listen,
your
listen,
elbow. That
listen.
one's dope. That one's the best. I
Listen,
like that.
the one up top was done by my friend in his garage, while this one down bottom was done by a professional tattoo parlor in Atlanta. It's one of the best ones in Atlanta. But I was scared to get a tattoo, so I didn't allow him to do a lot of tattooing. I was trying to get up out that chair. It's my first one, and I was nervous. And let me speak to that. If you ask any tattoo artist, they'll tell you most tattoos look bad, not because of the art, but because of tattoo maintenance.
Now,
It is.
here's the thing though, OG. The whole point of the matter is this though. Can we agree that if most people like they get different tattoos that say different things, if they're not done in a way that they all match and make sense, then it looks like trash. And that's the point. Like when you see celebrities, normally they get sleeves all at one time done, like rappers, because they look better. But when they get a bunch of like tattoos that don't match, they're from different tattoo artists, start to look like crap. And that's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm just speaking generally on the fact that most professionals and people
I
don't do
don't
tattoos.
I don't think that I have gotten to the point where I fully regret mine yet, but it's definitely I always said that I would never get a tattoo, and I think I just
Yeah,
got caught up in the moment, like, and I mean, she did a beautiful job, like, I mean, it's not anything stupid, I guess you would say,
yeah.
it's like writing, but kind of has I don't know, it's just kind of how I feel, like, it's a powerful message to me, and so that's that, but, I mean, I'm not too happy that I have something permanently on my body for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I mean, what made you? So when you got it, were you young and you were just like, "Hey, I want to get a tattoo," or did you really think it out?
What was a
I,
little bit of both. I'll show you. I don't know if it's hold on. I can try. If it'll hop on there. It says respect all, trust few. And that is like, oh, what got
yeah, right.
that?
That's
Yeah, and
that's actually
it can be covered. So
yeah. I mean,
anything
that's a
else?
dope. That's his thing. That's a dope spot to get it because most of the time when you wear a bikini, it's right there underneath it. That's good. But
Yeah,
like I don't see those tattoos that are like there. You got like right above, like the right below the belly button. You have like on your thigh, like up top, like right below like your bikini line, and then you have like the upper arm, like above the elbow for women. Those are
yeah,
normally the spots that most women get, and they don't look trash. But then when women starts to get the tattoos on their face and all of that, and I know it sounds like I'm talking about just hood chicks, but you have some white folks that get that. They're usually the biker chicks. They get tattoos all over their face and all over their hands and fingers. And it's like, I just, like most people that got that, it's hard for them to gain trust in certain professions because of the fact, you know, it screams something bad. But let's move on from that. What I said about women, I don't know how much of that you got, but any points that I made about women that you didn't agree with, or if all, let the chat know. Do you want
Sometimes
you want OG to go for why you think about what you didn't agree with?
wait, you're talking to me?
Yeah, I was talking to you. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
as a woman, tell me if you disagree with everything I said about women. Pretty much how what men pretty much. I don't know if you want to go into what men want from women, but the truth about women, when they get of age, danger zone, having the kids, um, you 2 kids, you at that point you need to be like begging that man some man to marry you, all this stuff I was saying. Is there any points that you didn't agree with, or was it the whole thing? If you wanted to elaborate on some of those.
Um, I think that there were some things that I had said in the chat, honestly, I think it was in the moment that there were some things I didn't agree with. I don't know if I remember I don't know if I remember them off the top of my head. Uh, but I'm trying to think. I
What
think
we can do
there
is let.
I
I was gonna
feel
say you could. Oh, go ahead.
I think that there this is just me, but I think that you put a lot of pressure on women in a way. Like I think that it does need to be mutual, but there should be an agreement like with I don't know. I don't know. I don't like this.
How about this? I'll let OG make his point on that. But we don't have to talk about that. We can move on from that. But I'm gonna let OG make his point. But I want you to keep in mind, my biggest thing is this: when men, we have a lot of pressure on us as men. We have to earn to ultimately get most women. Some women will be okay with you not having nothing, and if they feel like you can work to get something that the resources that would be needed to start a family, then they'll rock with you. But for the most part, women are hard on men. Like you have to sit out here and work 60, 70 hours sometimes if you're not a professional, of course, which most men aren't. You have to work hard to make sure your woman stays happy. And you get blessed sometimes with women that will rock with you while you're down. And then when you come up, they won't, ask for the world. But I
Mhm.
think with women, all we ask for is like simple things, like to have, you know, your beauty like kept as long as you can, to like be our peace, to not stress us, to like be reasonable, and ultimately to be motherly to the kids. So would any of that be too much to ask for?
You know.
I don't think you're asking for too much, DJ. I want to say the pressure men are under is to be in relationships with women. We work hard, we dress nice, we do all that to be with women. Women are the goal. Now let's be charitable. On the other side, it's the same from women. All that pressure to put out and not put out, to be tattooed up like a Russian doll and not be tattooed up like a Russian doll. It's a lot of pressure on women from society to be the ideal
Okay.
more than just who they are. So I think if we really have a charitable argument, the
Like
com
what I'm trying to do, I'm not trying to have 50 people screaming at each other. So that's the reason why I kind of wanted to be like one-on-one. But you can interrupt and interject. But like, when you don't have points being made because you're getting cut off, I felt like it was frustrating all around. But what would y'all want to talk about? If y'all don't want to talk about, the women, which was the topic of this live, was more of like how I found Kelsey disrespectful the way she behaved yesterday. Um, we can move on to something else, and I can
I, I
bring
want
back on ski.
I wanted to talk about that. I think the difficulty with Kelly is she's trying to be a good content creator, bring some drama, bring some action. So it's more about moderation than maybe intent, if
Okay.
that makes any sense.
Now, but do you
Is
think it was okay to? Because here's the thing. Oh, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna ask if maybe the chat wanted to choose the topic.
Yeah, you pay attention to that, Maddie, in the chat. Let me know when you see a topic that we can speak on. But yeah, I think that when it comes down to it, like I left the panel because I don't want to be doing live for that many people. And when all Driving Wolf was doing was trying to open it up for Maddie to get words in, and I think he could have been a little bit nicer about it. But I think like he took a lot of disrespect from her the same way with the shut the f up the day before. So I think that he was like that was all built up inside. Because I mean, when you're a man, you're getting told to shut the f up 20 times on
Mm.
one live. Like, isn't that like deflating? Isn't that like, doesn't that hurt your
I
ego?
have
I mean,
It's
anybody.
emasculating. It's emasculating. I felt how DTW responded was correct because it was 2 days in a row. That's why I was speaking on moderation. It's
I
one thing to feel away the first day, but when you repeat behavior, then that's indicative of how you feel about somebody.
well, I would like to say that the way Drowning Wealth went at it, because I was hearing Matt. Yesterday I was like this. You know what? Maddie told a very great story of how older man taught her to respect herself. So it's like what Kelly did was what Maddie reminded me. If a man disrespects you, you are able to check him in place. And I think for you guys to say that Drowning Wealth is okay to do that, I think that's a bit abusive. Now, Maddie, the way Kelly, or my bad, Kelsey responded, do you feel like women should just be told what to do and you're not allowed to, you're supposed to take this treatment?
No. I mean, I don't think you should be told what to do. I think that if a guy
Keep going.
is fully in his like masculine energy, he's confident in himself and just enjoys being a man. There's softness in that. It doesn't have to be all tough and rough. Like you guys can be soft on the inside too and be delicate as well. But we had talked about this previously. Some women, not speaking for all, but will naturally submit to a man that she sees as her protector, somebody that is her best friend. And like, it's nice to be in a relationship with your best friend and who's also like your bodyguard. But I don't think a woman should go out of her way to start things or to get involved in anything malicious or nasty when you guys are out and just see him as a bodyguard or a paycheck or gas money or anything like that. Uh, we had also talked previously about
The party. Dennis, were you here when, because, I love learning about our new panelists. Maddie, you told that story. Dennis, did you happen to hear Maddie's story? Because her story was very powerful. And I think that every woman should kind of like learn the ropes. So, Dennis, did you hear Maddie's story about the karaoke night?
No, I want if Kelsey, I said
one.
Kelsey, if let me clean biz. Let me read the super chats. If she wants to tell that story again, if she doesn't mind. Appreciate that $2 super chat. Shout out to DJ. Shout out to the chat. And then the first for $2 and the second super chat. Yer, appreciate you, clean biz. If you don't mind telling that story again.
It wasn't a powerful story. It was late night when I had got back from a birthday party last night. It was the first party I've been to in years, and there wasn't very many people. It was there's not much to tell. I think you're kind of trolling a little bit. It wasn't powerful, it wasn't beautiful, it wasn't anything like that. I just came home drunk and I was just being a goof on
Hold on,
the
Hold on,
Well,
though, to
well,
speak
I
to it,
got to,
hold
Maddie.
on, don't you
Maddie,
hold on,
you
hold on,
had to whack a
wait.
man.
I know, I remember. Hold on, wait. No, I remember the story. Don't tell it. Cause see, why you trolling? Just leave it.
no,
Just
I'm not
like,
trolling.
what's the point?
The only reason why I said that is the way Dragonwell talked to her is something that if you're a high value man, you don't say "get the fuck out of here, bitch," "get the fuck out of here, bitch," because that's very abusive, and no woman should be talked to you like that. For someone that doesn't hit women or anything like that, you shouldn't be going for any verbal abuse because it doesn't matter physical. There's physical, mental, verbal. What he did was verbal abuse, and that's not what men should do. He should lead like a man.
Yeah, I
Here
don't
we
agree
go.
with that. But you know what she did
No,
though. But you know what she
no, but
did
that
though.
doesn't matter. I don't care if I don't care if Maddie calls me a B word or says I'm gay or says anything. As a man, I'm not going to talk to her the same way she talked to me. You know why? Because I'm the leader and I lead by example. I don't go for verbal abuse, especially on public platforms. Yeah, I might have talked back to like driving the wealth or other men like that because that's what I do. But you ain't never seen me talk to nobody but I can't even say her name because she was mad disrespectful. But other than that, like you guys don't have no record of me talking to any woman crazy on this platform.
Let me double down on that. I agree with that. I feel like I no longer have to defend blackness on this network. I think I exemplified and we've shown it. That's why I switched it to defender of women. I think some of these takes are negative against women. A woman should never have to whack a man. And I think as men, we should always rise above. No matter what a woman is doing, you should remember you still a man, you still a stronger force, you're still supposed to be stoic. You should leave the situation before you decide to be verbally abusive to a woman.
Thank you. And you know what? And forget the physical
Now,
strength.
okay, now you doubling down, Ski. Let everybody else get it down. We ain't gonna
I
take it too
apologize,
strong.
but you need to
You
be
make a
mentally
good point.
strong. Because a lot of men that bring up I don't physically abuse women, they typically verbally and mentally abuse women, and that's not okay. So, Maddie, I want to know how you feel about that.
About
Um,
verbal abuse.
I,
Do you feel like a lot of men that say, "Oh, I don't physically hit women"? Do you think they mentally or verbally abuse women? They beat them down mentally.
I think that's possible. I mean, there's some men that don't do any of that and actually respect women, but even if you're not putting your hands on her, you can we're still sensitive, we can act tough, but that words can hurt. Words cut you pretty freaking deep. And I think that emotional, verbal, mental abuse is it's pretty easy for it to, happen to you. You don't think it ever would, but I mean just by somebody you're in a relationship just by your boyfriend saying something nasty when you feel good about yourself and then gaslighting you and being like, "Oh no, like I wasn't saying that. I didn't mean to call you fat. Like I was just joking. It was a joke." And that's where it starts. It starts with the gaslighting and the manipulation, and then it increases and just it goes from there.
Now, I have one question, man, because I know you're a woman. I'm not going to try to say choose, but I want to know: do you respect a man that can basically, like, let's say, hold their tongue and tell you in a calm manner and treat you like a human being and not a dog? Well, that's kind of leading. But, like, do you respect a man that be like, hey, what you did back there? I didn't really like that. Someone that can talk to you like a damn adult, not a child.
Yeah, yeah. And we had talked about body language too. I can read
I'm gonna
like
play.
I
I'm gonna
can
play
take
the audio, by
signs.
the way.
I can take signs. I can read the room, the body language, whatever. If my man is I can just feel it. I can sense it. I'm like, if as soon as I get in the car, I'm like, what is going on with you? What's on your mind? Like, talk about it. What's happening? And most of the time, like guys will be like, oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. Like, I'll get over it. I'm a man. And I mean, I won't let him leave until we
Oh,
literally
hey,
talk
thank
about it.
you.
How long, Ski? Oh, okay.
And
Uh,
if you
Your
don't,
door.
you aren't willing to talk about it in that moment, you don't. Because some people just aren't willing to talk at that time. It could be pretty hard on them. It needs to be addressed and talked about later for sure.
I think you made a very good point because that's something I wanted to talk about. An argument shouldn't be life or death. We shouldn't have to answer it right now. When emotions flare up, we should be able to walk away and then
Yep.
come back and reconvene and have the conversation with a maybe more rational. And the point I want to make with this is because people are dating people who don't like each other. You dating her because she has the looks. She dating you because you have the finances. But people, y'all don't really like each other. Y'all don't have nothing in common, or even worse, y'all don't like what each other do. I think the more that we try to find our tribe or our partner, the person who's going to match who we are, the better the relationship is. So I think a lot of it is just because of the skewed way we view relationships.
well, I'm gonna ask a pretty
Real quick.
what?
OG, hold
Yeah.
on. Ski, real quick. Let me play the audio from your last night. And by the way, appreciate you, Clean Bins, for the super chats. We got another one that says $2. Shout out to the bagman in the chat. And hitting the gym, fam. I'll catch you y'all in a few. Appreciate you, Clean Bins. And Maddie, you already know. That's for the most part um, for your appearance on here. But let me play the audio from yesterday, okay? And y'all tell me,
Wait,
mind
wait.
you, I told,
What audio?
huh?
What
From last
audio are you
night that we're
talking about?
talking about. That we're talking
Mm-hmm.
about with uh the argument with him telling her to like the
Okay.
mic she's hogging the mic, which I literally put in the chat that we need to let Maddie get involved and like share the mic, but it was two people. No offense, to OG, but it was OG and Kelly hogging the mic, and OG got corrected, and he stopped, hogging the mic. And then Kelly was told, like, bro, you gotta let other people talk, and she took offense to it because But here's the thing that happens when I have women that come on my panel sometimes. They feel like they need to be the only woman on the panel, and when another woman comes on, then it starts to be a cat fight to where it happens all the time. Like it happened with Lori, Christina back then. It happened with I forgot the other two before that with that blue lady. So the whole point of what I'm saying is all he said was you're talking a little bit too long. This flip out was unnecessary. So I'm gonna play the
Yeah,
audio right now
but the whole thing is
because y'all making her seem like she's a saint, like she didn't like go too
I'm
far. But here we go.
not doing that. But as a man, if a woman yells at you, you don't yell at her back. That's just retarded. And I'm not going to sit up here and say
Hold
that
on,
driving.
ski. You're not let me play the audio or not. We're not doing
Play
this
the,
because you lied to make it seem like I'm discrediting what happened yesterday and making it seem like she went too far. So we're gonna play the audio because he did not go this far. Like all he said, I will say, maybe he
play the
shouldn't
audio.
have said act like a woman, act like a woman. I think that was, but the insinuation was behave like a woman because women don't act this way. But here we go. Play the audio.
DTW, you said you had a question or something you were putting acknowledge me to do. No. I'm good actually because Kelly wants to dominate the stream. So you know what I mean. I'm good. Kelly, can you please stop? I have not even said anything. I've been quiet and I didn't Kelly, say nothing. No. Hold up. No, woman, shut up. Woman, know your fucking place. Woman, woman, know your place. Woman, know your place. Woman, know your place. Woman, know your place.
And
Woman, because of crazy.
she said
Okay,
she went out of the way, and that whole thing is he gaslit her. But if a woman yells at you, you don't yell back. That right
hold
there
on.
is a
Where? How
weak
did he
man.
gaslight her by
Man with
telling her she's hogging the mic?
no, but we're gonna hold the men accountable because we're supposed to be above women, right? So by him saying, "Woman, shut up,"
He
he's
was
just
telling
egging it
her to
on.
stop talking, like hogging the
But
mic. That's it.
Dennis, we hold men accountable here. As a man, he does not represent me. Because if a woman's yelling at me, you don't yell back. He needs to show examples. That right there, if a woman's yelling at you, you don't yell back. If me and Maddie got into an argument, I'm not gonna yell back. I'm not gonna interrupt and say, woman, shut up. You shouldn't be born a woman.
He was
Da da
he
da da
was
da da
already
da da
upset
da
from
da da. I'm
yesterday.
not doing that.
Yesterday she was disrespecting
That's
him,
called
or 2 days
class.
ago. 2 days ago
But
she was disrespecting him.
but that doesn't matter.
You
As a
don't.
man,
Why are we playing?
how
It
can you
does
say that
matter
women
because she
are
did the same
emotional?
thing, dude. Why are you playing like you don't know this is Kelly? Kelly beefs with every single person on my
I
channel. Just
get
like
that,
no
but
offense
we
to
have to.
who else used to beef with everybody. Like it's always the same thing. So you got to hold her accountable. You're just trying to be different, man. Like it ain't
No, the
because
whole
she's
thing is
black.
we're
Stop
holding
saying
men
that because she's
accountable.
black.
No, the whole thing is this. So we're holding men. You know what? I'm gonna ask Maddie. Maddie, do you think Drowning Wealth handled that successfully, or he just unsuccessfully handled it very emotionally? And would you like a man like Drowning? Well, I'm not gonna say that. Do you think Drowning Wealth handled it successfully, or made it worse?
I mean, honestly, I don't think it de-escalated in any way. I mean, how can you de-escalate or approach somebody who's screaming in your face? You know,
Just real quick, because DTW was the mod, I think I agree with Ski. Instead of arguing, he should have just kicked her and then
No, he
explained.
was the mod. He was the
As I
mod
said,
at that. No, he was the
Dennis, you're
mod. When
not
I left,
listening.
I told him
OG,
I told him to handle the live. Hey,
so
but you're
he
he
not.
was
should
in
have just
charge of the
kicked her,
live.
Dennis.
Kelly, hold on,
He should
wait,
have just
guys,
kicked
let me
her.
hold on, make this clear. No, let me make this clear. I made him the mod of that live. I was supposed to take her off because she fell asleep on my live and left it on for 2 hours to where anybody could have came on there who was already on there and said something crazy, done something crazy, all because like she decided to fall asleep. She should have ended that live. That was that was
Yeah,
embarrassing.
but you
So
missed
at
what
that
I
point, I
said.
told Driving the Wolf he's responsible for the live.
And that's what I said. See, the problem men make is that we try to get the validation and do the act. Her behavior was the validation. He should have just kicked her and then explained, I kicked you for X. Not get disrespectful, not get into a shouting match with her
Thank you,
because he did have the power.
thank you. And he didn't. And Maddie. I don't know. Do you know much
No,
about
actually,
leadership?
actually, go ahead.
I was Maddie. Do you know much about leadership?
I'd like to think so.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you the three rules of, of leadership. First thing first, you look a man in his eyes. The second rule is you respect men, or you respect people that respect themselves. And the third one is you never steal, you always ask. AKA, you are in control and you're able to control situations. What Drowning Wolf did was despicable, and I think that would scare many women to come up here to say, "Women, women, know your place. Shut up, shut up, shut up." That's not how a man should talk to a woman. Now, Dennis, I might get in trouble here, but it's like I just want to know, like, what do you think Driving Wolf could do better?
What can Driving Wolf do? What, say it again?
What can Drowning Wolf have done better? Go.
Okay, so first off, I don't agree with any of that stuff he said at all. I think he should have just booted her, but he didn't know he had the power to because they both can come on anytime. I gave them both access. But I told him in the chat to make sure to end the live when he gets done. I should have made it more clear that he hold the live down because y'all wanted to continue. So I didn't, cut it on y'all. But here's the thing, okay? He took abuse from her 2 days ago that we all laughed about. We all laughed at him with her saying that she was
And Kelly's defense, if she did the abuse and we all rewarded it, why would she not do it again? Ski, go.
Okay, well, my whole thing is this though. As a man, you say nothing and you let her look wrong. But by you going up there saying you shouldn't be born a woman and shut up women, know your place, that doesn't help your case. You kind of want to look like the victim. How are we going to victimize this grown 32-year-old man over here? He's a 32-year-old man. By him saying that is not going to calm down the situation. But I just want to know, Maddie, like, have you ever been in a situation like that before? If you feel free to talk about it, feel free. If you don't, let me know because I'm not here to make anyone feel uncomfortable.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Like, has a man? What do you think? Have a man ever yelled in your face? And how did you feel about it? And if you can walk us through the experience, feel free. If you don't wish to, you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, there's been plenty of times that the argument has gotten pretty heated, and usually, I guess depending on what the argument is about, uh, I'm kind of like I'm
sorry
tough,
about that.
but
My
I'm
phone
kind of
cut out.
Dennis, Maddie was talking. Maddie, yes.
Ski, okay, I understand, but Ski, come on, man, bro, come on. But go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Maddie.
I'm sorry. I
I'm
was just saying that in case she wants to go back over. Dennis, did you happen to hear my question or no?
Go ahead, Maddie. Go and finish. I didn't. I apologize.
no, what I was saying is depending on the argument, I seem tough, I act tough. Um, I'm strong physically and mentally, but I'm a big crybaby. If a man's gonna yell in my face, chances are I'm probably just gonna break down and just walk away. Um, but yeah, so that's happened a couple times, and there's been plenty of times where it turns into a yelling fight. Like they don't respect you being the bigger person, and they will keep going and keep going and keep going, trying to get a reaction out of you. And once they get that reaction, you're the crazy one for raising your voice and for yelling. Um, and things like that. So, um, but I do have to go, guys. Thank you for having me. I'll try to be on
Yep.
if you guys are on later or anything like that.
Most definitely, Maddie.
Yep.
You're always
Definitely.
welcome here.
Appreciate you jumping on.
Great to see
Yeah.
you today, buddy.
Now, Mondo, Mondo, he's real masculine.
What's going on, Mondo?
Did you happen
All
to
good.
see what happened last night or no? With the stream.
No, I didn't. I just wanted to comment on the one thing you mentioned. As far as men having to let it go, right? Like, so I'll give you an example that I went through. My last relationship, the girl, she had a lot of anxiety issues and just like depression and stuff like that, right? And she was like one of these artsy, like tattooed girls, the ones that Dennis is describing, purple hair and shit like that. So I let a lot go, and I pretty much did exactly what you were saying, and it backfired. So I don't necessarily recommend that. You have to check people. You have to set these boundaries because when you give them too much leeway, it becomes a habit. Um, And that's basically why we broke up, because like she pressed my button too much, and one night I exploded and I said some things that I can't ever take back. So you know, it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily it doesn't end up being beneficial. It can backfire. It did on me. So
Most
you know.
definitely, Mondo.
I think the backfire was because you continue pursuing the relationship. I think when people show you who they are, the best advice or the best course of action is to believe them and to not continue any further. If a man slaps me in my face for X, I'm not going to do X again. You know, I'm going to recognize the folly in my decision making to continue this journey with a person before I decide me being abusive is the right reaction.
No,
Hold
Mondo.
on, you telling me you hit? Hold on, wait. I gotta revert back on that. Hold on, you telling me you? Please don't tell me you're saying you would hit a woman.
No, what I was saying is rather than you argue with a woman, stop seeing with that woman. If you and that woman get in an explosive argument and she says things that's cut and she pushes your button, why would you go back?
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Mondo, were
Hold on,
you?
real quick, Ski. The definition of insanity is doing the same action and expecting a different result.
No, for sure.
Now,
See,
Mondo,
I don't know if you guys were into like astrology and shit like that, right? You know, every girl is nowadays. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I'm a Gemini, so I move with common sense. I think logically, like most men do, right? That was the only time in any relationship where I didn't see like the red flags. You know what I mean? I forgave a lot. And it's basically because like the personalities, we meshed very well, but I never set any sort of boundaries and I forgave a lot. So it does backfire. I mean, and you know, at the end of the day, I'm human, you know what I mean? So it's not like my plan was to, you know, verbally explode eventually. You know, it's just like it's a human reaction after you have it too many times, you know?
I know, I agree with you, Mondo, and I think what you're saying is really important. Even though the personalities met, you forgave a lot and you let a lot of stuff go. So
And she did
obviously,
too, to be fair.
but
She did
to
too.
be fair, so obviously it wasn't as good as the match that y'all thought. Y'all were just
Right.
really attracted to each other.
Right. That's mostly what it was. We were it started off of attraction, obviously, and the personalities matched, but you know, we both said a lot of things that we can't take back, is basically how I'm gonna leave it. You know what I mean?
Do you want her back?
There's always a part of me that's you know got that what if. Um, but I've been in several long-term relationships, and that one was the hardest one for me to get over, and that was only 2 years. And I'd been in relationships where I lived with somebody for 6, 7 years, and that was easier for me. So, but you know, at the end of the day, like there's you know, once certain things are said, you can't take it out of your mind. You see what I'm saying? Like I definitely said certain things that I know triggered her, and I did it on purpose. And honestly, I'll share it because who gives like no, you guys don't know her. It doesn't matter. She had a twin sister, right? I got drunk one night with her, and she pissed me off by she was just complaining a lot, and she said some things that I don't want to necessarily repeat on here, but you know she like disrespected my dog, certain things that just like triggered me, you know. So I told her I was like, "Yo, if your sister didn't have a man, I would have pursued her instead of you."
That's diabolical, man.
And I knew
God.
that burned her because she told me growing up, she was like, "Yo, even though we were identical, I was always jealous of her because she was more popular than me in school." So I knew what I was doing. I said that on purpose to be hurtful. You see what I'm saying? So I'm man enough to hold myself accountable, man. You know, like I said certain shit I can't take back. I get it.
I appreciate your honesty and transparency, man. That's really important to the Amazing Network, man. So I appreciate it. Dennis, how do you feel about that story?
Can I answer? Well, one, I want to just once again appreciate the behavior because like this is what I'm talking about. Like, and I'm not trolling. This is why I like Mondo because Mondo just said I said things that I can't take back. Meanwhile, we got a man that's yelling at this woman that's saying, "Well, she's wrong, she's wrong, she's wrong," and it's like that's why Mondo's just mature, man. And like I think Mondo has the power to actually be a spokesperson and a teacher for people like Driving the Wealth. And I'm not trying to throw him.
I don't want to do all that, dude. I
Well,
Hey,
appreciate it,
real
but I
quick,
don't want to
real
do all that.
quick.
say that, but like I
If a woman disrespect my cat, it's over. Mondo, the chat is wanting to know what did she say disrespectful about your dog?
And that was the thing, you know, like we would watch movies on this couch right here, and my dogs, they live with me. They're here 7 days a week, bro. Like I love my animals like no other. So you know, they're very comfortable on the couch. I'm not one of those people that like doesn't let my dog on the couch or anything like that. So, you know, she would sometimes get uncomfortable with them taking up space, and she would be like, yo, like when I come over, you prioritize the dogs over me. Like you can tell I'm uncomfortable, but you don't move them. And I told her, I was like, yo, like you're here maybe twice a week. I've raised these since they were a couple weeks old. Like they've been here longer than you. You know what I mean? No disrespect, but I'm loyal to my animals. So I'm not going to change my behavior and treat them differently just because somebody has entered my life and they're here for this one day. That's not going to happen.
The chat wants to know, did she like dogs, or like was she just an anti-animal person?
She was a cat person. She had 2 cats. Yeah, she wasn't a big fan of dogs. No.
Now I got to take her side because I'm a cat person.
Yeah, I mean every girl likes, you know.
Ski, what do you like?
Every
what
girl loves cats.
You like, Ski?
Well, no,
What was that?
I just still want to stress that I appreciate that Mondo said I said things that I couldn't take back, and he took accountability, and he knew what he did was wrong, and he owned up to it. And that's the thing that, you know, is missing with a lot of people from this channel. Like they don't own up. It's always someone else's fault. And Mondo, I want to thank you. Like I know it sounds like that I'm over here overhyping you, but I really appreciate you, man.
No, man, it's a learning process. I'll share one more thing real quick. The girl that I said that I was with for 7 years, right? She lived with me. This girl ended up cheating on me, and it was the only time I got cheated on where I was just like, I get it. Like I understand why. You know what I mean? She lived with me in this house for 6 years. I probably slept next to this girl maybe like 30 times. I would fall asleep in the downstairs in the basement, or I would sleep on the couch. Purposely, because I was growing apart. So I didn't necessarily want to sleep next to her. It was just like we never stopped having sex or anything, but I would make excuses like, oh, I gotta like work a little bit late. I'm just gonna go on the computer, I'll come up. And I would never come up. So you know, when you're not delivering what a woman emotionally needs, which a lot of it is honestly just like sleeping next to them, you know, to be like comforting them in that sense. So I didn't provide that ever. And the reason was because, you know, she was one of the first white girls that I had dated, and her family was racist, you know, and they said certain things that, you know, would trigger me, and I would go at it with her dad and her brothers, like, and I always kind of held that against her, you know what I mean? I started to resent her because I'm like, yo, you should be the first person to check them and never let them, because like I can only imagine what they're saying behind my back if they say shit like this. And they never said anything too crazy. It was more so like subliminals, you know what I mean, which would just piss me off. So once I started resenting her, I just stopped paying attention. I didn't really like sleep next to her. And then, you know, eventually she cheated on me. And that was easy for me to move on from. And I was like, yo, like, this is a learning process. I should have known better. I should have checked out years ago, you know, but it's a process, bro.
Dennis, are you frozen up there?
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
I think he is a little frozen. So I think it's good to keep the conversation forward. Mondo, how do you feel about what I said about a woman having to actually like you? You know, that was something I didn't learn until my 30s. Like a woman will like what you're able to do, what you're capable of, but she might not like you as a person. Do you think it's important that it's more than attraction and that she actually, you know, wants to be in the relationship with you?
I'll be honest with you, bro. That's one thing I always prided myself on, and I changed my views on it recently, because my last relationship was the first girl that wanted that traditional relationship, right? Like all the girls I had dated previously, they wanted to be independent women. Like, yo, like I want 50-50, and they took pride in it. So I grew up like being used to that. I got spoiled, to be honest with you. I've never paid for anybody's nails ever in my life, not even a single time. Never paid for hair, none of that shit. I've never paid for any of it. So if I have to be honest, like in every relationship, whoever stuck with me, they must have actually liked me, because it wasn't using me for anything, because I wasn't necessarily providing, you know. And I started to change my views on that in the last year when I had issues with this last girl, because that's what she wanted. And it was bizarre to me, because I'm like, God, I'm not used to this. Like I'm not, you know, this is like a new concept to me, you know. And you can look at it how you want, but you know, and I think a lot of it is also because I didn't grow up around much family. Like I didn't have my father, so like a lot of this shit wasn't really taught to me. You know what I mean? And I think that's like a father's role to like teach you that you should be providing and all that. I think a lot of people settled for me because they did fuck with me genuinely, not because they, you know, had an easier life with me necessarily, you know. And I'm just being 100% honest. Like I know that's not a great look for me, but I'm just, you know.
Transparency. Are you saying you're the problem?
I definitely in some aspects, yeah, for sure. For sure. But that's something that I actively like. I'm very self-aware in that sense. So that's something that I actively like work on a daily basis, but yeah, I can look at myself and judge myself.
Now, can you judge others?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I judge people all the time, bro.
So how do you feel about if somebody said like they've been celibate for like 4 years and they're like 32 years old, 35? Like, do you think celibacy matters, or do you think celibacy is just an easy cop out?
I mean, it really depends on the person because I believe there's genuine people that are celibate. There's also women that say they're celibate that I don't necessarily believe.
Oh, I'm talking about men.
Yeah, I think men either you can't get any or it's because of religious reasons. Unless you're really like just I don't know, maybe antisocial or you're just socially awkward. I don't really know, but I mean, you would think most men would want to be sexually active, unless it's for religious reasons or things of that nature. That makes sense, but I would believe it though. I think there's definitely men that are celibate.
Okay, then. Well, if they're not religious, I mean they're not getting any. So, I mean, if they're not getting any, I guess that's technically celibacy in itself. So, I guess it fits the definition. But now, let's say, because I'm talking about driving the wealth here, because I really feel like he's not outgoing, and I feel like he's kind of like a little bit insecure, and I feel like last night it kind of showcased that to me. And now, let's say if I wanted to help those people, do
Well,
you think I would be able to help those people?
I never want to turn it into a personal attack ski. He just has his personality and he's doing what he does work. I'd rather keep it at the macro as though we're talking about an issue as opposed to an individual person.
Okay, then. Well, I do apologize. So let's talk about that like that, because I'm pretty sure we all have friends that may be in that same role. Like I have a friend that lives in his aunt's basement, and he claims that these girls this and that, these girls this and that. But it's like, bro, like I don't know if you guys seen Boys in the Hood. He thinks he's like Trey, whereas like if you've seen Trey, like he lied about him losing his virginity. And it's kind of like I don't
I
know where
gotta
I'm going with this.
argue what they're
Hold on.
talking to
Can
the
I
women.
can I can I can I
Yeah,
OG my bad because I'm about to I mean listen let me get to the whole point of the reason why this is even a thing because Mondo yesterday I was like just being a comedian just trying to like make people laugh so I said pretty much that with men or with women in my opinion based off of my experience when women played this whole I'm celibate and whatever usually they do that after they got like a kid or two and they do that to try to make a man think that they're quality and then when they do it when they got two kids, it's because they're trying to like act like they're holy to try to get a simp like me to think that this chick is like the ish, like she deserves to be praised and respect and whatever to win. It should be the other way around. She should be begging a dude to marry her or be with her once you have two, three kids. And then I said on the men's side, when they do the whole celebrancy, they do that situation to try to get women. Of course, if they're not religious, of course, religious or they just can't get women. They just say it just to sucker a chick into thinking that, the dude is clean and he's like, like he values sex and blah, blah, blah. They do that to try to get a chick to like think that they're worth more than what they are. So my thing is this I was telling people, I think that it serves no purpose. It's literally only to just try to get benefits. Nobody that's celibate is even running around telling people that they are. They're just gonna like if they're about to date, tell the person, hey, like I'm not trying to have sex. They're not gonna use that word, that buzzword. They're gonna say I ain't trying to have sex because of this reason. And with men who don't have sex, I was saying that no woman is for the most part gonna like think of that as a valuable thing because if a woman was to wait that long to like have sex with you, which women hate to wait, and it was trash, they're gonna feel like it's the end of the world. And that woman's gonna be smashing somebody while she waits around for you to finally want to like have sex. So that was the whole gist of the conversation. So do you see any wrong in that? Because I guess I offended a bunch of people with that narrative.
I think if a woman is pretending to be celibate to take advantage and look more innocent, yeah, I think that's definitely wrong. And I think people do that for sure. Like, like the reborn virgins. Like, I don't really buy
Yeah.
into that concept. Like, you can't just have sex with 35 dudes in 5 years and then just be like, oh, I'm a reborn virgin. Now I gotta like respect that and pretend like you've never touched a dude before. Like, it's kind of delusional. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. I didn't listen to the show, so it depends on how you said it. But you
Oh
know,
Uh,
No,
yeah.
I said it
real
pretty much how I said it now. That's pretty much it.
listen, real
But
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Women tell you that they're celibate. Just all that implies I don't have sex on the first date. It's not going to be easy to be intimate with me. I got to understand in the world of conversation, women are always trying to say things without saying it. So I 100% agree with you, DJ. Just because she says she's celibate, you celibate with 2 kids? Like it be sounding crazy to me, but then that's when I recognize what they were saying. Hey, get to know me. Don't judge me just based off your assumption of my circumstance. I think that's a powerful conversation.
Let me add this real quick, OG. See, this is the hypocrisy in that. If any of you dudes go download Tinder, Bumble, or any date app, okay? Well, majority of women who are single are on those apps. If you look and see, majority of all the women that put in the bio, I don't want sex. Don't hit me up if that's all you want. Like, I'm not here to be with two people, whatever. All this stupid stuff. Those women are usually ratchet or they're usually trailer trash because normal women would never, especially after a baby came out of you, a whole baby, a life came out of you. No woman is going to have the audacity to sit here and say that they're a born again virgin or they're celibate because they want a dude to think that they're worth something that they're honestly not. Only to that man that made the baby, they're worth something, but not to normal men. I mean, the man that ain't your kid father. I mean, I'm talking about women with like three or more, for the most part, kids. So what I'm saying is, those are the women that are on those date apps, and y'all can all go do the experiment and see. They're always the ones that be the ones that look like they be getting smashed out. They literally look like they got a bunch of kids. They got a bunch of tattoos all over their body. They're literally undesired women, and they're the ones talking about you gotta wait. Like if you can't wait because I'm not looking for sex right now, then you need to swipe left. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the women that
Okay,
abuse that word.
let me push back on that, and then somebody can go after this. But DJ, you are doing dating apps wrong. Those are the only women I message. She lying, I'm lying. We both gonna have a good time. I know what this is. Ski, go.
Oh, I was gonna say we can't just generalize just like all of them because it's just like you don't know them and you're just looking at a picture and it's kind of crazy because if you have those thoughts, you're kind of disqualifying yourself.
yeah, I don't think you should be looking for an actual relationship on dating apps.
Go ahead.
I'm on dating apps myself, but like for example, the person I'm seeing currently, both of us have an understanding that we're both human beings and we have needs, sexual needs, and it's never gonna lead into a relationship or anything like that. And I told her, I said, "Yo, once you find somebody that you like more, that you can establish a relationship with, let me know, and I'll ghost myself and I'll just move on."
Talk that
So,
talk, though.
well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a regional thing, but like around me, so I went to art school, right? Like I'm a graphic designer, so I went to art school. A lot of women are very open-minded about sex nowadays. It's not like you need to date them for 6 months for them. It's times have changed, man. I don't know. Maybe
Exactly.
it's a regional thing, but
Exactly.
like,
I
you know,
agree. I think that's what pedestalization really is. It's not how you
Hold on,
treat
wait. What
women.
is pedestal? Please
Since I'm
talk to me
finna
like I'm
break it
dumb.
down,
What is pedestalation or whatever word you use? What
pedestalization.
is
That's
it? I
what
mean,
a
I
lot
want to
of
keep with the conversation with you, man.
yeah, that's what a lot of the red pill content talking about. Men make mistake with women, but I think Mondo's making a really good point. I think pedestalization is when you raise above a woman above you, like they don't do the same things we do. Women are very open minded, very sexual active. I think if you treat a woman like a whole person, you get a whole different experience of that woman. I think what Mondo said was really important. Don't put on the pedestal, just tell her how you feel. Hey, we can just kick it, have intimate relations, and date. But if you
right.
find somebody you like,
Yep. Thanks
I
again.
move out the way. And
Yeah, I
then,
think
Thanks.
I think a lot of men are still in the state of mind of like 15 years ago where they're kind of intimidated to let somebody know, like, hey, I don't see you as the wifey type. Like, we can have a good time and I enjoy your company, but I don't want to mislead you. And I think when you have that conversation, you'd be surprised how many women feel the same way. because they're at the end of the day just human. Like they have sexual needs. They don't want to, wait another 8 months. They don't want to wait another 3 months, whatever the fuck. Like a lot of times you can go into it with that agreement. And I've kept many of them as just friends now, where I can ask them questions about women and it's not awkward because we had that understanding. There was never a bad breakup. It was just a short situationship for a few months. We had fun and now we remain friends. And that's fine with me until I find somebody that I'm like, okay, this is somebody I would look at long term,
Yeah. I mean, I have an opposing viewpoint because, like, like once again, like when I was younger, I would think like that would be cool, but then after a while, and don't take this the wrong way, anyone. I just feel like it's kind of immature. Like I feel like we shouldn't. Well, not we. I feel like I shouldn't use women as tools. So it's kind of like I'm a person where like I like relationships, and that's what I like to have. And I know some people they're like, well, I don't need a relationship, or I need that type of relationship. And I'm not even gonna say like I'm holier than now, but it's like the time I was doing that was probably like freshman year of college. But after that, it was just like, nah, bro. Like I like relationships more, so I can't see doing what you or OG does. And I feel like you guys are a master of y'all craft.
No,
It ain't even. It ain't even. Let me say this. It ain't even that. What I'm. I was like. I was literally a relationship guy. That's all I wanted. I wanted to be with any woman that I got in bed with. But the problem is, I got simped out a bunch of times. I'm the guy that went to 2 to 3 months of her waiting because she's talking about she hasn't had sex in forever. So I'm thinking I got to wait my turn. I got to wait. 3 4 months, and then we get to that 3 month mark, and I find out that a hood dude drug dealer more than likely is blowing her back out after I waited this long, and then I got to start over. So that's the reason why I became a savage. But Mondo, did you have that experience, or did you like straight like savage mode?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that's savage mode because I have an understanding with them. It's not like I'm doing it behind their back. It's none of that. I agree with Cali Girl. She says, what did she say? It's an equal opportunity thing. Like, I don't look at it like Ski, how he just said, like using them as tools, because it's an equal thing. We have an understanding. You know what I mean? A lot of times women get out of relationships where they got cheated on. They're still in the healing process. That's not necessarily somebody I want to take too seriously because they're not healed yet. But if I meet them at that time and I find them attractive and we get along, why not have an understanding that we could have fun for a few months as adults and help each other maybe heal without, promising to be loyal to each other and start dating and putting it as a relationship status on Facebook. I think that's healthier than, misleading people, to be honest with you.
Oh, most definitely. It's just more so like once again, I'm scared of STDs, STIs, but it's not even that. Like,
Sure. Yeah.
and don't take this the wrong way. It's like I hold myself to a different standard, whereas like I'm like this. Okay, this is what I want, and I'm not willing to settle. But it's kind of like I just have different standards, and that doesn't mean that my standard is better than yours, or your standard is better than mine, or worse than mine. It's just like, the way I live my life is different. The way, you guys live your life, but don't feel guilty because I'm not with that shame and stuff. Because like at the end of the day, who am I to say how y'all should be acting? Because there's nothing wrong with how you're acting. You have a mutual agreement, and shoot,
And
Uh,
for the record, I prefer relationships. Like 90% of my adulthood has been always in relationships, but in between times, like, and also depends on how sexual of a person you are. You know what I mean? Like I have a hard time going on a drought for 6 months. Like that kind of gets to me. I get angry, like, you know what I mean? It's just who I am. So, but I do prefer relationships though. I feel much safer in relationships. Like I'm a lot happier in relationships, not that my happiness depends on somebody else, but it does brighten up my day knowing somebody actually gives a shit and it's not somebody that I met 2 weeks ago that's just saying good morning. You know what I mean?
most definitely. And OG
well,
Thuggy, I'm not
back, back. I want to ask a question because I realized what my issue was, but I want to see how you feel. Do you prefer monogamy or just a stable relationship? Because I realized I prefer to be in a relationship. Like I prefer to be invested into one woman. It's just monogamy is not my thing. I think that was the truth I wasn't accepting that I had. That really kind of ruined my life. But I had to learn everything. You learn in progress. So that's my question. Do you prefer monogamy or a stable relationship? I think those are two different things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I prefer an actual stable relationship. You know what I mean? I mean, eventually, my goal is to like settle down with somebody. I don't want to be fucking dating when I'm 65. Um, But at the same time, I've been engaged twice. I've been in 3 relationships where I thought I was going to get married to that person. So I don't really regret it. Like, I look at it as like I dodged 3 baby moms and 3 fucking divorces. Like, I don't, and I have a lot of experience in life because of that stuff. So like, I learned a lot about myself, about what I like, how to see red flags, what I don't like about myself in relationships. So it's a learning process, man. I'm still, I don't feel ancient. I'm 37. I can still go. Like, I don't, so I don't, I'm not in a rush to pursue another stable, serious relationship, but that's always the goal,
That's an excellent record.
But what about you
What?
guys?
Oh, I was going to say that's an excellent record. Dodge 3 baby moms, and like
Yeah, I don't, yeah,
you don't hear that every day.
yeah, I don't, bro. I never really wanted kids, you
Listen,
know.
I'm a cheater, and I've been working on just being more honest. I'm now monogamous because it ain't cheating if you tell the truth up front. But I'm also a serial long term dater. You know what I'm saying? I've been in relationships for long periods of time. These women I love. These women, they still cool with me. We still talk. They still know they can ask me for everything. But like I said, I'm just, whatever you want to say. Now, I just don't believe love means ownership on both sides. So I'm not closed in. I'm not. 'Cause I think I really don't believe in relationships because they fail. It's a bad institution. Instead, it should just be just two
Well,
people investing in like a business partnership more than a relationship.
yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I know what you mean, though. That's how I look at it. Like, life is in chapters. You know what I mean? Like, not everything is meant to last forever. Um, and sure, some relationships do last forever, but I think in 2024 to start from scratch, it's going to be kind of challenging to find somebody that's going to be loyal to you for the rest of your life, man. Times Instagram and all these reels with everybody traveling every 2 days. People think like dating nowadays, they think it's normal to get flown out every other week to the Bahamas. Like, these are the expectations people have nowadays because of Instagram and TikTok. And it's not real life. Like, how many people are actually getting flown out every month to go on vacation? It's not reality. So the expectations, I think, are kind of delusional, both for men and women. Like, men expect everybody with a fat ass now. Everybody wants a BBL and all this shit. With women, they expect a trip every other weekend. Like, it's both sides are kind of getting, extreme with the expectation. So, you know, but I blame that on social media, though.
Yeah, well, sometimes I feel like when you're dating someone in a situationship for a long time, you kind of know what they want and you know what they don't want too. So it's like, it's great that you get like all those different type of consents, and it's great that you're a people's person. But sometimes relationships are not even real because there's a 40 Shades of Grey culture. So
Let me pitch this question to you, Mondo, because you coming with some really interesting perspective. I feel like I'm a man that women don't take serious, so I feel like they're more honest with me than they are with their actual boyfriend. How do you feel about that statement? Go.
I mean, I can't personally relate to that just because, like, I can, I can, not to sound manipulative, but like, I can kind of cater my cadence to the different personalities. Um, and I always want to be taken serious. So I always put myself in a position to be taken serious, but I'm also like brutally honest. So I will tell them that I'm not necessarily over my ex. And a lot of people like might think that's a turnoff, but a lot of women, they take it as almost a challenge to change you and it gets them more invested. So I mean, most situations I've been in, I would say like they took me seriously. I don't think it was, that wasn't the challenge. Keeping it keeping it a healthy relationship long term was the main challenge, for me personally.
So I was listening. My son was trying to sneak outside. He loves to just jump around in the yard. So yeah, I agree with you. I think women do have control issues, and that's a greater flaw. But Ski, how do you feel? Are you
You're on
there?
mute, bro.
sorry. I don't know if I was asked a question. I was filling my dishwasher. Um, the only thing I gotta say is that you must sacrifice yourself and win in the courtship of women. And I'm not sure, but I'm here for it. And there's a lot of growth. but sometimes I believe reading in my spare time. I've read a lot of just philosophy, Plato, Socrates, and all were
Bro,
poor.
why you just reading the chat room, man? That's
Oh
fucking
my gosh, because I'm trying to voice the chat.
yo,
A
fucking.
massive troll. But he the voice of the chat. He represents the
He's good
chat.
at trolling, though. I'll give it to him.
And
At least he's a.
something I say is people don't acknowledge relationships are difficult. They act like they just supposed to be these easy things, or like you're not a different person every day. You know what I'm saying? The argument of the Archimedes, if y'all know that philosophical discussion. But as you go through life, you're going to change. You do something for 10 years, you view it different. That's why when I give people advice, I say forever is 3 to 5 years. You feel like you've been with somebody forever after that length of time. How do you feel about that, Ski? Go.
Well, forever. Like I'm not even gonna care. Like I feel like anything can last forever. It just takes two people, and like I don't see an end only because it's kind of like I don't even want to say it, but it's like I have my goal, and my goal is my goal, which is like a relationship. After that, I'm on to the next thing. So it's like I'm very selective on who I choose.
What'd you say it was? She got to be less than 130. What was your low list, Ski? Let everybody hit the list.
Less than 125, less than 130. Has to be black. Like shoot, like once again, like personality, like what she's over here playing the Nintendo Switch, so I can't speak too loud, guys.
Mondo, what's your type?
I go through phases, man. I go through chapters with that shit too. Um, like right now, I pretty much mainly like the artsy, tattooed, toxic, purple hair girls that
God,
Dennis talks about. That's my style. That's what I like.
that's a phase I've been to. I'm ashamed of it. I'm too old for it, but
Nah, I like it. I mean,
be
dude,
emotional.
I don't feel 37 because I don't have kids or anything. So like, I have a lot of freedom. So I don't feel like I need to like act like a fucking 40-year-old, whatever that is. So I'm cool with dating a 27-year-old that's still.
DJ says you shouldn't go to the club anymore. How do you feel about that?
I never liked clubs, to be honest with you.
Or the
I
bar?
was never bars are fine, but I'm also not a big drinker. I turn into one of those angry people when I'm drunk, so I try not to drink too much.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh my bad.
yeah, and I know myself, you know what I mean? So I don't want to put myself in a position where, it's going to ruin anybody else's night and myself. So, um, no, I like, doing a lot of trying different foods and shit like that. That's mainly what I would do as far as dating. I try not to go to like bars and stuff, but I will go, if the girl's a big drinker, but I'll also warn her that,
I don't know if y'all got it on
shit
the
might get
West Coast.
demonic tonight.
I don't know if y'all got it on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, we got this place called Top Golf. That's what a lot of us are doing. We going somewhere. It's really just like a driving range where they got drinks, they got food. When I hear don't go to the club, I'm really hearing don't go out and date. I think it's multiple options to go out and date. So what's your go-to move, Mondo? It's a girl you like, you trying to wow her. What's the go-to move?
I mean, my first date is always the same. It's kind of ridiculous. I'm in Philly, right? So my usual thing is going to South Street for the first date. If anybody is local, they know what South Street is. And then I usually try to hit the Asian market because I love going to the Asian market. So either we'll like get some pho at the Asian market, get some weird snacks from Asia, try those out, and then hit South Street, hit some stores, get some iced coffee or something. And then if ends up being nighttime, there's a bunch of bars on South Street, so you can just kind of stay around there. But I'm also big. I'm a big like movie guy, so I love going to the movies. But I try not to do that until like a couple dates afterwards because it's super awkward if you're going to a movie first date where you can't even really talk to each other, so you're just sitting next to this person that you barely know off the internet.
And when you leave the movie, you want to talk about subtext. Like even though this was
Right.
about. This is what the movie was about.
Right.
But I get it, man. I was gonna get on you, really try to open you up about that, but it's different. What about you, Ski? How did you nab the one you got playing the Nintendo Switch right now?
I like once again, like because something else came to my mind. Like she doesn't wear weave, she black, so it's like it's kind of like my vetting process is very different. Like like once again, I don't want to get in trouble, but I had relationships with other women, but she's my my only girlfriend, first girlfriend, because I'm very selective. Like the first girl that wanted to date me, she cheated on her man, which is once again, I respect myself, and I'm like, if you cheat on your man, that means you shouldn't be with me. So like my vetting process is they have to like me, my personality. Like she doesn't wear weave. If she wanted to, I guess she can if she wanted to, but she has a real hair. And it's like, you're not gonna find that too often. So it's like once again, it's just like I don't know. Not saying anything can't happen, but it's just like once again, like I'm very serious. And it's like after that, I'm on my next goal, which is, move up. I don't want to tell y'all like my next goal, but my next goal is to move out the country, to move out the United States. So like, like once again, like you're not gonna find like a regular person is not gonna be like it takes a special person. They already know what I'm about. Like, you trying to get somebody that's just like I don't know. I just feel like you can't find those type of people. Those people are rare.
I don't
And
think that.
she likes being black. And she likes me being black. And she puts up with me being black and me loving black people and learning about black people. So it's like I don't think, not saying I don't think I could find someone like her, but it's like you can't.
Yeah, I'll never get in a situation again where the girl has a man. I was in a situation like that once, and I didn't know the
You
guy
didn't.
was.
You were the side dude.
Well, no, like I was going to her house for 2 months, and there was no signs of a dude living there. Like there was no shoes, no clothes, nothing. I went to New York City. I went to Brooklyn for a weekend, and that weekend was the first weekend I didn't really like talk to her at all. So as soon as I got home that Sunday, she called me at like 4 a.m. when I picked up my phone. It was this dude. It was like yelling at me on the phone saying, you fucked my bitch and all this crazy shit. And long story short, I heard her like screaming in the background. You could tell he was beating her, you know. Um, and I had no plans of ever like talking to her again because I'm like, yo, like that's kind of according to you guys, nasty work. I'm like, that's grimy as shit that you you're fucking with me and you got this guy that you have kids by, that I don't even know about, you know? So I drove over there just because I was like, yo, if something happens to her tonight, like I wouldn't be able to like live with myself. So
Thank
I
God.
drove over there, huh?
I'm saying thank God you drove over there. I was like, please don't end this story where you were like, I hung up the phone. Good luck. I
No,
was
no,
gonna.
no. I drove over there and the door was open. She was throwing his shit out. So I just ran in the house and he was like, his back was to me. So he heard something. By the time he turned around, I tackled him. And when I was on top, I felt my leg getting wet. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like, what happened? The dude just stabbed me. I had to drive myself to the hospital and
Oh
get stitches. And the thing is, I didn't even know I was stabbed until I felt the blood on my leg. Like and that's what I get for trying to save her. I was like, yo, never
God.
again. Never again. Now, I got a scar on my leg for the rest of my life to remember that by. But, you know,
Hey, I would never ask this, but I think this is good content. I think the whole panel needs to answer. What would you advise after hearing all that? What would you advise somebody in that situation? Go.
I mean, based on my situation, you won't see me trying to save people anymore, man. That shit did not, that shit backfired on me
For
immediately,
real.
you know? And the fucked up thing is I had to drive myself to the hospital, bro. I got blood all over my fucking car. Like, it was a mess, you know?
Uh, my answer, I would say, oh my God, I would hung up the phone because I've been over there. I just picked up, called 911 and said, hey, my ex girlfriend is getting beat on at her house, and I would put it in the hands of the authorities because I'm a law abiding citizen. I'm telling y'all, don't get involved. You can't get involved in other people's lives. Once you know you out, you out. Ski, what you
He
would
said
do?
he got drinks
Go.
with it.
Like in my life, I only slept with two women that had boyfriends.
Oh,
After
right here.
that, I started
I
to
think.
realize that's kind of dangerous, man. So I said, like, that's not cool. it's just like it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous, and it's just like shoot, like the only thing I say is stop doing that stuff. Only because you don't know. And it's like there's some people that be like, oh, you should blame the woman, but it's like, nah, you should blame everyone. Because it's just like if you're inside the spot, like for example, like the first guy that got his girlfriend cheated on, or his girlfriend was cheating with me, he came to me like 2 years later and he was trying to press me, and I had to show him the text messages, and I was saying to myself, like, man, like good thing that he didn't want to fight me, because it's like shoot, I don't want to fight. Like, why fight when you don't need to fight? But then after that, I just said, yo, this stuff is kind of dangerous. Like, people lose their lives over that. And it's kind of like, it doesn't matter if it's her choice or not. He's still going to feel like, yo, you got one up on me. You know everything. And like, it makes him look stupid. So it's kind of hard to say, it's all the woman's fault. Because like you say to yourself, if you was in that situation and you come home and you see like a nigga in your bed in the house that you paid for, or apartment or whatever, like you gotta say to yourself, can you really say like you're not gonna hit the dude? You gonna say like, oh, okay, man, you got this one, you can go, or you gonna put some R. Kelly in the closet and bust out the closet and and sing that song?
No,
Can I, can I
I
tell
get that.
can I tell Mondo? Let me tell Mondo. I know a lot of people. I'll try to keep it within 3 minutes. Okay, I'll try to be brief. But
You
let me
got
tell
three.
Mondo about me trying to, keeping it real goes wrong. You got it. When keeping it real goes wrong, I tried to like be that dude. I had a chick who was messing with some hood dope boy dude, and I'm thinking to myself, I just moved her all the way to Akron because her stepdad just whooped her ass, and the mom told her to get out. So I'm thinking I'm doing the right thing. I'm holding her down. I'm simping. And long story short, she's messing with some hood street dude who was calling her phone, and I didn't know. So randomly, she was taking a shower. The dude kept calling her phone. I answered like, "What's going on?" And then he was like, "Who's this?" I was like, "DJ." He was like, "Go put Jessica on the phone." I'm like, dude, I'm her dude. And I pay her cell phone bill. And he's like, nigga, stop playing with me. Put Jessica on the phone. And I'm like, nah, like, dude, you need to like, if you want to talk to her, or actually probably got the that. I hung up on him. So he called back, and I'm like, dude, if you want to talk to her, like, go get her cell phone. Uh, but like, this disrespectful and blah blah blah. And I'm like, I'm not acting big and bad. But I'm just telling him like, dude, like, you ain't talking to her on this phone that I paid for, blah blah blah. Like, if you want her, you can get her, blah blah blah. I don't care, but So he was like, man, I'm gonna f you up when I see you, blah blah blah. I'm like, you ain't gonna do nothing because you ain't gonna see me. And I said, I'm done with it. You can have her, just don't call this phone. So 2 years later, or whatever, I'm at the park playing basketball, dominating like I used to, and the basketball, like they had this little league football going on, so they all leave, so the cops, everybody leave, and it's just me and like 9 other people hooping. This dude comes with like 3 other people on bikes, and he's like, where DJ at? And I'm like, everybody backed up, and I'm like, that's me. And like I was terrified, and he was like, remember that issue you was talking about on the phone that day? What's up, man? And then he took the gun out of his pocket and gave it to his homie that had a gun on his hip. And then like the chick, I was with her, back with her, and she was pregnant, mind you, like not biologically my kid, but at the time I thought it was my kid. But she came running over like, no, whatever, whatever, don't do this. So I'm like, at this point, like I'm about to fight him or just whatever. But then when I see the guns, I'm like, when I saw the guns, I got terrified. I was about to piss my pants. So at this point, I'm thinking, okay, I can run and I'll be alive. But if I run, something can happen to her and I'll look like a coward. But then I'm like, she's the one that cheated, so do I care that I'm in a situation because of her? So then she comes over like, no, no, don't do it, Gooch, or whatever. And I'm like, and I heard her whisper like, run, run. So I went over to him like I was about to hit him, and I ran for my life like Forrest Gump. So I'm running, and I ran probably about like at least 300 meters or 200 meters before they started shooting. And at this point, I turned like Forrest Gump and ran into the woods. And then I came out the woods at the dude's, coincidentally, his uncles, who used to be a famous like race car drivers, in his backyard. So I'm knocking on the door like, please help me, help me. Um, somebody's trying to kill me. So then she was like, he comes out like, oh hey dude, go into my garage. So he comes out with like a sawed off shotgun, whatever, like, nigga, what you doing banging on my door, scaring my wife? Like, what's up? What's up? And I'm like, dude, please just take me home. Like, I'll pay whatever you need. Just like some dudes tried to shoot me and blah blah blah. I was just playing basketball, and he's like, I got you, but it's gonna cost you. And I'm like, it's whatever. So he goes and um, he drives me home, and I remember he had I had to have my grandfather give him the money because my wallet and my book bag and everything was at the park still with my car. So that's what happens when keeping it real goes wrong. So whenever it comes to street dudes, hood dudes, anybody that got nothing to lose, nothing to live for, I just let them have it. I just say you got it. Like I would never fight over a chick again
Oh
because
yeah.
that was my life.
No, that
I,
wasn't my goal. My goal wasn't to go there and get her back or anything. Yeah, I knew what type of relationship it was. Just me, like, just basically judging them off of that, 10-minute interaction on the phone. I could tell she's been fucking with this dude for a long time, and he is her baby dad. And they probably have an abusive relationship. This isn't the first time that this has happened. I knew she wasn't going to call the cops, and I wasn't going to call the cops because I don't want to fill out paperwork. I don't want my name on. I don't want none of that shit. So for me to go to sleep peacefully, and this might sound selfish, I went there more so for myself. So I don't feel guilty. I went over there so I could go to sleep that night being like, okay, I made an attempt and I did my part. You see what I'm saying? And it backfired. But I didn't go there to like try to win her over. That
oh
was never my goal.
yeah. So I remember this story. So what happened was, if you watch the Baby Boy, right? Dennis is like Jody Summers, right? And the boyfriend's in jail. And thank you. And then Dennis is talking spicy, and the nigga in jail like, okay. So boom. So a few weeks or a few months pass. Nigga come back and pick up his kid, and what happened was Snoop Dogg was like, this man was talking
He,
foolish. He was talking
he,
all that ish. Yeah.
we not gonna let you tell the whole baby boy story. Dennis, I'd have ran too. I'd have ran to the first house I can and said, "Help me, help me." I'd have had stress pulled on me. And that's exactly what you do in that situation if you don't want to die. And
Life
I
No, but
matters. I'm not doing that
remember when
street stuff.
Dog pulled up in the car and he had the window and like Jody was having nightmares like damn this guy gonna do a damn near drive by.
man, we're not for the list of baby boy. Listen, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to die. I don't understand why everybody doesn't.
No, it's not that. It's just I was
Hold
watching
on,
Baby
Mondo.
Boy. I
Hold
was
on, I'm
watching
not
Baby
letting you
Boy.
tell the movie ski, Mondo.
I,
Isn't
I'm I'm
what
not, I'm not gonna
you
tell
did
the whole movie,
natural
but
reaction. I
but
think
Jody reminded me a
we're
lot of
not for
Dennis.
listen to Baby Boy or the pedal ski. We're not for listen to Baby
No,
Boy.
I'm not gonna talk
No,
about
it's
it.
a
But
classic. I've seen it many times.
all I
Stop,
can say
Steve.
is
You trolling.
if you want to see like Dennis, watch Baby Boy, man. That
No,
man.
I've seen it. I've seen it. The one
Yeah,
with Tyrese and Snoop. Yeah, I've seen
Thank
it.
you, thank you, thank you. Isn't like Dennis like like Jody like Tyrese Gibson? He's
listen.
just like they're
First,
like they're like
first
twins.
of all, Baby Boy is a cinematic masterpiece. It's truly. It starts off
Not at
with
all because I never lived with my mom after the age of 17 and a half. I moved out. So you can't say, or 18 actually. You can't say
listen,
that.
No,
listen.
no, I'm
He
just
didn't want
saying
to
like
move
Hold
her
on, hold
wife.
on, Ski. Hold on, Ski. Listen, Dennis. He is forcing me to talk black. He's forcing me to talk black. I'm trying to keep race out of this. He is forcing me to talk black.
No,
And
no, 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 no.
that,
No,
that
just
troll
make
has
another
been
point. I don't want no race. I want no
okay.
racism, no race.
Listen,
no racism.
uh,
OG, you have a
listen.
bad track record.
Baby Boy starts with Dr. Francis Craig Wilson. He's a very renowned scholar. So Baby Boy is applicable to your situation because Baby Boy was the same way. So I think nobody wants to die. I asked a real street dude what his biggest fear was. And he said getting shot in the face. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm scared of that too. What? That's what you're scared of? I'm scared of, Freddy Krueger. Jason. Well, like, what? Shot in the face. But that was his natural reality. So I think a lot of people don't understand the severity of situations until they're in that situation. When you're fighting for your life, it's a whole different ballgame. And I agree with you, Mondo. Like I said, I'm not trying to indict you. I think I couldn't have slept that night if I didn't do something. Whether it's call the
Right.
police, pop over there, and just that, to me that's inhumane. But I don't know. Everybody has their own opinion. But he stopped bringing up baby boy. Go ahead, D.
I don't know. All I know is it was something else that I think you might have been able to have a good opinion on. I forgot what just happened. With crap, what was it? Oh, here's one. I said that pretty much women women, this will be the last one with the women situation. That women gotta understand, like, cause Kevin Samuel said it, and made it popular. But this is always a thing that when you have kids, your value dips. Um, Other than to your husband or your kid dad, but to regular men, your value dip. And people take offense to a guy telling women that the truth because they don't understand that. That it gets to a point after two babies, they gotta freaking for the most part give it away. You know, buy one get one free sale, whatever to get the dude to like commit. And now women in 2024 they want to like make their value or say that their value is more as they make more babies. And I don't think that's the reality. What do you think, Mondo?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at it from a traditional sense, so before people misquote me, if you're going by the traditional sense where the woman is staying at home, taking care of the kids, that's it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think once a woman hits, mid 30s, you're definitely declining because one, if you don't have kids already, you can't really you can't really go for that anymore. So like I feel like men after they hit their 30s, they're almost in their prime, whereas women once they hit their 30s, it starts to decline because a lot of times guys look at them for their, physical attributes. Like it's very different with men because like you've mentioned on the show before, a lot of women are attracted not to just the physical appearance, it's your status in life, right? So like a lot of
Yep.
men don't reach their peak until their 30s or 40s. So nothing is fair in life, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I agree with you to a sense that definitely it's very different, especially if you have kids. Like your value to most men is gonna decrease because if I wasn't there to make those kids, I don't necessarily want to take care of them. I'm just speaking for myself. I've been a stepdad before. I did that for 6 years and it wasn't for me, and I think I'm also not helping out, that child because that child can probably find a better stepdad because I'm not meant to be a stepdad. And I'll say that right now. So
Yeah.
I don't even date women that have kids on a serious level because I'm wasting their time and I don't want to waste their time. I don't want to waste their time on my time. They should find somebody that can, add some value to their life. I'm not that man that can take somebody else's spot and raise kids. I've done that before and I don't want to do it again. And I'll tell you a reason why before, anybody judges me and calls me a piece of shit for it. Um, I helped raise somebody's kid for 6 years. And when we were done, since it's not my biological child, you still build a bond between them, right? Like
Yep.
it's kind of fucked up that they can just tell you like you'll never see my kid again and that's it, goodbye. So I don't really want to put myself in that position where I get attached not only to the mom but also the kid, and then overnight you have to say goodbye to two different things instead of just one. So
Oh,
I
let me
agree.
ask this question. So what you're saying is, how can I respect the position when it's a Father's Day, but it's no stepfather's day, and that's a more special thing because it's a choice. Go.
I mean, I was raised by my stepdad, so like I respect the whole stepdad thing, right? But like I don't think stepdads need a separate day. I think Father's Day applies to stepfathers also. Um, but yeah, it's just not something that I think I would be looking to dabble in ever again. Because I didn't have a good experience with it. I enjoyed it while I did it, but afterwards, I didn't like the fact that I had no say to ever see a child that I helped raise for 6 years. You know what I mean? So I just don't want to put myself in that position again.
I think I want to be transparent in this situation. Just an OG fact. I did it for 16 years. So imagine my hurt of doing it for 16 and not being invited to graduation. You know what I'm
And
saying?
BVAS is local to me, and he's right. Like I don't know, maybe that's regional, but like out here, man, there's plenty of good-looking women that still don't have kids that are in their mid 20s to late 20s, early 30s. So like I'm not also looking to settle just for something because I know that's not going to last. I'm not going to be happy, you know.
I'm just
Um,
saying I wouldn't do it again because again, it just it's heartbreaking, and you have no say over the child past X. So you just gotta accept things for what they are. I think it's not the natural thing, but it's nothing against doing it.
yeah.
Well, I might get in trouble here, but who's to say like the stepchild actually likes you? Like, I mean, like it's different between respect, but it's kind of like some kids be like, well, I think only my real father can come to my graduation, and like if it's not that, don't take it wrong. Like, how like the child feels the same about you, and it's not a disrespect to anyone, but yeah.
No, I don't think I don't. I didn't never take it like that. I took it as a child understanding the relationship between mother and father. We were contentious at the time, so it just is what it is. But again, with the ones I got here, I can demand this because I am the father. So, like Mondo was saying, you don't have a lot of say in the situation. And I think
Right.
that's what a lot of men don't understand going in. It seems like, oh well, I just really care about this girl, and I want the best for her. But I'm like, yeah, but this is just the reality. And I think a lot of times, facts over feelings, we got to deal with reality.
Yeah, I think that's a great approach to life, going with, facts over feelings, or just thinking logically instead of emotionally. But, and I know Dennis and other people have said that, women tend to think more emotionally than men, and which is factual. But men also fall for the same trap. We tend to sometimes think emotionally, whether it's with anger, sadness, whatever. Um, there's just as many men get fucked over in relationships. Like, women are just better at hiding it than us. You know what I mean? Like, they're just better at it. Um, I want to ask you guys this because I went through this from personal experience, right? I know for a fact women check out months in advance before they break up with someone. They they take their time to detach from you. So we may not see those signs. Like, I fell for this twice, where now reflecting back on it, I'm like, oh shit, there was signs. I should have known better, right? But like, I didn't see it coming, but it would happen almost like overnight. But it wasn't really overnight. They were just taking their time to detach, and then once they felt like they were okay to move on, then they just bounce on you. So I don't know if you guys can relate to that at all. But this has happened to me twice, and later on, I've asked people, like other female friends, and they're like, yeah, that's 100% what we do sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, we know we're gonna leave, but we don't. We almost build ourselves up to it so it doesn't hurt us as much. We're already checked out 6 months prior to leaving you. But whether it's them looking for a backup plan or just emotionally getting detached so they're ready for it. But yeah, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Well, one of mine is I try to tell people, being divorced is like divorces don't happen overnight. You see the separation and you ignore the signs, or y'all don't have the conversation. So I 100% agree with you. I think it take time to build relationships, and it take time to end relationships. And I don't ascribe to the monkey branch of theory per much as saying, it just a relationship just doesn't. She just wake up and say, "I'm leaving." She has to find her personal way to detach. So I agree. What about you, Ski?
Oh well, to be honest, I can't really even relate. I'm not even gonna cap. I can't even relate. Like, I know I had a few relationships, but it's just like I can't really even relate, to be honest, because it's like anyone I take serious, there was only one person that I really take serious, so it's like I can't really even relate. So
And I was mentioning the girl that cheated on me because I wouldn't sleep next to her for the 6 years she lived here, right? That one, like, it kind of caught me off guard, but I should have saw it. So she actually proposed to me at Christmas, and then cheated on me 7 months later because I never gave her a ring back because I didn't want to get married. I knew it wasn't going to last, right? Um, but it's situations like that that make me also very paranoid in relationships again, because I've had people that wanted to get married and then 7 months later they've cheated on me. So it's like, it's also very confusing. Like, my last relationship, the girl, like, bro, I could fucking pull out like all these cards she would give me. Like, it was all just like, I can't live without you. I'm obsessed, and this, that, and the third. And then I could tell it was the time where, I said the things about her sister and kind of blew up on her. Exactly 6 months later, she bounced almost overnight. And it was because I lost my temper again and said some verbal shit that I can't take back. Um, but I could tell she had her mind made up 6 months prior. So this wasn't like an overnight thing. Even though she didn't act any differently, she was detaching in her mind, and I could see it based off of the stuff she was sharing afterwards. Like, she literally shared, it was a TikTok of some dude mentioning exactly what I'm mentioning now, with, women taking a few months to detach before they actually leave, like building themselves up. So these are things I'm very cautious about now, getting into situations, and I try to see the signs before it
So let
happens.
me.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish. You want to finish? Go ahead.
No, I was pretty much done. Go ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
all good. Okay, I was just say that this is a real life situation. One thing being a before I became, tried to become a savage. So, like with what you just said, like, most men would be like, so do you think it's a you problem or the woman that you're with problem? And then I would be like defensive. I'd be like, man, it ain't me. I'm a good man. I do everything right and this and that, this and that. But then with me, it wasn't the money. It wasn't all of that stuff. When I used to get cheated on, it was one reason why. It was because like I was raised like on Disneyland or Disney Channel, like fairy tale, to where I thought you were supposed to like, you know, not abuse, not hurt, not do anything, with women. So, like if you got a woman that's like trash in bed, eventually you're gonna break up with her. It's just you can't go back. But with me, with the past times I got cheated on is because the women wanted that thug loving, to where they wanted like to get like that whole whatever it's called before we came up with back blown out, but they wanted that aggressive, like that painful, meat all up in the guts. They wanted that, and with me being who I am, like I make love, so if I thought about doing that and engaging in that type of behavior, then I'm only going maybe 2 3 minutes, and I think a lot of the women were just fed up and tired because they're used to these guys that would tap them out. And I know, Mondo, you're probably thinking, why is he saying this online? That's the reason why my channel is what it is. I'm honest. There's a lot of guys that they might not admit that this has happened to them, but it's the truth. Like a lot of women, they're used to guys that just like give them what they need in bed, to where the women would never think about losing that. All they could do is think about that. But with the nice guy and the guy that I would be the sensitive, nice guy that would be like romantic and try to like make passionate love, and it causes the women to resent you because she really loves everything about you, but when it comes to sex, she wants you to dog her. Like she wants to feel like like she want to be rough housed and stuff. And I just never been that guy because I was raised to you know never hurt women, never whatever. But that's not hurting women. That's just something that turns women on. Being choked. Like I've never been a guy. I've never been a guy that rocked with the choking situation. I just don't like that. I might choke her
I
out.
mean,
But I'm just saying that's what happened to me when I got cheated on. Most of the time is because I wasn't laying it down right.
yeah, I mean, it could be that. I mean, it's not always that though. You know what I mean? Like I see, like women, a lot of women are just as freaky as men. Like I haven't met too
Yeah.
many women that aren't freaks nowadays. You know what I mean? I think it's very much the norm to do like tie ups and choke people out. Those are like almost normal now. That's like vanilla shit. Um, so like yeah, like I
I've never
can.
done none of that before. Yeah, I've never done that
Yeah,
before.
I'm just saying that's
with
normal
the
now.
hot wax.
It's not even like freaky anymore. You know what I mean? Like that's just like regular shit.
I think that's for
Um,
like white people, but black people don't do that stuff. That's like that white people stuff. Yeah,
dude,
black
I'll
people
never
don't mess
forget. I
around with
was at a
that.
bar with this white girl, and I don't get that drunk that often, but I got real drunk at the bar, and I know she liked getting choked,
Hey, there you go.
So
Thanks again. Sorry.
maybe I shouldn't say that while you're
Thanks.
delivering to somebody.
Oh no, you good. Nobody
Um,
can hear. Nobody can hear. Nobody. Oh, yeah.
like
Okay,
delivering
sorry.
somebody's food. I'm out here talking about choking people at a bar and shit.
No, they
But no,
can't. They
I
can't. They
started
can't.
to,
They can't hear
like
you.
slightly choke her at the bar while she
Okay.
was
Thank
like
you.
licking on my neck and shit. And like shit like that, I could tell she's obviously into that. You can't just do that to any woman, but she likes it. She also liked, not to get too graphic, but she wanted me to take a shot and spit it in her mouth, and I did at the bar. And that's fine. I don't
Hey,
do that to everybody. I don't want it
Yeah, I
done
think
to me,
ski.
but
I
if
think
you're gonna
ski.
ask for it,
I think ski likes that too. I think ski likes that too. I think ski was talking about something about
I don't
like
want it done
with
to me, bro. But she asked
Kelsey.
for it, so yeah.
I think you
that's
said Kelsey
your
wanted
fun
him to do
girl.
that, and I
No,
think
but my whole
ski.
point is there's
Right.
no taboo against any of this. This doesn't mean that she's like some ratchet chick, like this girl was a nurse, you know what I mean? She had a great paying job. There was nothing wrong with her. She was just freaky. And I've met plenty that are like that. I think that's just normal now, honestly. Which I'm fine with. I like that women are more, open with their sexuality nowadays.
This guy was
I don't think it's I
violent.
don't think it's wrong for women to have one night stands. They're also human. Like if you want to fuck somebody, go ahead. As long as you're, protecting yourself and you're honest with the other person, we're all adults. There's nothing wrong with it.
I
Good
want to
points.
say I want to say I only advocate for missionary sex on top of the cover in the intent purpose of making the baby so I can keep my moral authority. This conversation is diabolical.
I
Hey
want
man, I'm
What are
on
you
the
talking
East
about?
Coast. Maybe
We're
it's an
grown
East
ass
Coast
man.
thing.
What are
I
you
don't know.
talking about?
I want to say thank you to Mondo because he's introducing OG to a new style of sex. OG thought he comes from like the back in the day where we're not gonna go and get latex outfits. We're not gonna get the ball in the mouth. We're not gonna tie up people. We're not gonna do the hot wax. We're not gonna use thumbtacks. So OG thought like, now, what have you learned today?
I'm mad you said thumbtacks. That's crazy.
I'm learning.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Mick Foley, freaking talking about
Yeah, Mick
a
Foley off the
freaking
steel cage and
anything
shit.
goes match. Yeah,
I'm,
anything goes match. How about thumbtacks?
I'm trolling too because I agree 100% with Mondo was saying. It's just
Oh,
online.
hold on, wait. H-Way just came out of nowhere. It took you really telling me it took that sex talk for H-Way to come out of nowhere? H-Way, I don't know. That might be diabolical. Like you haven't been in the chat the whole time, and the moment we start talking about sex, he starts talking about nurses to freakiest. Like I think what did they say about Drake?
Scat
Drake a
porn.
freaky ass nigga.
Scat
Like
porn.
I think that might be H-Way at this point. I'm sorry, H-Way. I love you still, but you might be a freaky ass nigga.
What about scat porn? How do you feel about that?
Fuck is that?
My bad. I was just
Scat porn. Somebody fill me in. I don't know what that is.
OG thought you want to explain?
no, because I was still ashamed. I looked that up. I was like, this is two girls in a cup all over again.
Oh yeah, I don't want to see shit like that, bro.
I don't want to get to this conversation.
No, what is it like? Girls throwing up on each other or some shit? I don't care.
I don't want to get to this conversation.
Like
H-Way have been
pat.
prior, maybe 15 minutes. I see you here, H-Way, earlier. I got your back. That was hilarious, DJ. You were so...
No, I was wrong. No, I'm wrong. If H-Way was here, that's the first time I saw him in the chat, and I've been looking at chat. So if he was already here, I'm sorry, H-Way. I should not have said that. But no, H-Way, no, I'm just playing. Like ain't nothing wrong with being a freak. Like he's Luther Vandross. I would own that.
I'm a freaky ass nigga, man, but I be trying to, you got, it's a time and a place. I don't think I would spit liquor in a woman's mouth at the bar. I'll be honest with you, man. I don't think I'm at that level. I don't think I want. You
Oh,
know what I want?
I mean, OG. I don't even want to think about that. No offense, man.
Listen, I'm thinking white liquor or dark liquor, because imagine spitting dark liquor in somebody's like white liquor ain't got no taste, but y'all been making me laugh so.
Man,
Spit that
like
hen dog.
Oh man, nobody drinks M Dog
that's
in
kind of this kind of
2024, man.
this.
M
OG
Dog is
does. He
crazy
goes to the
around here.
bars that serve Mad Dog still. Oh, you
That's
Nah,
said N
crazy.
Dog? You talking about Mad Dog?
hen
Yeah,
dog,
OG. He drinks Mad Dog. He
That's
drinks freaking
crazy.
what is that Blue Velvet freaking like E and
Alice.
J.
nah, I
Oh
think
Alizé,
man,
yeah,
bro,
Alizé, yeah.
E and J is crazy,
He
man. What
man,
the
y'all
fuck?
trip off
he
this.
drink he drinks Convassier in the club. He be drinking all that stuff.
Y'all
He
be
be
drinking
putting
vodka.
everything in
Hey,
his
what about
Ciroc.
this, Mondo? Mondo, we were talking about this yesterday. Okay, maybe you can elaborate on this. I said we're not going into race. This has nothing to do with racism and all that. This is about the culture. I told OG that like black folks are the only people that got clubs that are like freaking like age restricted to where you got to be like 35 or 25 to go out. Because I said that no business man in their right mind, other than for us, would create a bar with the age limit unless it's like a cigar lounge or something to where whatever. But I'm talking about like a regular bar club that's 28 and up, because most bars you go to get chicks. It ain't nothing good about going into a bar that all the chicks are 35 and up. I've never seen a bar with hot, like that's like, man, I want to go to that bar, like it's freaking
Well,
hot chicks.
after I have to reunite Dennis. Is because people like Dennis gonna be like, all these young N words want to shoot up the club. All these young N words want to shoot up the club. Now you gotta be 35 and plus.
I don't
I've
say that.
honestly never heard of a spot
I don't think
that's
black
that's
folks are violent.
35 and
Really,
older.
we're not violent.
DJ might be right. It might be
Yeah,
28. I
poor
didn't know.
folks, poor Now, poor folks are violent, not black people. Black people aren't violent. It's poor folks. Poverty brings violence. I don't know what you're talking about. So you need to stop
Yeah,
being
but
racist to black
no,
people.
but Dennis, old Dennis would have been like, all these N words got the mall shut down. We can't go to
But
the mall because they want to
this
fight.
ain't the old
No,
Dennis,
those were poor. Those were poor.
right?
That was Dennis. That was old Dennis. But that Dennis, I think, evolved into a different person. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that guy is anymore.
Okay then.
I'm just saying that
I'm just
right
saying.
now
Hold on, Mondo.
oh, sorry.
In
Uh,
the dominant society, are there clubs that aren't
whoops.
21 and older again, but actual higher age
Oh,
limit?
I'm sorry. Brought me to the
Oh,
wrong place. Sorry about that. Thanks. But no, that club. Would you want to go into a club that's like 28 and up even? Like, would that be a place that you would go to if you're a
It's
single
called
guy
it's called a
looking to
sports bar.
like? No, the sports bar is different. Sports bar is different vibe. Sports bar, you go to literally watch sports, hang out with your friends. Like you're not going to like turn up with random people. That's a whole different type of bar. I'm talking about a regular bar, like that people are actually going to like try to meet the chick or meet people or whatever, socialize without your friends, which is a bar. I wouldn't go to one that's 28 and up. This just seems a mess.
I mean, the only
Like
reason
it
I
just
can see
stretch.
is if somebody wants to date like women that have kind of gone through their party stage, like they're looking for like actual like wifey material because most women by like 30 they're trying to settle down usually. So from that perspective, I guess it makes sense, but not I wouldn't do it as a business person. Like I wouldn't open a bar and then make it 28 and up, you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to meet my wife in any establishment that the main drink that sells is E&J and
Well,
freaking
E&J is
Blue
crazy,
Velvet.
bro.
You know what?
Yeah.
E&J is crazy.
I'm thinking the club is 35 and
That's what
up.
I grew up on. That's what we drank in like high school was E&J. That's what we started out on.
Yeah.
But
I'm
as a
thinking
That's a
grown man, I
hold
haven't
on,
drank
Mondo.
E&J.
You're saying that's a child's alcohol. Go.
No,
You
it's a
said what?
poor person trying to sneak the liquor alcohol.
Man, most people at the club drinking Hennessy. They're not drinking E&J.
Yeah, Henny's
I
gross though. I don't like Henny either, man.
These are established 35, and these men are grown. They looking for women who, when you give me the number, you're gonna answer when I call you tomorrow. When we set the date, you're not gonna flake out. Like I get what you're saying, DJ. If you're just looking to have fun, cool. But the men attending them establishments are still they still believe in love. They still believe they can find their person. How you feel about that? Go.
I'm thinking 35 and up clubs. They must be partaking in some type of illegal activity.
Yep. I second that.
I've never seen one in person, honestly. But yeah, I'm gonna go walk these
Yeah.
dogs. I'll probably hop back on in a little bit. But it was a pleasure
Yep.
talking with
All
you,
right,
bro.
man.
All right,
All
man.
right. I told you
Be
that.
safe.
Yeah. Hey, yep, you too. Y'all gotta remember, like, if you a bartender at that bar, you're not making no tips. Like, cause those are the worst of the people. They're the people that are gonna say, "I didn't know you're supposed to tip the bartender." Like, some absolutely diabolical work. But
I
like I
tipped the
said, and by the way, go ahead.
now I tipped the bartender. Now, where did y'all learn all this stuff about tipping? That's what I want to ask y'all. Because I remember seeing the Seinfeld episode where he was like, I didn't know I was supposed to tip the lady who cleaned your room in the hotel when you stay in the hotel multiple days. And I was like, I didn't know that either. It's like,
Yeah.
where can I go find out this information about everybody I'm supposed to tip? Because there's probably a lot of people that get no tips from me. Go.
I
Anyone that does
mean,
service, your
go
mechanic,
ahead. Go
what
see.
does the service?
You supposed to tip the mechanic?
Why not? Give him some Gatorade. Give him a few dollars. Like anyone that does the service, why not show your appreciation? The people that cut your grass. If you have a lawn,
Yep.
landscaping company, why not tip them? Like the people that do your dry cleaning. Like shoot. At this point, it seems like you purposely not trying to tip people. Well, you know what
No,
you
he
should
just
do?
don't. He just go ahead.
You should ask, hey, am I able to tip you? But you don't do that. You just walk right out.
Yeah, like that's the reason why you gotta remember, OG, because of people like you, the old head black folks. My grandmother used to know the tip. It's like this. My grandparents, their generation knew the tip. But it's like the 40-year-olds to the 40 to like 60-year-olds now are like making people pay for their lack of work ethic and not being able to afford the tip because my grandmother wouldn't dare go into a restaurant knowing that she can't give it to. And we are comfortable doing that. I just think it's disgusting, terrible work. I hope that we can evolve one day, but I don't know because you got too many of us doing it. And it's like, it's making us all look bad to where nobody wants to serve us. People hate to do work for us because on top of not tipping, we always got to ask for like extra like stuff. We always ask for like extra like forks or extra barbecue sauce. And then we got to fight with the cashier to get them for free. And then, it's always extra stuff. Then there's always extra effort you got to make to deliver the stuff. And there's always no tip. It never
D-
fails.
DJ, I know you've been to the mechanic. You're not going to tell me that you have tipped your mechanic.
I mean, if it's a corporate store, then no, because they overcharging. But if it's a actual like mechanic that's like at his house or whatever, or like got a small shop, always tip them because that's what you're supposed to do.
But I,
'Cause you like if it's like a $500 order, say it's like a $500 work that needs to be done. He saved you compared to like the big corporate place, so you give him at least like extra 50 to $100 for hooking you up. That's just how it works, and then he hooks you up when you down, like because most of the time your car breaks down when you don't have the money to get it fixed. So by you tipping him good, he'll let you slide and let you like pay him next week the whole thing, and then you give him that extra money for look being a you know good mechanic. Just like it's anything you can do yourself, and even some stuff you can do yourself, like fix your car, like even oil change people. If I go to Val's quick places, sometimes they'll say I can't take a tip. Could I like I'll say, "What's your cash app? I'll give you a tip," and they'll say we can't take tips. But if I got cash, I'm gonna throw the person like $10. The person that's actually handling the situation. Or I remember one time I went and grabbed two pizzas, but they were only $5 pizzas. And they were like next door, Little Caesars. So I just went next door, grabbed them two pizzas, and brought them over, and said, "Hey, here y'all go. Appreciate y'all." Because of the fact they always hook me up because I be having fleet vehicles where I'm gonna pay for the work, so I just go in and get it done. So the least I can do is give them. Sorry, but Devin, the least I can do
Thank
is
you.
hook them up.
no, no, because this is my question. This is my question. Because the reality is, life is about budgeting. How can I budget for things if the price ain't never the price? So we have a discussion. You tell me your price. It's just like me. I say if you're taking to a woman to a restaurant where they don't put gratuity on the bill, where you at? Where you at? It's like, do I put more money on the table? You should include your tip when you tell me the price.
Well,
Stop.
See,
I think it depends on the person because
they're
I could
never
tell you,
gonna change. I can tell already. What was that?
oh, I could tell you one of my famous tipping stories.
Oh, I
So
can't. I'm actually working right now. I would if I had the cash to do it. I'm sorry.
oh, so you don't want to tip them?
I'm sorry.
You gonna tip them?
No, the guy was trying to give me to buy him a fish sandwich. Like, no, because if I
Yeah, you should have tipped him with a fish sandwich, man. He's over there
if
working
I'm
out
about
in
to
the
buy a
sun.
freaking $6 sandwich right now, I can't afford it. Just give me like it'd be
So,
nice. Like
so
fish,
I tell you one of my famous tipping stories.
do it.
So, boom, I'm over here driving around, right?
There's no need to do it, but I just
Driving.
told to I'm not in we're coming broke.
Did you say your favorite chicken story?
Oh no, 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 no. My favorite tipping story. So I'm
Okay.
driving, I'm black. So I'm driving my black neighborhood. I see some black kids with a rake and some bags, they're cleaning up the hood, Even though they might bring gentrification, they black, right? So I pull up into dairy, not dairy, Dollar General, and I got like $100 Dairy Queen gift card, and I seen the little elder that was managing them. I was like, "This, yo, I like what they doing," and I gave him the Dairy Queen gift card, and boom. But it's just like if you see my rule is this: I'm not getting in trouble. If you see a black person working hard, whether if it's a kid or an adult, you should tip them.
Hold
I'm
on,
not.
real quick.
Mhm.
My pushback, because DJ was like, if it's a corporate store, no. Tips go directly to the employee. So you're being biased because of who their employer is and not because of this overall tipping and general concept for hard work.
Well, I tipped somebody at Best Buy like $10 for putting a TV
Ain't
into
no
my.
ain't nobody tipping that Best Buy.
I did. The guy, like, once again, it was a 70-inch TV, and he helped me put inside the van or whatever. And it's just like, like, shoot. Really, I wanted to give it to the black guy. The white guy came out. I'm like, damn.
Is this a
Here,
situation? Because I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn. So is this a situation where it'd be easier for y'all to tell me who do you not have to tip rather than tell me who I should tip? Just tell me who I don't have to give a tip to.
oh, you don't have
So
to give a tip to anyone because everyone else tips for you. So all that other stuff talking about you have to tip, other people filling your void.
you diabolical.
Nah, because like in the tipping game, it's like you can't count on everyone to tip, and you just have to realize some people don't tip. Some people don't have it like that. Just because they don't have the money to tip, that doesn't mean they shouldn't get their food. It's like, shoot.
They literally said if you can't give me 20% of whatever you buy it, sit at home and eat that ramen. It's like, damn, this guy, he saved up to get this meal. He put XYZ as a tip, or maybe no tip. Who knows what he going through? They're like, nah, you don't deserve to eat. You don't deserve to eat. It's a crazy principle where I pay for the food and I pay for the service.
Well, the thing is this, though. I feel like when people don't tip, they need to upgrade their
R-
service because, like, it's a history of them, not treating the right people right because you don't know who's going to tip and who's not going to tip. So it's like what they need to do is work on their service skills. Yeah, and Crystal said, "Don't go out there and cheapskate." So, like, I don't know. And Crystal in here wilding.
My daughter's in here being mean to me. And see, I think I really hate we get away from the concept of women with fathers react differently than women who ain't got fathers. But that's not here nor there. Oh my God. She's,
Can you hear me,
We could
OG?
kind of hear you.
Um, Here's the thing, OG. You gotta understand. You are Hey, thanks. Okay, so OG, you gotta understand. You be every time you talk, the more you talk, the more you like give people like you're literally you be honest with me, be honest with me. Like back before I went to Vegas and I changed my whole life. I started tipping, I started being like, normal adult in America, like the average adult. I didn't know any of this stuff 'cause I never was around this stuff. Like I'm the guy that goes to restaurants and just take it to go so I don't got a tip. But I didn't realize the value of just eating there and the ambiance and etc. until I moved to Vegas. So my question to you: would you say you would be considered a good tip? Because some of the stuff you said the past 2 days comes off like you're literally like a street dude that is smart as hell.
that's
Would that be the
exactly,
case?
yeah, that's exactly what the case is. Like, even though I'm intelligent, yeah, I've lived a very difficult life that I had to overcome a lot of obstacles. So that's why I'm telling y'all, like, this assumption that people know these things is crazy, and the judgment of them because they don't is even crazier. You know what I'm saying?
You
When I
know the
tell y'all,
problem. The problem is, OG. This is the problem. The reason why you're having all these issues, because when you came on here, like from the first day you came on here, you portrayed yourself as like this guy that like this man that's like, and look, it ain't nothing wrong with anybody that's hood. 'Cause I used to be hood. I'm still kind of considered hood. I'm still kind of ghetto.
Most
But
definitely.
you're ghetto ass nigga. Okay, OG. Like you gotta like understand that. Like everything, all the things you do, well, you made it seem like you were a whole different person. But yeah, you're literally ghetto. You're a hood dude. So you got to understand that a lot of this stuff I could teach you. So when I was trying to tell you, so let me give you one example. Not to rehash on it, but let me tell you, you're not a creep at all. You're not. What it is in our culture, when I used to be hood, I used to be the same way. We literally would say, we're going to get that chick by any means possible. and we would literally dream of having that chick, knowing we ain't got no chance, for example, but we would still put an effort in to get that chick because no chick was like off limits, out of bounds. We were savages, and then we're gonna flirt until the wheels fall off. We don't have any filter. I know what you're going through now. So really, in reality, you're just the stereotypical regular street dude like I used to be. Because I used to act just like you. I used to be, except for the fact that I was shy, so I never approached women like that. But once the woman gave me an inkling that I had a chance, even if she said I just like you as a friend, I'm not taking that as hey we're friends. I'm gonna try to take it to the next level. Just like at a job, like I'm gonna like be a sexual harasser back in the day. Like if the chick, I'm at a workplace supposed to be respectful, I'm gonna be the dude. And remember, I grew up from this, but I'm the dude that's literally like complimenting her in a way that's a signaling I want to, get at you. Like I would say, yeah, you look nice in those jeans, or, you got
Yeah,
some, yeah, that's a nice bra you got on, or
yeah.
like, hey, your nipples are poking out. I'm just saying, I would say these things.
Now, listen, my
Go for
work
it.
my workplace is 80% women. I'm happy to be at home, but I understand sexual harassment wall. I watched the world evolve. So it's a time and a place. You gotta understand at my age and maturity, I understand context. Now for you to say I put my best foot forward is a misrepresentation of myself. I think that's unfair and uncharitable. I'm
No, I said
showing.
me. That's me. OG, that's
I'm saying
me.
you look
This is
like
who
I'm
I was.
real quick. You said you're just a ghetto ass nigga. That I won't deny. I take all the smoke. I won't deny I am a
No, that's
ghetto.
me. I used to be. That's what I am. Like that's what
But
hood dudes are. I used to
but
be just like that before I started respecting women a different way.
I'm saying, but then you made sense when you applied it to what just your culture. You come from this. You don't know these things. Like I'm asking you. Like I'm telling y'all, who do I not have to give a tip to?
Exactly.
Who do I not have to give a tip to? Do I tip the mailman?
Yes, you
No,
give him
any
a bottle of
service you could do
water.
yourself.
No, like you
Yeah,
give
you
him a
can give a
bottle of
mailman a
water.
water. Like what? Yeah, what's so wrong with
I'm
being
supposed to
a
be
good
at the
human being?
mailbox with a water for the mailman.
No, no, no. You put it at a table. You put a table in front of your door, and you have like a sign that says, delivery drivers, help yourself. If you live in a nice community, you put like bottled water in a cooler with Gatorade or Starbucks energy drink. You put it down there, and then people can take as they choose. Then you put snacks. You put like some potato chips, like some crackers. Like those
You're going
peanut
too
butter
far. They
crackers.
don't.
Maybe now you could do that. No, you could do. That's what I see. People don't do
I
it
mean, for
anymore. But if you
Halloween.
really want to be generous, like he's telling you, no, you can do that. But you gotta. I mean, I get that. At like when I go to the rich areas to work, I get all the treats and stuff. They hook me up.
How the treats. All I can say is
Hey,
OG.
Heck
real
OG
yeah.
quick, real
thought that you
quick,
don't want to
real
hear it.
They
quick.
give me my Snickers bar.
Do you only take one or do you take multiple?
I take it depends. If there's a lot, then I'll be a little sneaky and I'll take two. But if it ain't a lot, then I'll be generous and just take one. I always take only one bottle of water. If I'm talking about if they got like, like those peppermint um sucker things, those suck things, I'll take like two if I'm in like, a devious mood. If I'm like, trying to be respectful, I just take one of those. But I always only take one water.
I'll
Yeah.
say if it say take one and you take more than one, you a ghetto ass nigga.
No, like for example, you always want to tip your dope dealer. Always tip them.
Let me
They
tell you,
low.
go ahead.
No, 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 no. I'm
Bruh,
finished.
man.
You always tip bra man from the fifth floor.
No, here, no, here, No, here's one. Here's a real one. And when I used to be in school, back when I was in high school, it was always that kid that would go for the second lunch. Okay, so what happens is you have the first line. I would always run the lunch to make sure I'm in like the first 20 people to like be in line. And then by the time the person at the last person goes to get their lunch, then I'll be the sneaky dude because I always made sure I got lunch in the last period. So they give out the extra food. They give like free lunches. They'll put the extra food on like the table. You can just go grab it. So I'll be slick and I'll like try to play it off, and I'll go get that second lunch. And then like I'm the dude that used to like take the school bus, even though I could take the city bus for free, but I'll take the school bus because I wanted to be at school, the 15 minutes early so I can get the breakfast because we didn't have cereal all the time. My stepdad passed away, and I wanted that free breakfast. They'll have like a choice of like you get a cereal, and then you got a choice of a snack. It's either a graham cracker, the donut, the muffin, and then I forgot there's another one, cinnamon roll. Yeah, cinnamon roll. The cinnamon rolls were fresh. So I remember I would go and like be the first ones for the breakfast line. And then after, everybody like gets their food, whatever, and it's about to close, they'll put like the extra graham crackers and stuff, on the little table. So I would go and like get like I'll stock up on like 5 graham crackers, and it gets me through the day. I can eat those throughout the day, and I don't know, the day just went by faster when I had like that graham cracker. I had like the 2 donuts I was able to sneak in my pocket. You know,
Hmm.
uh, those were good memories back in the day.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because you remember those things, but you don't remember anything you learned.
DJ, do you
Nope.
think you have a good relationship with food?
Back in the day, yes. Now it's like I just had a cheeseburger from McDonald's that making me sick right now. But because I don't want to go home to make food right now. But I'm about to actually just I'm gonna wait till tomorrow to start my food journey. But I might have to start it today because yeah, I'm kind of like hungry and I don't want to eat nothing trash anymore and I don't want to waste money. So I'm probably gonna go home and like make a little dinner and then that way I can like feel good about myself.
Oh yes, feel
And by
good.
the then by the way, Ski, I'm actually like I didn't know, but I'm actually in the hood right now. I'm talking about straight hood, and like I saw these dudes. They at the corner right there. I'm talking low because I don't want them to hear me talking about them.
They can hear you,
But
bro.
like
Keep going.
no, they're 1 street over. So like they all had on red, and they look like
Tip them.
they look
Tip
like
them.
they look like gang members because they had on red, and they had a fresh haircut. Like I'm talking fresh, crispy cut, and then like they had on all red, and they're looking at me and they put their hands by their pockets, and it kind of scared me for a little bit. I'm like, oh shoot,
You
hey,
gotta
how you
tip
doing?
them. You gotta tip them. Oh,
Whoops. Thanks again. You too. Thanks.
you
But yeah,
you gotta
that kind
tip
of
them.
scared. That
You
kind of
gotta tip
scared me a
them.
little bit.
He posted tipper for not trying to rob him. Man,
Yes.
hey, if I work DoorDash and you live in the hood, I'm delivering your food like the newspaper. I'm just throwing it out the car and I'm keeping going.
What
No, I
Dennis
mean,
should do.
I still came to do this delivery. I gotta get away from here. It's like freaking a bunch of like the next street over. I see some dudes already with red on. I'm not. I'm not playing this game.
Dennis, listen. You can't be afraid of dying.
No, I don't want to die. I'm actually right
Dennis,
now. Right now. I'm in like let me tell you where I'm at. I'm at Huntington Park. Okay, I'm about to go, but
man, that's
yeah, I gotta get the heck
baby
out of here.
food. They're not gonna do anything
Too
to
many.
you.
No, it's too many solid. No, it's too many
Yeah, there's
solid
too many
colors
soft
around here. I
ass
gotta get the
niggas.
heck out of here.
Tell them to their face that they soft. You gotta scare them before they scare you, bruh. You can't be walk
No,
around
I
like
ain't doing
that
nothing.
or driving around like that.
Now I'm about to go to
Like
East. I'm about to go to East LA, Monterey Park
you're
right now.
you're a
I ain't,
page. You're a page. You're from Ohio. Just say you're from Youngstown. They'll back off, bro.
nah, I used to do that. I used to tell people, but Youngstown don't stand for what it used to stand for. Now it's too many uh, weak dudes in Youngstown that messed up our
Hell yeah.
reputation. We used to be the murder capital of the world. Now we're not.
No,
Now we're like weak. So I can't use Youngstown as a crutch anymore.
you're from the O. You're from Ohio, the brokest state in the country. So like, just know like you can't lose if you came there with nothing, bro. You have nothing to
Look
gain.
at
So what
Ohio's
I
one of
want
the
you to do.
richest. Ohio's one of the richest
Well,
states. What do you mean? It's like top 10.
well. Earlier you was arguing with me about over there in Ohio nobody has Lamborghinis, and I'm like, bro, there's Lamborghinis everywhere, bro.
No, they
There's
don't.
millions, bro. There's
No, they
Nah,
bro.
don't.
I gotta agree with DJ. Ain't no Lamborghinis in Ohio,
Yeah,
bro.
what are you talking
Ain't no,
about?
No, it's only because of the weather. The weather you can't have the weather and the roads because of the snow. The roads are bad. Like they got a bunch of potholes, and you can't have a exotic car in a city or in a
Dennis.
state like Ohio. But of course, you have some people that got You got drug dealers who got Lambos randomly, but like no smart
But
person has a Lambo in Ohio other than like NBA players and stuff. And they don't even have
thank you.
Lambos. They got like regular cars. You tear your car up.
No, but the whole thing is they got Range Rovers and stuff like that. Like like once again, you're not around the
Yeah,
upper
they got that.
class.
Yeah.
You could say
Because I
you
mean,
use a bad example sometimes, though, Ski. Saying the Lambo, that was a bad example. You
no,
could,
even the Buffalo Bills player, he got his Lambo stuck inside. Not a Lambo, he had a sports car that got stuck in the snow. So it's just like you can't just say these people don't have these things. Like there's people with Lotuses, there's people that just have in there for the summertime. So it's like there's Lambos everywhere. There's Mercedes Benzes everywhere. Like
Ski.
every state
Hold
has
on. What's the Lotus? What's the Lotus?
Yeah, I was.
Wait,
Ski,
what's the
what do you
Lotus?
exactly
know
because
about the
What's going over my
Lotus, man?
head?
That's
y'all
a
broke
real.
asses don't know anything.
Yeah,
So
them.
like
Yeah,
y'all
I
get
was
mad
saying
at
some
Yeah,
people know how
I
to
don't
be
know
rich.
nothing about that.
The Lotus is, I think it's an Italian sports maker, man. It's really
no,
good.
but the whole thing is all you guys know is 1990 Caprices and shit. So don't talk to me. You know about a Caprice, but you don't know about a Lotus.
I mean, I only know because I used to play racing games. And,
You don't know about the Paganis, the McLarens, and stuff
yeah, I
like
know
that,
about all of them, the Z types, and that's what I'm saying. You see these cars in racing games, but a lot of them
Hold
cars
on,
ain't
Ski don't know
real.
about the Durango. Ski, you don't know about that Durango Hellcat.
bro. Everybody in the hood got a Durango. The Durango, if you're trying to be a car enthusiast, you don't get a Durango or a Hellcat Durango because then you're on the same level as a nigga. You want to be on a different level. Like, why do you want to come out here and have all this money and still look like a nigga?
Yeah, why do niggas want to just upgrade to better nigga shit? Like when
Thank
I think about an upgrade, I'm trying to do shit niggas ain't doing.
like a Lotus. You wanna come out here and something that's like okay,
Yeah,
niggas
but
will be like,
Lotus, everybody can't just get a Lotus. They up there with Pagani and some of these other super sports cars. So you got a sports car. Now you're talking $1 million cars, Ski. Nobody's trying to get a Lotus, man.
Exactly though, but like once again, Cincinnati got a lot of millionaires. Like for example, one of the headquarters for the company CBCS or Professional Recovery Consultants is in Cincinnati. There's a lot of companies that's headquarters is in Cincinnati. Even First National Bank. I was supposed to go work over there in Cincinnati, but like once again, just because everybody broke like you and you got to get double lunches, that doesn't mean you can't have a Lambo. That doesn't mean everyone else can't. Just say you can't have a Lambo because
And
there's Lambos everywhere. You can
No,
there's
I'm
listen.
gonna have a Lambo. I'm gonna work hard as those guys that inspire me. I'm gonna work hard like them, so I can get me the Cybertruck like you told me I can get. You
Most
told me
definitely.
I can get a
Like,
Cybertruck.
you know what? You want to know what is funny? I live in one of the top 10 or top 20 states of poverty, and I seen a Cybertruck in my city. So it's kind of like we can't just be saying just because I think it's impossible. It's impossible because you can go to Google, type in Lamborghini for sale in Ohio, and you'll see stuff in Akron, Cleveland, and even the suburbs that you're not allowed to go to because your black ass is too black to go out there with your forehead receding
I
ass.
just want to say, a lot of people who think about rich really
Hold on,
don't
hold on, hold
the
on.
rich.
You're gonna let him go at you, OG, like that? OG,
No, I'm
you gonna
getting
let him
at you.
talk about your
Right.
receding hairline?
No, I'm talking to you,
All I
Dennis.
do is focus. I'm not. I know I'm not in the plastic surgery, so whatever my genetics is,
Okay,
that's.
okay, Debo.
But I gotta say, a lot of people don't know how to really be rich. Their view of wealth, they can't even imagine what real wealth is. Like it's a lot of options out there.
Thank you. Like, when I was watching Baby Boy, he said there's guns and butter. Your guns is gonna be your real estate, is going to be your stocks and bonds, your mutual funds. Your butter is going to be stuff like cars, jewelry, and clothes. So it's like, not saying, if you spend it on jewelry, clothes, and cars, it's a bad investment. But it's like, if you're really trying to be wealthy, you need to get stuff that's going to appreciate in life. So why would you come out here and finance a Porsche truck? Like, like say, for example, you want to finance a 2009 Porsche when you could come out here and finance, a piece of real estate for 20 years. Whereas in in 20 years, it could possibly go up. But your dumbass want to look fly in the hood and shit and hit all these potholes. But
I
you want to look like a better nigga.
depreciating assets, I would never advocate for. I like to say, we're not a wealth and business channel. None of this can be considered financial advice. But DJ, how do you feel about that? Why do some people want to have a new Mercedes Benz instead of go invest that into a tract of land? Go.
No, 2009 Mercedes Benz. Don't say new. 2012 Mercedes Benz.
I don't,
Don't say new.
Pre pre used
I
Mercedes.
don't know what he's talking about. And I think the views are dipping. So y'all need to pick up the steam, or we're not in this live. 'Cause I think this live is like getting
Okay.
lame. There's only 21 people watching.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll pick up the steam. So can
great
you tell
conversation.
us?
I can step down.
I'll pick up the steam because I love picking up steam. That's what I do. So we're gonna interrogate you here. Now I seen your Camaro. Like, damn, like where you find that at?
I ain't what?
Where you find your Camaro at? It's like it's
You said
mad
why I'm not
nice.
doing what with it?
I said where you find your
It
Camaro
ain't,
at?
it ain't mine yet. It ain't mine. I don't even know if I'm gonna buy it. And the tags are expired, so I can't drive until it gets tags renewed.
Okay. You ever had a Camaro before?
No, but you have one.
So now, no, I want to know if you test drove it and if you can like compare it to like the recent cars because I know like you've been in a lot of cars in like the last year or so, and I want to know like how is the Camaro comparing to like that the Polestar you had?
I haven't driven it. When I get the tags, I'm gonna test drive it and see if it's even a comfortable car. But I mean, that would only be a that only reason why I would get it is because it'd be a good investment for me because I'll have something I can drive in Wilmington, and I don't have to go to a dealership to try to buy a used car when I can just get that car and bring it with me at that cheap price because it's worth 45 to 6,000 as is. Private party on Kelly Blue Book. Now, of course, I got to check and make sure that it ain't nothing mechanically wrong with it when I go to take it to the mechanic shop. I might tow it to the mechanic shop so I can get it checked.
You know what is funny, Dennis? I found this out the hard way that that the Kelly Blue Book or like anytime you sell a car, the maintenance is never considered, and it's kind of funny because you always think like like when I
Okay,
first
definitely.
got into yeah, like I thought it was like what? So it doesn't really matter how the previous person maintained it. So it's kind of weird.
It's what it is. I got a question for you, like a random question. So I know I'm in a hood. I'm looking at these chicks that are listening to a song and they're like making they're making like gun like pointed gun reference. Is that ladylike?
Oh, of
I'm just
course, like
confused. I
that.
haven't been in a, oh God, I'm gonna get hit by a car. Yeah, I gotta get away from the hood right now. Like I'm about to get hit by cars out here. People are reckless. And I see a bunch of one thing I love out here though. I see a lot of black successful people, and it was 5 black women in that Jeep with the top off. But I see a young black successful man in like a Benz convertible top, like living his best life. I love this black excellence, but I gotta get out of here. There's too much dangerous stuff going on. I almost got hit, pushed off the road.
I want to know like is my favorite person Cali Girl allowed to come up or no?
I think so. I think so.
Cali Girl,
I gotta go to the house to
Cowgirl.
charge my phone.
Okay, that sounds great. Cowgirl, if you want to come up, come up. I would love to talk about like the situation that happened last night because I want to hear your input. That'd be lovely. Crystal, if you want to come up too, I'd love to talk to you as well.
Crystal, you can come up. Come on up, Crystal.
Uh, Same thing with H Way because I have a few questions for him. Yeah. So your plan is to move back to Wilmington, and then also, aren't you supposed to be going back to Youngstown this month?
Nah, just just Wilmington
Oh,
because
just Wilmington this.
yeah, my daughter she's not coming to California, so there's no need for me to go to Youngstown.
Okay.
Ain't nothing for me there. But I don't know, man. I'm just trying to get things popping. I know with my views on here, they're kind of controversial sometimes. But like, my thing is, I'm trying to um, be close to the next Kevin Samuels, and it starts with me holding myself accountable, which is what I'm trying to do now. Hold myself accountable,
No, what
which
you
will
need
allow
to
me to
do.
talk about other people.
Well, no, what you need to do is just play that part because Kevin Samuels, he never held himself accountable. All he did was just talk ish. That's all he did. He talked ish his whole life. Like, bro, all you gotta do is just play the character. Like, how you know that Kevin Samuels held himself accountable? Because he got a haircut. And he went on a YouTube live.
Yeah, how didn't he sound? How didn't he hold himself accountable?
You know, I never watched the dude. The dude was just disrespectful, and he was just the biggest Uncle Tom. So it's like,
I was he helped a lot of black people overcome issues, and he went on men more than he would have ate me alive. He would have went in on me. So it ain't like he was beating up on women. He was literally holding everybody accountable.
no,
Like he
what
was a
it
good
is,
man.
what is, it seemed like you want a man to go in on you. So it's like you can go in on yourself. So it's like what I want you to do is play the Kevin Samuels, uh, the KS role. Play that role, bro. Like just come on
I mean,
here,
I'm not
talk from a pedestal. And you know what is funny? I might get in trouble here. How come Uncle Tom's always go out bad?
always what.
They always go out bad. It's like they criticize everybody but themselves.
I think he um was playing a character, and he was the ultimate man. And when he died, he literally did everything that he told other men to do. Like he worked hard, he worked long hours, he was building, accomplishing things. He was making some things happen. I don't know what you mean. I
Oh, and
think
then
you're just
all
hard on that man.
no, like, because it's kind of funny because this man talk about, like, for example, right? So I might get in trouble. So I was watching a few John Singleton movies, and I think you might like his movies more than Spike Lee. So John Singleton movies always had an angle of blacks are the problem, but then it's kind of
You,
sad that he went out with a stroke, and it's just like, okay, so how you say black people are the problem, but then you have the black eating habits, you're not taking care of yourself. And it's like I don't really know the man that much, but then it's kind of like Kevin Samuels. Okay, you telling you need to be in peak physical health, but then you over here drinking Red Bull every night. So it's like it's very common with Uncle Toms that they put down others except for themselves.
no, so okay. So first off, Singleton, whatever his name is, I got respect. I got respect for him only because of what people told me he did. But the reason why I don't respect him is because just like Rick Ross, he did the real Rick Ross wrong. So like Snowfall was based on the real Rick Ross life, and he pretty much like took Rick Ross's book, and he made Snowfall off of the man's story, and then he hung out with Rick Ross after he got out of jail, whatever, whatever, for like a few weeks, and then they decided to make the show, and Rick Ross was supposed to get some writing credit on that, so he ended up like ghosting Rick Ross for like a year or two, and then Rick Ross, when it was around season 3, 4, I guess when it was like the year before Singleton died, he ran into Rick Ross and he said, "Man, bro, what's good, man? I'm sorry, man. I owe you money." Because he knows he ran game on him and he made a movie based on that man's life and didn't give him nothing for it. And he just changed a few things so that way he wouldn't be held liable, FX. So then, you know, so I don't respect that. And then, Rick Ross, what he did, the real Rick Ross. But then you have Kevin Samuels. For example, there was a guy that he was talking to today who reminded me a lot about me, except I work harder than this man. But he was telling the dude, he's like, where do you live at, pretty much, because the guy was pretty much using the hotline that you call in, talk. He was using that as a means to get life advice that you're supposed to pay for. Okay, so what happened was he cussed the guy. He told the guy, like, dude, like, why aren't you focused on? Because dude said that he watches YouTube videos about like self help and improvement and this and that. He's like, dude, you don't have time to be doing that. You need to be focused on making money. You need to be working 16 hours a day, 5 days a week. Like he said, you need to go get your money up. He said the reason why you're not doing that and you don't have that hustler mentality, like that desperate that mentality you got to have as a man, is because your dad is sheltering you. And he said the best thing your dad can do is show you the door. You need to like figure it out. He said you should have had a car by now. You should be sleeping in the car. Do what you gotta do, make it happen. And then like the dude was like talking mess about his dad. Like his dad ain't got his stuff together while the dad is married to his mom, living in the house that they bought together. And like Kevin was like, dude, how are you talking down about a man that's putting you in a position to have a place to sleep? He got to be doing something good if he's taking care of you. You're broke ass. But he talks to the guys like this in a way that will get you to like change your behavior. And that's what I'm saying. If I called in that show, he would have got me together a little bit in regards to like telling me the things I needed to hear for
Yeah,
me to
but
overcome
do that,
my
and then
laziness that I was engaging in.
I mean, I mean, we do that, and then you shun us. But it's kind of funny because Cowgirl said that she can't come up because her voice is sick, and then she said, "Go, Crystal," and then it's like she's like, "So you can talk all the trash you can about Xtina since you aren't here," and then Crystal said, "I wouldn't talk about Xtina." Cowgirl said, "You know everyone else though," and Crystal said, "Do I know you?" And then she said, even better, you can talk about yourself. Let the channel know more about you. And Crystal is over here talking about word behavior. And I think, Crystal, I think you need to stop talking to Caligra like that. She's a high value woman and she's not scared and she's majestic. She's like a pony. You don't talk about ponies like that.
Yep. I mean, look, as long as Cali Girl isn't disrespect nobody in the chat, then it's free game. But if Crystal is disrespecting people, I'm sorry, Crystal, you're gonna get that smoke.
Oh, and Crystal just said, I just said hi, Dennis. I thought he was single. She's tripping. Yo, Crystal, like, what?
Hold on, Chris. Hold on, Crystal said. Hold on, what happened?
Yep, yep, yep. And the amazing Caliger, yeah. No, Crystal said, I thought he was single. I just said, hi, Dennis. She's tripping. That's what Crystal said in all pixels right here. I'm gonna screenshot it so she doesn't delete it. But Crystal's over here causing up a muck, and we all back in CG because she's a majestic pony, and we're not gonna let her talk like that. So
I
Crystal, like
mean,
your ass is numbered.
I don't get why Crystal trying to make her life hard on this channel.
Chris, yeah, because Crystal is a catfish, man. Like even I showed my face. I showed my mask.
Like she's literally trying to like crash out like a crash test dummy. Like I'm talking about like one of the '90 versions. Like the ones that didn't have any padding or anything. They just freaking crashing out.
Well, I think it's because you keep sheltering her, and what you need to do is show her the door.
I mean, there's no way to show anybody the door when you're on YouTube. You can just make a new account.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, and then Amazing Camera Girl said, "Get up there, dog. It's your time to shine." I tell you, man, Cali Girl, man, that's why she's my favorite. I'm not gonna lie, she's one of my favorites. Like she has some merch. I'm not gonna cap. Dennis, don't get this wrong. If Caliger had merch, I would definitely purchase it.
All right,
I'm
we're
not.
gonna put your money where your mouth is. Then
Yep,
I don't
Caliger, come.
understand why do people want to be disliked? I don't get it. Like, what's the point of being disliked?
Oh, and then Crystal said that Caliger was coming at her wrong. I'm like, what? I tell you, I Crystal, like, damn, girl, damn. It's just like this is just It's not entertaining. It's just like, dang. Because you know what I was saying to myself today, Dennis. I was saying
Nah,
like,
H way, don't time nobody out. H way, please don't. I got your text. Just don't text time nobody out, please.
don't time anyone out. We need evidence. We need evidence. If you time people out, you won't get the evidence we need. But nah, I was saying to myself, it was kind of funny because people talk about doxing, but it's like we don't know who you are because like I was saying to myself, we don't really even know what this person actually really looks like, their real name. So it's like for this person to say A B C D, it's kind of wild because like you play a very very good unknown person. Like we think we know, but it's like we actually don't know. So it's like we think like she failed at her job, but she's actually excelling because we don't know anything about her or
Which
him.
one, Crystal?
Yeah, like if you really sit down and think about it, yeah, we can say all day this is X person or S person. You know, for all we know, her name could be Tiffany, and it's like we think we know, but we actually don't know. And like, I'm not gonna lie, she outdid it, man. Like I'm not like we have to be real. Like,
I don't get. I mean, somehow how do you burn through three different names? That's what I don't understand though. Like, what are we doing here?
oh, she said, Caliger, don't intimidate me one bit. What the hell?
Like, she's crashing out.
She's not crashing out. She's just gonna come back. Like she came with a Jennifer account, and then the worst part is she came with a Michelle account. And then I'm thinking like maybe she's slow, but I'm like maybe she's smart. Like for all we know, I'm not gonna put this in there. How do we know that she even have kids? How we do know that she was actually married? Like we don't really know. Like it's crazy. Like I'm being
I don't
real. I'm not
understand it.
trolling. I'm not trying to be funny. It's like we think we know. We think we know that she was married or anything like that, but we actually don't know. Like, who's to say that person was the boyfriend and not like a partner or like part of like the whole heist? If that makes sense. Like, we don't know. Like, we got to give it to Crystal. Like, you won. Like, you won. We don't know who she is. We all know who I am. We all know who Craig is. What is life? Not. We even know who what his life is, and that's no diss to what his life because I like him, but it's just we don't really know who Xtina is. So like we can say Xtina, Shelly, Tiffany. We actually don't know, and we have to be real here. How do you feel about that, Dennis? Like, do you think that's fair? Like, we actually don't really even know.
I mean, I don't know. I just know. I don't really know. I just know that like I don't get it, man. Like, how do you burn through? Like you literally, how hard is it to make a fake account with a fake profile picture of a regular looking person and just be positive and just matter, I guess, because nobody knows who you look like anyway. But like, how do you burn through all that? You know, you got to deal with like drama. I don't understand it. For the life of me, I don't get it. Like, why is this normal behavior from an adult? I mean, it's just craziness. I don't understand. Like how hard it is. Like I don't see the point. I don't get it. I mean, I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'm just confused.
I don't know. Like, it's kind of
Because
entertaining,
like
sad. Because I was thinking about what you were saying earlier about
no, because now
Kelsey.
she,
Mhm.
yeah,
Oh no, I remember what you were saying earlier about Kelsey, and I was like, you don't really see women go this hard. So I'm saying to myself, like, why is this Crystal person going this hard? And it's like I expect the dude to go this hard,
yeah.
for trolling purposes, but she's not even trolling you. So it's just like I don't know. She won.
I mean, it's craziness. That's craziness because you got to think, okay? Like the person, like we're not stupid. Everybody knows who you are, and you're still gonna disrespect somebody like as a fake person, knowing what that's gonna do. So I don't get why we're even doing that. And, you know, it's just stupid. I'm exhausted and tired. I'm about to go up in here and like I got to charge both of my phones before they both die, and I got to start back by 8:30, and I'm gonna work till 11:30, 12, and then that'll be my 10 hours.
You know what? I've been kind of slow lately, and I started to realize in the first hour, you talk about the topics for the live.
All right, say it again.
I said I've been kind of slow, and I started to realize the first hour of the live
Hey,
is not you rambling, is you explaining the topics for the live. Well, since Dennis is frozen, I'm gonna comment on this. I don't think Crystal likes Dennis. I think she's just a troll.
All
And
right, my
honestly,
bad.
it's like
I
with this
lost
type of
connection.
behavior, it's kind of scary. I'm not gonna cap. It's kind of scary. Like, I don't know.
I lost connection.
It's okay. We don't need you anyways.
Um, I don't know if Ski is still here, but yeah, guys, I'm about to end this. I think Ski just left, but I'm about to end this, guys, because I went over my head hurts now, and I gotta like go back out in like 3 more hours at 8:30, so that way I can have my 10 hours for today. And yeah, actually, let's see. I started at 12:30. Started at 12:30, and yeah, 11:30 would be 11 hours. No, 2 hours. I got to do 2 more hours if I start at 8:30. Sorry. Well, guys, look, I appreciate y'all for tuning in. We only got 26 people in here anyway. Most people are left. But I'll leave it open, but I'm about to go off here. I'm gonna leave it open. I know y'all might be in the chat for a little bit. So if y'all want to chat, go for it. But I gotta make this food real quick and get ready to get back to work. Okay. No, I'm only tired because I can't be doing these long lives. I know I keep saying it, but I can't be doing long lives because it drains my energy, drains my brain. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. Hit the like button on your way out if you do leave right away. But for the most part, that's all I got. Appreciate y'all, everybody. Appreciate y'all. I'm out. Peace.